accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good.
That is correct.
No, it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like...
I was too scared. I thought it would be like pause
Sam.
champ or like fold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh,
Weijin.
man. He has Bonky Kong in the bag like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Dude, name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
Maybe
buzzer.
faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000.
Ghostly.
The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great.
Yeah.
It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it's this.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was Pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I feel like
pirate
there's like...
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering, or like
I
you
know what
actually
it is, man.
Okay,
That's
I don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
Alright, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijin Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. Amiya.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually
Makes sense.
potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
Oh, I lucky thought it was like past the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro? What is Taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Philip.
Old man buff.
I'll do cartoon champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
Just
She's
no, I
she's
guess.
she's like white in the
Yeah.
like a white.
I mean, I have no chance in retired items. Let's do name that comp 600.
Weijin
I know
Iverson.
This is Pikachu, right?
That is correct for 600 to Weijin.
How does this guy know all the comps that are supposedly before he played the game?
What champ is that with the shivs? Alright, let's do retired item 600.
This guy's about to sweep the board on retired items.
Summon a spirit who mirrors your attacks, dealing 60% damage.
This is just Shadow Clone, except way more OP.
Oh, I can like visualize the item. I don't know what it's called. Damn.
No, go for it, buddy. Buzz it.
This guy's still talking about visualizing the item and nobody cares.
All right, I'm gonna call time. This one might blow your mind if you didn't already know it. This is Runan's Hurricane.
Oh, wait, that
yeah,
actually makes sense. I'll do trade spotting 600.
Wajan Iverson.
This guy's
This
so
is an easy invoker. Easy.
So
That
fast
is
and
correct for 600.
I'll do name that comp 400.
Wajan Iverson.
Is this Candyland?
That is correct. This is Candyland for 400.
This guy was for sure playing that
What,
game
this
back
guy
in the
for
day,
sure
man.
played it. He literally instant named all the
I just watched the
sets that he
tubers.
never
man.
played.
I watched like the
The
disguised
sets that he
tubers, you know.
supposedly never played in his entire life. He guessed all the comps for.
Literal definitions for 200.
Donald Duck's identical triplet nephews. Philip.
Huey, Dewey, Louie.
That is correct for 200. Over to Philip.
It's I'm not feeling great about either of these categories. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go retired items for 400.
This guy's just feeding Philip the points now.
Where dodges all critical strikes. Philip.
Oh god, no, this is old Bramble.
That is incorrect. It is not Old Bramble. It is Phantom Dancer.
It's PD.
Oh
It's
god,
PD.
okay. Yeah, sorry.
I'll do a trade spotting 400.
Wajan
Bro,
Iverson.
this guy is
Disco?
not. No. This guy's actually buzzing so
Disco?
fast. He's actually
That is
buzzing
correct.
So fast.
It was
Buzzing and
Disco.
just praying that he knows what it is, man.
No, I knew it was.
No.
I knew what it was right away.
That's not a 580 millisecond difference, man. No.
Let's do retired items 200.
Attacks on hit have a low chance to reduce enemy star level by 1 for the rest of combat. Bosso skills.
Shrink blade?
Oh man, come on.
I don't remember.
$200, man.
That
What it's
is
called? I don't remember.
Incorrect for minus 200. It is called Cursed Blade.
Yeah, close enough. At least like refill up.
Come on, man. We need to work together to take down big bad Wajan Iverson.
And the last category is going to be trait spotting for 200. Also skills.
Mentor?
That is correct for 200 points.
Mentor?
This is Mentor? Mentor has like a cane?
Hey, what?
Bro,
You
these
did
guys
a little
don't even.
dance?
No. I used
mean,
to
there's
wish
no
I
emblem.
method
Oh,
of
wait.
clicking first and
Oh, is
thinking
this-
later, and these guys didn't even know what it was.
Is this what Learn from the Best looks like? That's not the icon, right?
Why does it have a cane?
This looks like Bosso skills, man.
It's supposed to be a teacher, man. It's like the teacher. Imagine like the caricature of like the old Asian guys with like the
The
what I'm saying?
beard.
He has, like the beard and like.
Oh, it's a beard.
Oh, it's a
I
beard.
was trying to figure out what the water droplet was.
I thought it was like a teardrop tattoo.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, man, I got Rage Invade over here.
As it stands right now, Wajan Iverson has 3,000 points, Philip has 5,000 points, and Bosso Skills has 1,200 points. Now, you have an opportunity to increase your points by wagering in the final trivia question. So you can wager as many points as you have. There's no limit to that. Okay, I have everybody's wagers. Now, the good news is you don't have to get this question 100% correct. You just have to be the most correct. Let's get into it. 5 players in the current America's TPC competed in the first ever North American Regional Finals in Set 3. Name those players. And so you don't have to buzz in for this. You're just going to DM me your guesses for those 5 players. Bosso Skills wagered 1,200. His answers were Soju, Replay, Kuramex, Robin, and Pokygom. Wajan wagered 2,001 and said Milk, Soju, Robin Songs,
I'm so
Replay,
no.
and Marcel P. Philip
Marcel P.
wagered.
I'm pretty sure Marcel P competed like way back.
Wait, Replay made Set 3 regionals?
Philip
Marcel P.
wagered. Philip wagered 1,001 and said Robin, Soju, Kuramex, Milk, and Pokygom, which means, if I'm reading this correctly, All three of you got 4 players correctly. The correct answer was Robin, Milk, Soju Kurum, and Replay, which means that everybody will get their points doubled. Weijin is at 5,001 points, Philip at 6,001, and Bosso at 2,400. Congratulations to Philip for winning TFT Trivia episode number 2.
World champion! World champion! Thanks everyone for watching. This was a lot of fun. It was really easy for me. Hope you all enjoyed. If you enjoyed, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for more content like this.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weijin Iverson, Dishsoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaisa. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. You're perfect. A little bit up, left, a little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Brevin, you have 2 Kales now. Okay. Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost sold Kale. It's okay. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man! Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money. It's good money. Yeah,
We'll
we're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the
Oh,
shot.
okay. Click on that. That's a Kabuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew I had half a second.
we got a lot.
Okay, I roll as soon as we start the round. okay?
It's carousel. Go to the center.
Okay, center?
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Right again. Click. Okay, perfect. We have KO 3-star. Okay, level man. Just go crazy.
How much HP we have?
10 XP at level 7.
10 HP?
10 XP and 26 HP.
No, and HP? 26, okay.
Okay, we made a fawn, man. We
Okay,
made a fawn.
where is the
We also
Yumi?
have
I will hold it and sell it instantly.
There we go. Let go. Great. Now you have a Ginsus.
What is the
Stay
Ginsu?
there. Go right fast. 3 right. 1 more. There. Click.
Okay, I shall get the item and give it to
We
someone.
have the. I think we're dead, but we have backup dancers.
Are we dead?
Oh, we have 1. We have 1 HP. Okay, we have 1 HP.
Do we
That's
have
green.
any item or something we can do?
Oh, I think we got top 4, man. I think we got top 4. Holy shit.
Oh my god, this is
We got-
insane. I'm going
We
crazy.
got top 4 with the brief. We got top 4. Officially top 4. Go down. 3. 1, 2. 1 more. Hold. Ah, fuck, we died. It's okay. It's a top 3, man. It's a top 3.
Top 3!
got a
No puedo ver
fucking
nada de
top
golpe.
Pretty good. It's pretty good for a blind game, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way more than what I expected. Okay. GG's.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Really hard to play TFT without seeing anything that's going on. If you want to keep up with the content and see more pieces like this, subscribe to watch some more.
The GOAT is back at Set 15 Regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer. Thank you.
I'll do Cartoon Champions for 400.
Also,
Volley Bear?
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss
I should've-
the Woolly Bear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won. So I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good.
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do Cartoon Champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock.
It's Crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like.
Well, I was too scared. I thought it would be
Yeah,
like pause
same.
champ or like fold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh, man.
Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the back like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
I
buzzer.
get faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000. The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great. It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon Champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it is.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was Pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I feel like
pirate
it's like.
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering,
No,
or like
I
you
know what it
actually
is, man.
Okay,
That's
I don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
Alright, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijin Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. AMER.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
I literally thought it was like pass the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro. What is taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait. Oh, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Philip.
Old man buff.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
She's like white in the.
Yeah.
Like a white.
I mean, I have no chance in retired items. Let's do name that comp 600.
Wajan Iverson.
This is Pikachu, right?
That is correct for 600 to Wajan.
How does this guy know all the comps that are supposedly before he played the game?
What chance is that with the ships? Alright, let's do retired item 600.
This guy's about to sweep the board on retired items.
Summon a spirit who mirrors your attacks, dealing 60% damage.
What is this? This is just Shadow Clone. Except.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics channel for another day of competition here at the Americas Regional Finals for the KO Coliseum set. My name is Nekra and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be joined at the top of our day by Dobbs and Pie Hat. How are you both doing after our play-ins yesterday?
Well, I'm doing pretty well. Yesterday was such a high stakes. Every single game mattered a lot, and I'm so hyped for today because there are much more players joining the competition, so things are starting to get even wilder.
I am so excited for this weekend. The stakes have been even higher than yesterday. There's a lot of new players coming in. Even though we already have built a couple of storylines from the playing players, we have the TPC players, the Tacticians Cup players, and the newcomers from Ladder. They're all gonna fight their way through, and I think it's gonna be amazing, Nick. I just can't wait for it to start.
Oh my gosh, me either. It's going to be such an action-packed day ahead of us, and I can't wait to dive in a little bit deeper before we get started. We've got to talk about the Paris Open, though, and so we hope that we get a chance to see you there. While we're celebrating the end of the KO Coliseum set, we hope that you'll join us in Paris. Scan the QR code, so maybe you can come as a spectator. Unfortunately, all of our competitor passes are sold out, but you can still participate in person for all the side events that will be there. And if you can't join us in person, we hope that you'll tune in December 14th to 16th to celebrate set 16 and what is going to be another incredible IRL TFT tournament. Something that has been so exciting over the last couple of years, and we've got the Paris one coming up for you shortly. But looking back on some of our moments from yesterday, what were kind of some of your favorite things you got a chance to see from our play-in stage?
Well, from yesterday, I've seen Pedro Batata playing the Crystal Gambit line twice, and he was able to secure 2 wins out of great cash outs. It was so nice to watch, and let's see what the players have in store for today.
Yeah, because you see how the meta evolved throughout yesterday. Mech was either you go first or you miss out on Yone or Jarvan in some cases and you go fast Dave. But there were a couple of really interesting comps that actually stood out. There was one special Yumi comp that went out. Sometimes Jinx was even able to make it through. So my real question is the players, after playing, have they taken notes of it? Will things change or will they bring something new to the table?
That's such a good point because it really did feel like the story of the mighty mecha versus a lot of these other Fast 9 compositions that could take advantage of those econ spots, whether it was through Crystal Gambit or some of the high value portals we ended up getting from the day. Maybe it'll be more of those 4-cost comps or some of those rerolls that will be able to take that spotlight. As we focus in on day 2 of the Americas Regional Finals, we're going to have 48 players start today, and throughout the day, over the course of 6 games, we will only send forward 32 players to compete tomorrow in day 3 of our competition. That's when the stakes get even higher, but this is where we really start to see these journeys start, Dobbs. It's about making it to next weekend. It's about making it back to the TFT Pro Circuit for some of our players, or some of our players making it there for the first time.
Exactly, and I'm really down to see what the players have in store for us, especially from Dish Soap, that is the 2 times Tactician Crown winner, one of the biggest players in the world, and he actually playing on the second day of competition. Is actually great to watch, so I expect a lot from him. Let's see.
And I also want to point out not only the players that were already from TPC, but the players that are they're going to try the first attempt to actually making it into the Pro Circuit. Players like Toddy, who just got signed up for a new team, so congratulations to you, Toddy. And other players like Kiyun, for example, who's been going on a very upwards trajectory throughout this set, especially after winning Cap 2. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to be able to actually make it and start their new history on the Tactician on the Pro Circuit.
I'm excited to see Malala come back into our competition. After that legendary run that he had in set 10 for Remix Rumble, I feel like Malala is coming back into this one, hopefully with a new fire under him. Maybe he will be able to make it to that Pro Circuit as well from that Tacticians Cup, and I'm just so excited to see the rest of our players compete here for the Americas. I think especially looking at some of the recent success from Tacticians Cup number 2, I think there are a lot of players that have that recent success, maybe that gives them a little bit more confidence coming into this weekend. We do have a couple of our players this weekend from the TFT Pro Circuit. If they were in the top 12 of the standings, they are going to start competing next weekend. So congratulations to those players you see in that category of week 2, round of 32. They have maintained their spot in the TFT Pro Circuit, and they will have a little bit of a leg up in the competition to continue through the Americas Regional Finals. Because at the end of it all, guys, as well, we're looking to see who will make it to the Tactician's crown at the end of this set. That's also something really exciting for our players to try to fight for, right?
Exactly. This is what I love about this format, because there is so much on the line. The spots for TPC, are the players who played on the TPC, are they going to be able to rejoin the others that are already qualified? The players from ladder, do they have a chance? So it creates so many narratives, and things start to get like spicy. It's nice to watch every single day of competition.
And it's also really cool due to it being a 2-weekend format. The players that aren't competing right now are looking at what's going on throughout the weekend. Like, I assume the players from throughout day 1 went and looked down on the Plains player and said, I can probably beat them. And I'm pretty sure that the top 12 on Pro Circuit are probably going to be looking down into the first week and say, okay, they may be worth your opposition for us, but we're going to take the slots to the Tactician's crown. So that'll be a really interesting fight over there.
That's a great point, because they do get to watch all 3 days of our competition this weekend and see what the tendencies are. So far, we did see 7 Mighty Mech be at the top of the meta, but is that going to be something that stays the case? Especially after you were saying you might just miss out on that 7th champion to actually get that trade online. So is it going to be a little bit more reroll or something like that that ends up coming to the forefront? For now, though, we get a chance to kind of take a look at a couple of our players that are going to be coming in from the Pro Circuit this weekend, and I think that's really exciting. Maybe a little sad for some of them if they just barely missed out on making it to that second weekend of competition, but today, Dobbs, we will see a couple of our Pro Circuit players take to the fold. A couple of them on your screen now.
Exactly. I want to highlight the Marcel P. He actually already qualified to the Tactician Crown after winning one of the TPC Cups. So I wonder how he's going to perform since he's the only one that's already qualified to Worlds and he's playing on the week 1 of competition.
It's probably one of the biggest storylines to follow throughout the couple of weekends. And there are another player that I also want to give a spotlight, which is Philip. I do believe that Philip has been having a great couple of sets, and it was really sad to see him not making it. He was even in the finals of one of the Pro Circuit. I believe it was the EMEA Soul Fighter Cup, which he was so close to actually winning out. So I do want to see him bounce back. I think he's a really good player. I really want to see him on top. And a nice guy as well.
Yeah, I know. Every time we talk to Philip, I've always gotten positive vibes from him. Another player that I'm really looking forward to is Dohua. That's a player that came up in the North American scene even just a couple of sets ago and finds himself in the pro circuit after not too long of actually playing competitive TFT and hopefully gets a chance to go back. But I also want to highlight Tech Summers, an amazing player that we've had a chance to feature on our broadcast before, but we are so excited to bring Tech Summers back for a quick interview before he gets started with his competition day. So Tex, can you hear us? How are you? How you doing today ahead of the competition?
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. Dude. What's up? Hi. Hello. Just got here. Well, what's up?
How you feeling? I know you're starting today, but can you tell us a little bit about how it's been like for you competing in the pro circuit so far this season?
It's been okay. I mean, I could have had a bit better results, but overall, like, I'm fine. I'm chilling. Like, today's just another day. Just get to work.
Exactly. I mean, you just watched yesterday games. How do you feel yourself into this meta that came up recently, and there's so much on the line, and it started building upon the mecha? And how do you feel yourself playing this?
So personally, I've only played, I think, 10 games, whole patch, 10 games. But I've watched a lot of scrims, watched a lot of people play, and I'm feeling confident. I've seen people play their mech, play their Fast 9. I might approach the game slightly differently, but we'll see.
Do you want to leak out the tech of how you're looking at it differently from other players, or maybe after the games?
I think they can watch the tech on my stream.
I like that.
Good answer.
I just wanted to ask, throughout the whole set, you've been on a different competition from the rest of Latin. You were on TPC, and Michael were the only ones being there. And even in one of the sub-regionals, both of you were top 2, even far above the rest. So I just wanted to ask, what were your thoughts on being able to compete at such a higher level, and if you feel like a beacon of hope for Latam?
Well, yeah, kind of. Not really a beacon of hope, but like I hope people see me and just say, "Dang, he's good. I can be good." I mean, they can try, but yeah. And after all, like just competing here in like TPC and everything, it's just like it feels good. But I think I was like pretty one of the top players before. I don't really know how to word it. I'm like chilling here. I'm like chilling. I just hope I get back in here again.
I think you're being very humble, Tex, and you definitely are one of the best players in the world. And I think that's evidenced by how many times you've been to a Tactician's Crown and competed at that highest level. So what would it mean to you to be able to go back to a Tac Crown? I think that would be your 5th appearance, right?
Oh, I would love to go back because currently I think Michael has tied me with 4, and I want to be the one with the most Worlds appearances. So yeah, 5th one would be really good. And I don't know who has the most Worlds in the world, but it's probably 5 or 6 Worlds. Somebody probably has 6 Worlds, I think. So yeah, those are like my personal records that I want to beat for myself, other than, winning Worlds.
Yes, of course, which is the biggest accomplishment, but you've been so close, and so hopefully we get a chance to see you back there. Tex, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast to talk to us a little bit before you start your competition day, and we're wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we got to get the secret sauce after we see Tex play today, and hopefully it's going to be something that does get him that success. But it's really nice to be able to pick his brain, right? No, I'm so glad you tried that, Pie Hat.
Yeah.
Because maybe we get that little something to see and to keep an eye out for. But now we really get something to look forward to. I think as well for some of the other players that are going to be competing this weekend, it's not just about the pro players. Of course, it's about our ladder players as well as another one of those qualification methods for our competition. If you performed well in the in-game ranked ladder, you could also find yourself here competing at an America's Regional Finals. And I love that we get a chance to highlight some of those people here too, Dobbs.
Yes, I mean, from this slide at least, we can see these ladder warriors not just not just play well the couple of ladder games, but at tournaments as well. We can highlight Spencer, that has proven him a lot on the America series. Played Worlds more than one time. I feel third. He played 3 times Worlds and may almost get into that final lobby. So hopefully he will be able to join the TPC next weekend because he's one of the best across the week 1.
And I want to point out, currently the track record for ladder players is 75% of advancement rate, because Peter, Lars Layer, and CMB, they made it from playing into week 1, so odds are very favorable for now.
That is a good point, because I think as we kind of started to touch on the subject yesterday, being able to perform at ladder at such a high level and maintain one of those top spots, I think that does give you a little bit of a different competitive edge when it comes to being able to adapt on the fly. And as we take a look at this list too, Dobbs, I think one of those players that we're really helping to see find success has got to be Toddy, right?
Exactly. I mean, Toddy had the America's Finals that he was the only one to not qualify, get to the 8th spot. It feels so bad back in the day, but I still think that he is going to be able to reach the dream of playing Tactician Crown once. So hopefully he's on this next weekend.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Of course, I have to shout out the LATAM players. I know both Draco and Fandekiki have been competing for a long time. They've actually been a little bit of a renaissance of them, because both Draco went AFK for a while, then returned at the end of the final of Cup 3 of last set, and he actually had a really decent run. He's now just pulling it up again, and Kiki has been just turning up the ladder for a while now, so it's time to see if they can fight against the best of the best, and maybe they can pull their own weight.
While ladder was only one of the qualification methods, I think it speaks true to what both of you were saying, is that a lot of these players that qualify through ladder do come in with an extra set of skills from also just being big tournament threats. They've already proven that. There's also another subsection of players that have proven that even just recently with the Tacticians Cup finishes from Tacticians Cup number 1 and Tacticians Cup number 2. And these are going to be the players that are hoping that they get a chance to be in the TFT Pro circuit coming up in next set 16. One of those players to me that I think I've really started to become a fan favorite of is Dank Memes. This is a player that I've always been so passionate about because of the way that he puts his heart on his sleeve. He's been so passionately about his competitive runs for TFT. And similarly, I know we already kind of talked about Malala, but from the Americas, I think those are the 2 players that I'm really looking at right now from this Tacticians Cup number 1.
Yeah, from the Tactician Cup number 1, I can highlight a couple of my friends, either Tax and Vakio. Hopefully they can do well. And I know Tax that he's really competitive. He's still pursuing his first appearance on Tactician Crown. On Macau Open, he did pretty well, losing into the semifinals. So he'll come short, almost gets into that final lobby. So hopefully he can make it their way through his dream, achieving the Tactician Crown.
And on the other side of the coin, the Latin players, I also want to shout out as well, because it's their time as well. Josue is probably the strongest Peruvian player of all time, and that's saying that from someone who is also from Peru. So I just hold him at a very high caliber, and I hope he actually makes it. He's one of the players with the label great Latin players that haven't made it to Worlds yet, into the Tacticians round yet. Had to slip that one once at some point. And Aris as well. He is probably one of the youngest, if not the youngest player competing on the regional finals. So it's going to be interesting to see how is he going to be able to pull up with the pressure that's going to come from this.
The pressure is going to be intense, and as you pointed out, Pi Hat, this is where the stakes are pretty high. We start with those 48 players today, and we will eventually cut to 32 at the end of 6 games. We're going to be getting that first game started just shortly. And so for that, thank you, Dobbs and Pi Hat, so much for joining me at the top of our day. But let's send it over to our casters, Gangly and Asa, to get this party started for day 2 of the Americas Regional Finals.
Thank you so much, Necra, Dobbs, and Pi Hat for taking us through the pre-show. Gangly and Asa here to bring you through game number 1, week 1, day 1 of the KO Coliseum Regional Finals. Asa, we got to see the play-ins yesterday. A lot of exciting stuff, tight games, hard cutoff. Today is totally different format, right? We're going to be seeing a completely different day, both in the format and also in like the mixed bag of players we're seeing on the day.
Yeah, on the first day, we had 50% of the players advance, but today we'll have 2/3 of the players advance. So it's not quite as tight, but the competition will be a lot tougher. The play-ins had some, obviously all great players, but some less experienced players, whereas today we're seeing a lot of those more of those pro circuit players and just more known quantities competing that are used to that tough competition. So we'll have to see how the players are able to handle that.
Yeah, that's the fun part of this 2-weekend format, is that not only, like you're saying, do we get these high caliber TPC players that we've gotten to see all weekend, but we get to see the players who are like the, on the cusp of TPC, the players that you wouldn't have been surprised if they made it to the regional finals. And then on top of that, you get the players who have been able to take you could call it like the tier 2 run, like the journey from trials or sub-regional through trials to cup and then all the way to the regional finals. And so what's fun about today and what I'm really excited to see is how these different journeys, kind of all meet at a head. There's something in particular I think it's worth talking about is the players who have almost no competitive experience, right? And have been able to use that competitive pipeline through trials and sub-regionals to finally get a shot at playing with, 3 different world champions being here, like Malala and Dish Soap and Replay. But I know we talked a little bit about Oriz. There's Ego in this field. Crazy Cat, I think, is another one. A lot of players that either don't have a ton of competitive experience or players that we haven't seen very much on this larger regional stage.
Yeah, a few of the players you just named they've been challenger for a few sets, but they haven't really been high challenger or have competed in the cups, and definitely not the regional finals competing against these players like Spencer and Ripple that have been here before and always been competing at a high level.
Yeah, even yesterday when we were watching the play-ins, there was that player Slicedown who ended 5th in the day overall. But Slicedown was a player that won the sub-regional, made it to trials, got to go from trials to the cup, got the last slot in from cup, and then despite the fact that Slicedown went 5th in the play-ins yesterday, actually ended up making it today because of a player dropping out of week 1 of the regional finals. So Slicedown gets a second life to keep this pipeline alive from trials or sub-regional all the way to potentially the Tactician's crown, which I will say, like we should say, if a player who qualified in through the sub-regionals all the way to the regional finals ends up making it to TAC crown, it probably would be the greatest Cinderella story we've seen in TFT yet.
That would be awesome. Yeah, when we were watching the final game yesterday, I was so focused on who's playing for that top 4 slot. It never crossed my mind a single time that whoever made 5th actually does have that chance if, one of the 32 players that are playing today drops out. And we did have that dropout, so Slicedown, thanks to his performance in that final game, is going to be able to play today.
Yeah, and I do want to say, for anyone who didn't get to watch the play-ins yesterday, I know we're going to be able to watch a little bit of Slicedown today. This guy is a maniac. I think this meta in particular lets people's true colors kind of come out, right? With Fast 9, I think in general you tend to have some players that want to play more conservatively, like the Fast 9's on the table, but I only really want to play it when the spot is given to me on a silver platter. And I think that there are some players in a meta like this that they want as many Fast 9 games as possible because it's like, you know, a comfort composition for them or like a comfort shape of the game. Slicedown 100% seemed like one of those players. I think it was 5 out of the 6 games were Fast 9, either through mech or the TF games. So I'm excited to see like how many of the players in the field today are angling toward Fast 9 or are looking for those versus how many are just trying to get, you know, your top 4 playing reroll as much as possible.
Yes, we watched Slicedown in the first game actually greed the 50 gold on the neutral round and then not finish his turn playing Mighty Mech, the hardest comp in the game with all the fruits that you have to deal with and all the items, and then didn't finish his turn and die the next turn. But it was a kind of a testament to the confidence that he has in himself, and it's really cool seeing all the different play styles from players who, some of them, you know, you only have to be in the top 2/3 to advance, so some of them might take a more conservative approach just to get every placement they can, while others might think they're going to try to get those first places and give themselves a cushion right away.
There's this weird balance in TFT where, you know, we always talk on the broadcast about how the greatest edge you can have in a TFT tournament is having the ability to play like yourself. That's something Malala credited most of his set 10 run to, is that I didn't feel any nerves. I played the most like me. I made the fewest mistakes that I possibly could have. And when I think back to that decision from Slicedown yesterday, to me, I think it's like a beautiful illustration of, like you're saying, the confidence he has in himself, saying like, this is the way that I would normally play it. The balance here though, and this is where I'm kind of curious to hear from you as like a competitor, is that playing in tournament is different than playing on ladder. And you can get away with certain things on ladder that you can't necessarily get away with in tournament. So I guess like from your experience, how do you kind of strike a healthy balance of wanting to play like you, but also needing to adjust to the fact that you're playing in a harder field than normal?
It's a little, like you said, it is a tough balance. I actually almost feel it's the other way around, where most competitors over-adjust. I think turning nerves is a very, very real thing. I think a lot of players actually began to find their success when they started treating tournaments more like ladder. We've been seeing a lot of the popular NA streamers who used to not stream tournaments so they could focus. Now they just stream and they just talk as if they're playing ladder, and I think that kind of helps them take the nerves off. And it lets you play better, even though, yes, the field is tougher, but you could get a tough ladder game as well. So you do have to make adjustments to expecting the lobby tempo to be higher than you're used to.
In general, with these Fast 9 metas, one of the kind of gaps that we tend to see is like the lack of 4-cost competitions. And we saw yesterday, one of the really exciting adjustments that some of the players made was utilizing things like the Crystal Gambit cash outs to sort of elevate your 4-cost carries. We saw it with, I think it might have been CMB, who played like a Star Guardian hybrid sort of composition, playing Jinx to like a Fast 9, Fast 10. So I'm excited to see what adjustments players make to allow 4-cost to kind of fit in the meta. But we've got our first lobby on the day. We should talk about it a little bit, Asa. So Slicedown, Tech Summers, Kai Wang, Biri, JD, Replay, Ego, Ripple. A couple of the newcomers that we highlighted before, Ego and Slicedown, both players who came in through either the sub-regional or the trials pipeline. I think kind of surrounded by players who are either TPC or I think you would just argue are TPC caliber. Pretty much all the other 6 players are players that we would believe to be capable of making it to the TPC, or perhaps even expected.
Yeah, it's definitely a stack lobby. Pretty much, as you mentioned, besides Slicedown and Ego, we got Replay, former world champion, and I think Kai Wayne, Biri, JD, and Ripple have all played in Americans regionals before. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
so there's definitely no strangers to the top competition.
Ripple in particular is a player that always stands out to me. You know, he's a player that has been kind of in and out of like the highest level of competition, but was very close to making it to the Tactician's crown back in set 8, and since then has always been a player that it feels like when he's in form, he's absolutely capable of making it. All right, game's ready. We're gonna be getting an early power snack, so we'll have both power snacks by the end of stage 2 for this game. We're gonna hop on board with Replay.
All right, Gangly, do you have any tech for this portal? I was talking about this with Necra yesterday, and I actually think it doesn't really affect your play that much. I think getting your second snack on 2-6 compared to 3-6 is just not that big of a difference. Doesn't really change any of the comp that I want to play.
So the only thing I do think it really affects is that it kind of increases the margin between the high rollers and the low rollers on stage 2, where if you have a fully upgraded board on stage 2, having an additional snack does mean that you have fruit on 2 upgraded units. Also, you know, there's maybe a world where if it's like an item heavy opener and then you take items on stage 2, you could potentially have fruit on 2 itemized units, which is higher value. But overall, I don't actually think this is that swingy, and I really don't think I don't think most players will like change the way they play because of the portal.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's a good call out, where if you have an extra upgrade unit to take advantage of that, then you can get a little bit of a boost. It's really interesting that might widen the HP gap in the mid game compared to a normal game.
Tech Summers, hold on to a couple of eyes. So the tailoring was a big thing before. I believe it's not currently in the game, right? Where getting something like Knuckle Dusters isn't. Yeah, there's no requirement of playing the Vise on your board in order to get something like Knuckle Dusters, which has been a pretty popular reroll composition that we've seen throughout yesterday. I think we saw Chunnington play it 2 games back to back in the first 2 days of competition, and
Texas
quite
definitely
well
playing for Knuckle Dusters.
Yeah, not happening though. Not today. Actually, I actually personally like all 3 of these options. We've seen a lot of branching out. There's a couple different ways to play it where it opens up a handful of different verticals, and you also have a lot of outs playing something like mech where you can give your mech a different emblem. Getting a luchador is an interesting hit here.
Yeah, so he can probably either play around. You definitely want to play a comp that uses luchador, otherwise you're just not using all your resources. You can play around Volibear, either edgelord variation, or you could go for maybe a Jin reroll. We'll have to see what Tech Summers ends up going for. He might decide after he sees his next 5 shops.
Looking around, see if there's anything super spicy. A couple Caretaker's allies. We should get a note on what 2 costs we're going to be expecting from those players. But everything else, I would say like nothing too hot. We got a Silver Destiny coming in from Ego. Going to be getting the second win with a little bit of extra econ. Yeah, I would say overall nothing too spicy here.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see where Barry goes with a Caretaker's ally. This gives you a 2 cost every time you level up, so you could either use it to supplement a reroll if they got a Koboko, for example, supplement a Janna reroll where you want to go for that Koboko 3, it'll give you a few extra copies, or you could just play a Fast 8, Fast 9 variation. We saw someone do this yesterday, I believe with Dr. Mundo, and just had a Dr. Mundo 3-star on a Fast 9 board.
Okay, replay had the Titans upgraded Aatrox with the fruit on him. I'm just saying, I think replay was probably looking for Mecha Blade there. Open belt means that off the first carousel, replay had potential to maybe get the tempo heavyweight into the Darius line. But Titans in general, I feel like is kind of a hard slam to feel super excited about on stage 2. It's an item that I feel scales better when you have more items to supplement it, because you want to be taking damage in order to get full value out of it. So something with like Asterix allows it to really come alive. But yeah, let's keep it in mind to see where replay goes there. JD, is the other Caretakers? Is it Lux? Do we know?
It's either Lux or Shen. He has 2 copies of each, so could be either one really. Either one would be a decent amount, just because it would give you your 2-star on level 5, which he's getting next round. So a really good tempo opener for the Caretakers for JD.
Yeah, another Sterix open belt, by the way. For
yeah,
Ego with I think, I mean, it's a strong opener, but I still don't exactly know, like, when you slam Titans, how many different lines are you really angling toward? I imagine mech is certainly something you could play. Obviously, heavyweights could be there as well. I don't know if there's any other lines that feel super obvious with the Titan slam.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty narrow item. As you mentioned, it does combo very well with other items. Titans unlocks a lot of the potential after it's fully stacked, as you can see the Neferi here, which, if it's not getting attacked, just happens way too late in the fight to get value. If it is getting attacked, you really need those other items in order to make it not die by the time it's fully stacked. As you mentioned, you kind of can't go into mech with any items. It's just so flexible. A lot of people might be eventually looking to put this on like a Lee Sin, and just using whatever the strongest item is right now for tempo to save that HP.
First carousel coming through. All the players here most likely just going to be looking to see. I mean, the first half at least are going to be looking to try and get some sort of BIS for their current setup. You see, Barry gets a rod.
The thing that stands out to me is 5 players have Aatrox on their board, and the other 3 players have Bastion. So you can see the players are really leaning into those like S tier compositions. Regardless of whether it's contested, they know, hey, these comps are preferable compared to perhaps a Protector opener, which is strong when it's uncontested, but not quite as strong as some like the Mighty Mech. So we'll have to see if they end up stepping on each other's toes or if anyone pivots out.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I don't think any of these Titan Slams are going into a heavyweight Malzahar line. I'm just going to be honest with you. As much as I would love to see it, based on the current setup of the boards, it does feel like they're both just trying to go mech. Understandable, but it is a darn shame.
I mean, it could happen. It just depends what you see in your next shop. 3 Darius next shop.
That's right, that's right. Place down on the other side. Level 4, holding the Kales. I don't think this is necessarily actually, angling toward Kale reroll, especially with over encumbered there on the other side. Probably not holding too much on our bench. We saw Slice Down, we said it earlier, play Fast 9 almost every game of yesterday. It's clearly a comfort composition or a comfort play style for them. There's an argument that, you already have a couple people angling toward mech. Do you really want to try and be the third person playing mech? The good news is that you don't have to play mech to go Fast 9. You can play around the TF. You can play around, any of the legendaries with either the Juggernaut or the Bastion frontline too. So we'll come back to Slice Down a little bit and see where they end up.
I just want to correct real fast. Slice Down has Patience as a Virtue, which is the augment where you gain rerolls if you don't buy units. So they could burn them all on stage 3-1 for Kales, or use it to level up and use those rolls more efficiently later. We'll have to see where they go. Personally, I think with 3 Kales already, it's kind of tempting to just go for it.
Okay, that's interesting. I actually don't know how common Patience is a Virtue into a 1-cost reroll is.
It's not common, but
I know Patience is a Virtue is something we saw Slice Down take into Fast 9 yesterday. That was one of the lines that they played. And then they played Crystal Gambit through stage 3 into a double down into Fast 9 using all their rerolls. Actually, that might have been the first game of the day that we were talking about earlier, where he did not use all the rerolls on neutrals and waited until 5-1 to do the huge transition. But clearly, this is a line that the Slice Down has practice on and is willing to play Patience as a Virtue into some sort of big roll down later on in the game.
Yeah, Berry, it seems, with the Caretakers on the Koboko. So you could use this into a Janna reroll composition that really wants that Koboko 3 with a 4 Mentor. Koboko did get a nerf in the most recent patch, but still a very strong unit. The effect is almost as strong as the Jarvan, just stunning most of the enemy team each cast. Alternatively, you could just go for a Fast 8, maybe something like Star Guardian that might naturally play Koboko on the board and just have a Koboko 3 for some added power.
Something we haven't seen as much this patch compared to the previous patch is the 5 Crystal Gambit Malzahar. But Biribiri does have 2 of the key units to make this really come alive, which are the Cassante and the Ashe, 2 units that are generally pretty hard to find when you're trying to play around the line. But I don't think it's going to be a Malzahar game. I think we're
seeing the Malzahar angle in every line.
I'm finding Mentor. We've got the Janna. We've got Koboko. Biribiri's keeping it simple. I just, a man can dream.
Yeah. The 5 Crystal line, it has a Juggernaut and a Bastion. But since Koboko, of course, is heavyweight, you really want to take advantage of getting that Caretaker's Ally Koboko 3 when you have this opportunity.
See the battle of the Caretakers here. JDZ on the other side is the Lux. This is something we got confirmation of, but from what we're seeing, actually, this is kind of the other way you can play the line that you referenced earlier, where it's like JDZ is just kind of using this as a rebate on leveling, right? It seems like he's just kind of ignoring the Lux that he's getting. He had the opportunity to maybe use it on stage 2 to get some tempo. He saved a lot of HP, 96 right now for win streak, but is playing around more of the Star Guardian line. It might just be using the Lux for econ.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like JD is even keeping the Luxes. Basically, it's kind of a gambling augment. If you high roll a really good unit like a Janna, for example, it's really good, or a Katarina, but if you low roll and you get something you don't really want like a Lux, you can just sell your copies. By the time you get level 8, it's still giving you 10 gold, which is not quite as good as something like 123 is giving you 10 gold right away, but it's serviceable. It's not the end of the world if you just have to sell all the copies.
Yeah, wait, we did see, I don't know if that was actually what the magic roll was, but Slicedown had an RE2 on their board.
Yeah.
And so if that was from magic roll, it's actually like perhaps the perfect hit to find in that position, because he's able to get an upgrade at 3 cost without using a single one of his shop slots. So he can continue to farm Patience as a Virtue value while still upgrading his board.
Yeah, that's actually huge. Slicedown may have used some of the Patience as a Virtue rolls. That's something
he had 10.
I personally big. Oh, okay. So maybe use a couple, maybe not. It's not sure.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty big advocate of using a couple rolls if you're going to buy something for your shop anyway, because that'll stabilize you for the next entire stage. And you get so many rolls. You really don't need 22 rolls instead of 20 rolls, on level 8.
I feel like you and Slicedown have very different ways of seeing the game, Asa. I think Slicedown wants every one of those rolls for 5-1.
Maybe.
We'll see. All right, we got a crew setup here. It's looking like, but wait, actually, hold on. I didn't see the stuff on the board there for Ripple was actually not a full crew setup, right? I don't know if that was.
Yeah, no, we saw a crew player. They had a Kog'Maw sitting on their board just because they hadn't found Ziggs yet.
Okay.
Just as a one-off unit. Yeah, right here for Ripple.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Rolling for the Malphite and the Silver 3, yeah, it's huge. This should give Ripple a really strong stage 3. I would expect a full streak on this round, but their items are a tiny bit awkward for this fight, having 2 components on bench versus JD with 4 fully items made against 2.
Yeah, really just a question of how long this Malphite holds up and then how much damage you can do after. I mean, he whittles down the front line. Yeah. It's actually going to be pretty close here. I don't think the Syndra has enough damage to take out the rest of the back line. Yeah, okay. That's a big win.
JD itemizing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, just big win for Ripple to invest that much into your board and then finding the win feels really good.
Yeah, for JD, they are sacrificing some of their early game power to itemize for the late game using the Infinity Edge Syndra, and it's still working pretty well. They're second highest in HP, but if they did have a better AP item on Syndra, might have been able to do it.
There is a Jarvan on this carousel, one of the most highly contested units, and surprisingly, he's made it pretty far. Yeah. This is crazy. Nobody wants it.
It does have Chain, which is one of the least contested components.
Sure.
But yeah, this is a little surprising. No one wanted Jarvan.
Tech Summers finally lost his streak last round. Playing around the 4 Juggernaut, got 3 Luchador online.
Looks like he is going to go for the Gen reroll.
Yeah, okay. And this is kind of we alluded to this earlier, where there's there's a philosophy difference between a lot of different players of how you want to pilot the game, and of course has a lot to do with the shops you're being offered and what you think is the path of least resistance. But I like this play from Tech Summers. We saw a lot of players contesting Mech and the Fast 9 boards yesterday, and while of course the AVP is quite good, the win rate's extremely good, there are a lot of players that end up going 7th or 8th because of how contested it is. And it feels like Tex is in a position right now to play super high tempo, play Jin reroll, a line that no one's going to be competing with you for those units, and should be able to secure a decent amount of points in game 1 as long as nothing goes too crazy. I will say, he had to roll pretty deep just to find Jin 2. He only has three Jins and 5 Mundos, and if he can't find them on like a decent cadence, I definitely don't think he's completely out of the woods.
Yeah, that's how TFT goes. It kind of just depends on how your shops are from now. But Tech's got quite a big econ boost from 7 win streaking, which just gives you so much gold, and has a team-wide combat augment on 3-2, which doesn't give him that much power right now, but if he is able to make it to the end game, which it does seem like he's going to get there, it's going to be set himself for a really good end game. It looks like Ripple just made a Gen 2 as well, which might hurt Texas' chances.
Ooh. Yep, Jin is something that can be played in the crew line. I imagine Ripple's probably not angling toward the, the old school Jin, protector sniper line, but still keeping the Jin 2 online is going to be keeping him out of the pool for our Jin player.
Replay looks like just pretty much committed to this mech line. It's holding the Darius and the Volibear, so Replay I think is a player who likes to play around backup outs, which is one thing I was surprised we didn't see that much yesterday, is the players who kind of committed to the mech line. We're just going to say, hey, it's Yone or bust. If I don't find Yone, I'm out of here. But you can see Replay is holding some of those backup options.
Yep, the Mal's and the Darius on bench. Also, I will say Darius and Mal's, it's a composition that works very well when you have something like Eye for an Eye because of how many itemized units you have on that level 7 board between Poppy, Jace, Darius, Malzahar. JD, we see at this point...
I don't think he's going to play a Malzahar, okay? Like, calm down.
I'm just saying he's holding it. He's holding it. It could. JD, we talked about it before, selling every Lux as soon as he's leveling up, not holding anymore. Ego is doubling down. I don't know, 162 makes me think that there could be one more round before he actually cashes out here.
Yeah, it depends how many rounds there are. I hope it's only one more. You really don't want to be stacking that many rounds in stage 4 with Ego's amount of HP. And another problem is if it's more than one, you have to do your transition on 4-3, which you get a lot less time. And as we saw yesterday, even for these players who are really fast, really good at the game, time is a super valuable resource, especially in set 15 where you have to deal with the fruits.
We'll have to see for now, trying to strike the balance between killing enough units while making sure that you don't accidentally win the round. It's important to note, pretty common tech is to itemize your back line and not itemize your front line until you're confident that your front line is going to be able to crumble against your opponent. Dealing damage is a really good way of killing units, but you don't want the fight to last long enough to do too much damage. So especially with something like Second Wind giving you a little bit, more time in the battle, we could see he was holding off on the Protector Zhao until he saw who he was fighting before slamming it.
We also see Ego, even with very few of the mech units, only like the Aatrox and the Senna, it looks like they're just gonna commit to the mech line, it almost feels like, with these items.
Let's see. Whenever it's a big transition turn, normally you don't want to spend too much time on your augment.
They might not be cashing out on this turn.
Oh, you're right. They would have cashed out before the augment was offered, actually, right? So they actually have one more round to play before the cash out. So this is exactly what you're saying now. He'll be cashing out on 4-3, which means it's a 30-second planning phase instead of the extended one. So it's going to be a little bit of a harder turn than normal. We got our mech specialist Slice Down playing in his comfort of rolling almost all of his patience as a virtue stacks, and is able to get the 7 mech online and the double mech pilot. So I think Slice Down's he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Slice Down spot's looking really good. I mean, this is kind of what we've been talking about. If you find the Yone, your spot is really good, and if you don't find the Yone, your spot is kind of bad. So, fortunate for Slice Down here.
Okay, Ego going to be taking a pretty heavy loss up against JD. JD, we can see, fully committed into the Star Guardian line now. Playing the Xayah 2. Xayah does a lot of damage, and he has the backup for when he wants to switch everything over to the Jinx. It is interesting playing the items on Xayah 2 over Jinx 1. I'm not exactly sure what's most common, but JD obviously is, believes that is a strong.
I'm really scared for Ego.
Oh wait,
I'm pretty scared for Ego's spot. The amount of gold they have is not quite enough to go fast 9, so they're realizing that and rolling now to save time next turn, which I think is a great heads-up play by Ego. But when you have those items and you're unable to make it to level 9, I'm looking forward to see what they make out of it, because Kraken Slayer, Jewel Gauntlet, maybe a Star Guardian line, but I'm definitely a little scared.
we'll have to come back after Carousel to see exactly where he ends up. Slice Down uses the rest of the Patience as a Virtue rolls, by the way, and has 5 karmas. Wait a second.
Has 8 karmas.
That's 8 karmas. I'm like looking at the bench. I'm like, oh man, he's got 5 karmas. And he actually did the tech, and it worked on me, where you spread them out on your bench in case someone's just glancing and they don't notice.
Also, Jarvan 2 as well. Jarvan 2 Yone is looking incredibly good for Slice Down. Slice Down can also lock other players out of playing the Mighty Mat composition, which Ego was maybe thinking about, but then decided not to play based on Slice Down spot.
I think. Oh, does Ego take this TF? He does have the Kraken. No, ends up taking the tier. Okay, Ego's going to have a very hard turn. Obviously, I think it's a great call out, Asa. Having 8 karmas, it locks out pretty much everyone, right? There's one potential karma left in the pool, but until Slice Down gets rid of those, which he's not, by the way.
There's 2, but yeah, it's still really hard to hit.
Oh, sorry, there are 2. There are two remaining. But it's still, I would still say, like, it locks out pretty much anyone else.
Yeah.
And if there are 3 people playing it, I mean, it's obviously it's very unlikely that we have 3 people with a capacity to get there. Ego should be doing our cash out right now, so we want to make sure we're seeing. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it does seem like they are going to commit to the Mighty Mech, and they do find the Yone, but this is what's happening. They can't find the karma.
See, okay. So this, I just completely missed it. So he doubled down on 4-2 before the augment selection, then, right?
I see, so he was. Yeah, he hasn't cashed out yet, but already did the roll down just to save time. And I like this play a lot, just to divide all your actions up between 2 different turns.
He's 13 HP, by the way.
Ego's gonna be dangerous to not even survive this round, though.
No, he's dead. Right? He's just dead, and Ego, unfortunately, with the double down on 4-2, tries to risk it, and maybe it was because he saw Slice Down do the roll down and lock him out of the mech line. Felt like he just needed additional resources to find a way back into the game, and unfortunately is not going to be able to live long enough to see that cash out. So Ego, one of our newcomers to the regional field, is unfortunately going to go 8th in game number 1.
I think that's that playstyle difference that you highlighted earlier, where I would have cashed out on 4-2 for sure. But Ego was thinking, hey, it's 1st or 8th. If I do make it to that double down, then maybe I could win the game off this. And I mean, I absolutely don't think it was a reasonable decision to go for it, but it just didn't work out here.
Slice Down, Slice Down's looking like the boogeyman right now, right? I mean, this is Tesla Coil, 7 mech. We got Mech Pilot locking out with a potential backdoor Karma 3 angle as well. There is a world, of course, that something else does happen and Slice Down doesn't win this game, but I think right now, if you're Slice Down, this feels like your game to lose.
Yeah, I think already having, not even the 8 karmas, but already having the Karma 2 and the Jarvan 2 and the 1 Yone, I think from this spot, with 2 lives, you could have a loss as a fluke, but you feel very confident in your board strength. If you look at this fight even here, is won pretty convincingly, and Slice Down still has one of the few players who is able to build up their econ based on the strength of their board and go 9 and cap out. Or maybe just roll for Karma if he's desperate, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. We should zoom out for a second too, take a look at the lobby HP, right? Ripple and Tech Summers is our crew player and our Jin reroll player, sitting on top above 70 HP, and then you start to see a huge gap. 51 HP for JD, 49 for Kaiwang, and then 21 for both Biri and Slice Down. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, where Ripple and Tex, their cap is generally speaking lower than the rest of the lobby. Of course, there are ways to cap out, like crew. Finding a TF2 does make it much stronger than, the spike between playing non-TF crew and TF crew is huge. And of course, Jin reroll can find something like a Varus 2 on 9, and really. Oh my!
Oh, gosh, there's a Karma 3.
What?
All right.
He actually rolled for it.
Just look at him in the camera. He's so happy. I mean, it's a scam that he even got here. He probably wasn't even expecting to play today. And then...
That is crazy. Slice Down went from not qualifying to week 1, day 1, to hitting Karma 3 on the first game of day 1.
Yeah, we were kind of already saying like Slice Down was in a position to go first, even without the Karma 3. I think this definitely seals the deal. It's hard it's really hard to imagine Slicedown losing another round.
I'm gonna pull back the curtain and just say that we were saying to production, let's not watch Slicedown anymore because he already won the game, which is why we're starting to set up other boards in the lobby, and then Slicedown immediately finds Karma 3 as payback for us wanting to go to another board. So yeah, Slicedown at this point in time is on a victory lap. And it does actually, this is an important part of TFT. This is where matchmaking also starts to influence the game a lot, because there is one player who has a gigantic mech with a ton of damage in the backline, and pretty much everyone who plays Slicedown from now till the rest of the game is going to be losing by 8, 7, at level 9 units, which means that you are praying right now to fight anybody else in the lobby, preserve HP, and if you're Ripple or Tex, you are extremely happy because you're already playing for this top 2, top 3 position, and now you're guaranteeing that other people in the lobby are taking max damage from Slicedown.
Oh, I think Ripple is definitely not happy. Ripple is definitely one of the players looking at this spot, already has the Twist of Fate, would have been able to contest first place if Slicedown
yeah.
that Karma 3, I think.
That's true, actually. Crew in particular is like a one-cost reroll that scales into the late game way better than pretty much any other one-cost reroll composition we've seen in TFT, right? Because of the power gap between having the TF and not having the TF. That's true. He does have more top end. I mean, I think JD is pretty happy. Unless matchmaking goes awry and JD, or not JD, Tech Summers. If matchmaking goes awry, Tech Summers rotates directly into Slicedown 2 out of what it would be 3 or 4 rounds. I think otherwise you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, Slicedown hitting that Karma 3 really affects the strategy for the rest of the lobby, because now you know you're basically definitely not going first, so now you don't really worry about that person. You kind of change up your strategy to save as much HP as possible, as opposed to saving Econ and maybe playing for that late game scaling in stage 6.
Question now is really just going to be who can win the fights against one another, right? Like the fight we're watching right now suddenly becomes one of the most important fights for the rest of the standings, because everyone knows they're losing to Slicedown, but if they can find even one win, and really close fight there, the Jin finally getting onto the Janna, Beery's going to take a loss there, and Tex keeps his HP alive.
Barry did end up going for that Janna reroll with the Kobuko caretakers. That's definitely the most common line. Uses a Kobuko 3 really well with a 4 mentor buff. Just isn't quite able to stand up to Tech Summers. Also going for the 2-cost reroll with a Gem Mundo. Kind of choosing to take advantage of the Luchador from the branching out. Playing the 4 Luchador on the board, which is a huge power spike for the Mundo 3, without needing to find the Braum.
I do want to highlight, by the way, we didn't see it, he died off screen, but Replay did end up playing Darius Malzahar. Going
okay, all right. Yeah,
but he saw the angle.
Yeah, Replay. I really like that Replay like kind of held the flexible options. That kind of like flex TFT that we say is not as good in later sets now that there's more committal augments, fruits at AV high roll. You don't really want to lose those, but I really like how Replay did keep several options open with a 7 Mighty Mech potential, with a Volibear potential, and even using the Malzahar option.
Yep. You know, something we didn't actually talk about, and I think it's worth it to draw attention to, is Pandora's Bench. This is an augment that sometimes can feel really fickle. You know, if you're playing something like, I don't know, Katarina, and you're looking for just a pretty narrow set of units, just the Rakan or Katarina, for instance, there's probably a better example, but sometimes this augment can feel like you can low roll quite a bit. But I feel like Pandora's Bench in Crew feels really good because it's one of the best ways to get access to the TF, especially early. When you're rolling so much on level 7 and 8, it's pretty likely that you'll find a 5 cost, even if it's not the one you're looking for. But having access to finding the TF early is what makes the Crew line really come alive.
Yeah, I completely agree. Pandora's great augment. Generally can think of it as an econ augment. For this comp, it has the added benefit of rolling for that TF, which normally is extremely hard to find.
Yeah.
Once you're rolling on such low levels. We saw Ripple just now got level 8, which only gives you 3% odds for a 5 cost.
All right, we're checking back in on the victory lap from Slicedown. Let's see. Who is taking infinite damage this round?
Yeah,
it's gonna be
poor
Tex.
Tex Summers.
I mean, Tex can kill some stuff, which is the good news. Yone will die, and now the Jin will go onto the mech. See if maybe the Mundo holds up long enough for us to get another kill. Probably not.
Yeah, the Karma 3 is just shredding through everything. Every single time this unit casts, it's multiple units on Tex's side dying.
Okay. I will say, though, if your Tex, isn't this kind of a high roll because you're fighting Slice Down before stage 6? So you get less base damage than anyone fighting Slice Down next stage?
It's only a 2 damage difference. I don't really think it matters that much between. Okay. But it could make the tiebreaker where one player dies, with like -5 and another player dies with -4. Then that stage damage could be the difference. But I'd be pretty unhappy anytime I fought Slice Down.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Tex was in such a good spot too. With the second highest HP behind Ripple and like a really strong board, it was kind of looking like Tex was maybe going to go 3rd, but after that fight, if they rotate into Ripple, could maybe end up going as low as 5th, potentially.
Looks like Tex and JD are going to be fighting both of the 2 players in 4th and 5th place, so the winner of that fight will be moving on to the top 4. Could be a ghost fight, though, so there's some implications where maybe JD ends up playing his real board faces Slice Down or something, so they could both go out this turn. It's possible, depending on the match.
It's pretty likely to be a ghost fight, I think.
Okay,
but it is possible. Ghost boards are slightly weaker than real boards, so it's not a ghost fight. So they will be playing for that bot 4 slot. This is a fight to determine who gets it.
Oh, the Braum is on this Mundo. See how that actually changes the targeting, but the Luchador proc actually throws him back in.
Oh yeah.
Still standing right in front of that Jin. That's pretty nice.
The Mundo's still full health after the Luchador proc. But the Jinx is stacking out the Kraken and the Rageblade, both fully stacked. Wow, 1 rocket takes out Jin.
Man, it is so hard. That is the downside of playing around the Jin, is just the single target damage makes that fight so slow. And Tex Summers and Kaiwang both fall, going 4th and 5th. Middle of the pack placements, I mean, it's typically in TFT you think of things as top 4, bot 4, but in tournament you really have to kind of think of it as just points.
Yeah.
5th is not a bad placement. It's giving you 4 points instead of 5 points. That's significantly less of a swing than losing 10 LP versus gaining 10 LP, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like the difference between 3rd and 4th, or like 8th and 7th, 4th and 5th, they're all the same in tournament. They're all 1 point. Obviously 1 point is a very, very big deal, as we saw yesterday, but it's pretty unfortunate for Tex Summers. They're in a really good spot, but just weren't quite able to close it out.
JD Zelinsky, the next victim to Slice Down's Rampage. Ripple, honestly, 38 HP at this point in time, at 31 now, does go to show exactly what you were outlining before, that Ripple was truly in contention to go first had Slice Down not been able to find the Karma 3. That said, I mean, we've seen the mech boards at their highest cap go first time and time again, so it certainly would have been a good battle. But at this point in time, it's hard to believe that Ripple has a good shot of getting there. Maybe he can Pandora's bench somehow his own 3-star forecast.
Slice Down looks the same he did a stage ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to go for like a 3-star forecast, but even then, you're fighting a 3-star forecast and a mech, and you're probably gonna have to sell off a bunch of your board to do it. It's looking doomed.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about it before. First, second, 1 point gap. It's meaningful, but it's not the end of the world. And Ripple, of course, one of the most elite players to have not made it into the TPC this past set. I think you're still feeling pretty good about starting off the day, going second. There's a thing in TFT tournaments where a lot of times we see players go bottom 2, and then they kind of continue to go bottom 2 after that, right? It's whether you want to call it tilt, whether you want to call it, whatever. The reality is, most of the time, if you're going bottom 2 game after game, it's probably not because you're on the lowest end of variance, and probably has more to do with the way that you are actually playing and the way that you're handling your low roll or whatever it is. And so I think starting off the day going first or second, if if even if it's not as important in terms of like starting off with a bunch of points, I think the most important thing is like the mental edge it kind of gives you in the day. You get to be in a good mood, you get to ride the high, have some momentum going into the rest of your games.
Yeah, Gangly and I have actually talked about variance so much throughout the years. There's some old content on it, but I mean, over the course of the tournament, there's not that many games, so variance does play a big part. But at the end of the day, there's so much player agency. I think if any one of these players plays as well as they possibly can, they have an extremely high chance of making it to the next day. Like, it's mostly within your control.
Ripple will go down to 1 HP and the dream stays alive. Let's see the Pandora's bench.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like you gotta go for the TF5. Like, Jarvan 3 is not gonna do it here. I mean, you can't even hit Jarvan, but like hypothetically, like Rise, you can't hit Rise either.
Yep. There's
you gotta go for the TF3. The one in like a billion chance of the TF3.
You know what though? Good for Ripple for still making adjustments to his board. You know,
yeah, he's trying. He's trying.
And it actually is. I think that's a good. What's the word? It's like a good habit to have. That even if the game feels hopeless, just making sure you're still looking for optimization on your board, trying to stay sharp. If nothing else, it kind of shows that Ripple is like still awake.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he's still awake after just one game. That would be not very good if he was already feeling tired.
Okay. But you're telling me if you're Ripple in this spot, you're not just like turning off your brain and just kind of accepting your fate? Because I know I am.
I don't feel like I would be positioning. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ripple's
Good win
board
for
is
Slice.
really strong, just not good enough.
That's how it goes though. Sometimes it's not about hitting a strong power threshold. It's about hitting the strongest power threshold. And Slice down, you can see the big smile on his face there. He knows that game is like an egregious high roll. 8 karmas on 4-2. Patience is a virtue. Obviously, a line that we saw him play yesterday. He piloted it again today, rolling on 8 instead of rolling on 9. Playing, you could argue like a little bit more conservatively. I would say it's really just more kind of the spot he was given compared to the way that he was able to play it yesterday. But still, well piloted. I think the shape of his game made sense. He found the Yone, which is the line he opted it into, but I think you have to be proud of yourself for, playing the line well if you're sliced down, even if you had some crazy high roll.
Yeah, for sure. I think he is in good shape for the rest of the tournament. He's clearly in good mental, which is just so important. We talked about there's obviously a big difference what more dog gives you, but at the end of the day, it's up to you.
All right, well, game number 1 is in the books, but we got plenty of more TFT coming your way, so we're going to send it over to a quick break. Then the analyst desk will come to break down everything we saw before we get back into game number 2. So we'll see you in a minute. Of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Holy!
Did you guys learn how to play TFT?
Cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Wei-Jin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
I actually felt like this board was
insanely
so strong
fortunate
without the
yet
cover 3.
awful.
Oh yeah. I want to see like some
Also
other players
skills.
lost in the lobby.
So unlucky.
Because I don't think we saw like the general
incorrect for a minus 200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Too critical, obviously.
It was just fun.
Darius Phillip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing
It was like
below
a circumstance of
30%
you saying
health,
you didn't
heal
want to
all
board,
nearby
and then the
allies
fact
for
that we stayed on it
1200
and solid
health.
target
Yeah,
three
that's
after
true.
was
It worked out. It
amazing.
worked out really well.
Yeah.
God, I should know this one.
I think the no answer
are not showing
The
the
answer
right
was
people, right?
redemption.
Yeah, they had
Oh,
that.
this is the old redemption effect?
I didn't
I'll
know.
do Cartoon Champions 200.
Phillip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent? 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Wei-Jin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
There,
No.
Greg.
It was actually so
Thank you,
good.
Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No, it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock? It's crew. Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No. I'll do what accent?
Okay, what a wild way to kick off our day of competition here at the Americas Regional Finals. Dobbs, Pie Hat, we were going absolutely nuts when Slice Down hit that Karma 3. It was just an instant win on the spot. Oh my goodness.
Yes, I just want to highlight that yesterday we've seen the first game of Slice Down, and he was playing Mac, and he ended up going Nate. And suddenly, the first game of today, he's able to play Mac, and with the composition that everybody wants to play, and still finds its way into a Karma 3, and that last Karma on Natural Shop, it was crazy.
And you can see the other way that the meta can shape around, because the other people were just playing reroll or traditional comps. You'd see the crew reroll, a wild Jin Mundo reroll, the classic Jan and Malzahar. But there's a new reroll in town. What do you think, Necra?
I think we've got to put Karma reroll on the map for this one after this game. Slice Down is definitely going to add that to the meta list. It was just wild. And even after Kai Wing actually had held a Karma on bench, put it back into the pool, and then Slice Down just kind of took it and ran with it. But Dobbs, I love that you brought that up. Slice Down coming into this game was an alternate for the day. Because we had a player drop out, Slice Down comes in, and he is already making the most of his journey in the Americas Regional Finals.
Yes, I can imagine that what he can feel about this, because back on yesterday he went out on the tournament, and suddenly you're called to fill up the roles, and then you end up winning the first game with a Karma 3. So that should mean a lot to him, and hopefully that can make him into his way into the whole competition. So let's see what he can show.
Yeah, I like the main character energy that Slice Down is giving right now, so I'm just really looking forward to see with the second life, the new opportunity that he's been given for this weekend, if he can actually pull it through. It's gonna be a really amazing and very motivational story for a lot of players, that they'll see how Slice Down is going throughout the whole set and think, I can also do the from couch to crown storyline. So it's gonna be really, really inspirational.
Will be very fun to watch the rest of his run throughout today, as we still have 5 more games left to play for all of our competitors before we make that cut down to 32 that will move forward to tomorrow's competition. And we had 5 other lobbies that were also battling it out alongside this one, and so I can't wait to see how those also ended up shaking up, because we're gonna really need to keep our eyes on how our players are accumulating these points throughout the day. As a reminder to everybody, your points from today will carry over to tomorrow if you move forward to the next day of competition. So it's very important that you do your absolute best today with the 6 games that you have, and hopefully give yourself a little bit of a leg up in the competition moving forward to tomorrow. We have so much more action to show everybody, so let's send it all back over to our casters to bring us through the second game, Asa and Gangly.
Thank you, Analyst S. Asa, I think Necro brought up a really important point. Something we talked about at the top of the show is how yesterday we had this really hard cutoff of 50%, 16 to 8. Today is a softer cutoff, but what Necro mentioned that's important is that your points carry over. So even though you can make it into tomorrow, just barely scraping by below the cutoff, it doesn't mean that you're actually out of the woods, because you still need to make top 20 out of 32 tomorrow to make it back to the TPC. So it's a little bit, it's different than most other tournaments. Normally you kind of get to wake up the next morning feeling completely refreshed, like it's a new day. And this weekend instead, you have to actually make sure every single game that you optimize points every single game.
Yeah, I've always liked playing in regionals because since it's basically like a 12 game sample size in a sense, if you make it there, you just get more opportunities to mitigate the variance, and it's really more player agency on your final placement. And yeah, it makes it more so that every single point matters. You might end up finding yourself tomorrow in a spot where you're 1 point short off from making worlds, and you might look back to today and be like, oh, if I just did that one thing differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about how TFT is high variance, right? That is the nature of it. But if you look back at your games over the course of 12 games and you're 1 point short, every single player in this field is going to be able to find a way that they could have earned one more point, right? That's small enough margin that surely over 12 games you can find yourself a couple additional points. So yeah, I think it's really just about making sure you're not falling asleep at the wheel, that you're really just playing your absolute best every single game.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you feel about the 3-cost drops from orbs? Personally, I think having the early game direction to like a potential reroll typically feels pretty good, though this meta is not necessarily always angled that way.
I think it's definitely nice to get 3 costs compared to a lot of the other options. The moment I see the stairs, I'm thinking of Gangly, but Viego was nerfed recently, and I think it's like not super exciting, but
what's his sword?
Both of them very playable in the early game. Yeah, it goes ahead and still to Viego.
Yeah.
Picking up the edge roll player is really important.
Couple option. I mean, this is a pretty expensive shop for a stage 1 for a stage 1 board. Having both a Recon pair and another 2-cost, I think it was the Jin is there as well. You can see most people like to try and hold the 1 cost because being able to get upgraded 1 costs are typically stronger than playing an unupgraded 2 cost. So I would be a little bit surprised if we're trying to hold on to one of our 3 costs and also something like the Recon pair. Malala, though, we've seen oh yeah, go for it.
Holding on the 1 cost is by far the most important. When you upgrade a unit, it gains 50% damage and 80% health, which is just way more than the base difference between a 1 cost and a 2 cost, or a 1 cost and a 3 cost. Flexible Wraith for Malala.
Oof. I mean, the Wraith +1 is a little bit tough. I think you're just kind of taking this as as just an emblem that you're getting and trying to pretend that you actually get this later on in the game, and you'll just get a better one on stage 3. I feel like Wraith in particular is kind of hard to play around. Even
I'm
in the
so
Wraith
surprised you're not talking about Malzahar right now, Giggly.
It's like honestly, most of the time you're playing Malzahar, you already have Wraith in because you're playing Zach or you're playing Cassante, right? Like, I can't think of a single spot where I'm playing around Malzahar where I actually need a Wraith emblem.
Yeah. Flexible usually used for the Mighty Mech line because the mech does inherit the traits of the unit. So we'll see what Malala ends up wanting to play. Okay. Build-A-Bud Rel went out for Valkyo. And Wandering Trainer with Star Guardian, Strategist, Supreme Cell. I feel like that's a little bit of a low roll. There's no... Star Guardian doesn't normally play Strategist, and that's kind of like the big one. You could go into the Akali, which uses both the Supreme Cell and the Strategist. So we'll see what
could go into... You could also go into the Darius Mal's, which utilizes both Star Guardian through the Poppy and Supreme Cell through the Darius. You're starting to see the lines.
It kind of looks like with the Infinity Edge, they're probably just thinking about playing around the Star Guardian emblem, but yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah.
I mean, it's not uncommon, right? Ideally, when you get Wandering Trainer, you'd love to be able to find a way to utilize all of them. But you know, if you have to, obviously the power budget is not built around only using one. But just because you're only using one emblem doesn't mean that you can't find a top 4 or even have a top 2 finish with it. Like I don't think by any means. Yeah.
He's got a little bit unlucky, but it's fine. It's not like your game is over or anything. By the way, we saw T-Lights' board, and I got deja vu moment because I think they also took flexible and got a Wraith Emblem.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're looking at Malala earlier, right?
You're right. And Dehua takes the Crystal Gambit emblem. And if anyone's watching right now and did not watch the past regionals or isn't super familiar with Dehua, this is a player who, when he broke out last set, was largely doing it off of this loss streak playstyle into trying to scale into the late game, go for a fast 9 with the boom bots of set 14 was the way he was playing it mainly in regional finals. So cool to see Dehua leaning into that style. T-Lides, you're right, did get flexible with the Wraith +1.
Did you see what portal we're in by any chance? I missed it.
I also missed it. Yeah, I did also miss it. Let me ask for confirmation real quick if we can get that on which portal we're in.
Oh yeah, I forgot to use our resources of live, asking our very helpful staff over here. First time casting. No, I actually think the flexible mech line was really popular. I think it was really strong last patch, but this patch I'm pretty skeptical of flexible into mech, just because mech is so contested that you're almost guaranteed to be contesting players who have econ augments instead of the flexible. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really seem like anyone in this lobby does, but normally people might have something like level up or hedge fund, upward mobility, shopping space, stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone has it here.
Is mitigating that econ differential a little bit too by opening with Crystal Gambit, right? He'll be able to have access to resources through the mid game to keep up to anyone who maybe takes econ later on, because yeah, like you're saying, no one else has a very clear like econ opener that they're clearly playing into mech with.
Yeah, Malala with that Wraith Emblem slammed the Shojin for now. Has a Kog'Maw, so just great tempo unit.
Yeah, just looking at the bottom here, Ladder Slayer is going to be playing into crew with a Prismatic Ticket. Marcel P with a Radiant Last Whisper. It's always a little tricky when you're playing around Radiant Relics on 2-1, because oftentimes I feel like it's very easy to pick the Radiant Relic that enables your board already when you take it later on in the game, but on 2-1, your Radiant Relic normally has to drive your game for you, right? Because it's so much more of the power budget of your stage 2 board relative to later on in the game. But Marcel P has Rageblade on Gnar. I think already he's just kind of showcasing that he's going to be playing most likely around some sort of like fast 9 AD board.
Yeah, Radiant Relic's I would say like quite a bit better on 2-1, just because you can adapt it to your board, whereas if you take it later on in the game, you might not get anything that's good for what you're having. But I didn't see his choices. I'd imagine the fact that he has a Gnar 2 was a huge impact in him deciding to choose the Last Whisper. Just taking an item that's good on this Gnar, if you get that win streak in stage 2, that's already going to set you up for a really good placement, even if Last Whisper might not be the ideal endgame item.
There's a lot of strong pairs on bench there with both the Mundo and the Kabuko. This is the Gnar 2 by itself is, obviously a unit that does a lot of damage, is very strong, but whenever you're able to play stage 2 with a Mundo and the Gnar 2, I feel like the power difference between having just one of those pieces versus having both of them is quite large. And Marcel's, he's looking pretty set up to be able to streak through stage 2.
Yeah, goes up against Falkio, slams the Infinity Edge because it's such an important fight. You really want to win 2-6, especially because streaking into neutrals is so important.
We do move over to Dehua, who actually removed Crystal Gambit from his board, full open. He actually took it off. And then we're going back. We'll see Marcel P is able to claim that, get the 5 streak. But yeah, what we saw before, T-Lides and Dehua were competing for the 5 loss. So we had two very strong boards competing on the top end, and then the 2 loss streakers trying to secure their loss. But Dehua willing to full sell, or I think maybe just had 2 units on his board, and removes Crystal Gambit to ensure that he can lose to T-Lides.
Yeah, we can kind of see the huge difference in philosophy of how these two players approach it, right? Like T-Lights actually played 4 units, choosing to keep just 1 copy of Aatrox. Kind of just saying like, hey, I hope I'm not going to fight Dehua in the 1 in 3 chance I fight him. I'm just going to accept the fact that I lose my streak here. Whereas Dehua actually goes in the opposite direction and only plays 2 units to kind of guarantee the loss. So like T-Light's kind of greeting the Aatrox in a sense, and then Dehua's play kind of paying off for him. He got the 5 loss, which, I mean, it was only a 1 in 3 chance they're going to fight each other, but it is a huge swing if they do.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is that he was protecting his double down, right? Like by actually
T-Light was also double down, wasn't he?
I don't know. He probably was. Yeah, I think you're right. But what I'm saying is by removing Crystal Gambit, even if he faces T-Lides and T-Lides sacks harder, he's still able to protect it, right? Because he takes Crystal Gambit out on the loss.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they were both double down, but I'm saying like,
okay,
in T-Lides' spot, you would expect a lot of people to only play 3 units, but he actually held the Aatrox. He might have scouted Dehua selling down to 2 units ahead of time. I'm not really sure what happened there.
Okay, Marcel P continues his win streak. Dehua continues his loss streak. Everyone else kind of fighting in the middle.
Dankbeam's also kind of interesting. He has basically a Jhin and a Varus with Wraith Sniper now.
Yeah, that's true. Going to silver, so power levels going to, generally speaking, move down compared to the prismatic opener. Though sometimes you can get some silver augments that make the game get flipped on its head a little bit. See where Malala wants to go with this.
This looks like he's thinking about augmented power. Maybe trying to hit invested, but it's a little scary. Restart mission, yeah. Gives up the Crystal Gambit, but I actually really like the restart mission pick here. I was looking at that because restart mission is a very, very, very unique augment where you don't get any value for what's already on your board. So if you can high roll into restart mission when you have a really cheap board, you have no upgrades. He does have to give up Crystal Gambit, but restart, it gives you almost 40 gold worth of units, but normally that's offset by the units on your board. But if you just don't have that many units on your board to begin with, that's almost a prismatic augment worth of gold.
Okay, also, so it's important to note T-Light's doubling down now, which means he didn't double down on stage 2, right? It would have been
I think he did double down, but when you win, it snaps your streak.
But he's doubling down right now.
Yeah, no, it's because he's...
So because his streak was snapped, he couldn't have doubled down again. So in order to be doubling down right now, he would have had to have not doubled down earlier.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Dehua also takes branching out, which is pretty interesting. I don't know, like if that's a common line to be taking when you're playing Crystal Gambit. Maybe this does mean he's. I mean,
it does give her a Forger. Maybe he's thinking that's valuable if he's gonna get a big cash out, or maybe he's just planning to cash out and then yellow reforge his Crystal Gambit emblem. Who knows?
Oh, maybe. Okay, that would be pretty cool, actually.
But yeah, it does make a lot more sense what you said about T-Lives. If he wasn't already in double down, it's not as important to get that loss streak. It is nice to 5 loss into neutrals, but at the end of the day, it's only a 3 gold difference. I think a lot of people tend to overvalue that one. Even the HP alone that you save from winning that round kind of makes up for it.
Okay, Dehua going down to 41 HP on 3-3, getting pretty low. I think this is where we would cash out, right, on our next round. So after Carousel, we'll just want to check to see if Dehua gets his cash out.
I think he's going to go for another double down. I think Dehua's going to cash out on neutrals.
On neutrals?
That would be my guess, because he had it on 2-1. There's 10 rounds total, and he took it out for 1 round, so it'd be...
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, so he's probably going to lose the next 2 rounds, probably about 10-ish HP per round, so we'll probably expect him to cash out around like 19 HP, which means he will be able to take only 1 more loss after cashing out.
That kind of calls back to what we talked about in game one, where there's like a philosophy of different players in TFT, and Dehua, since coming onto the scene, has been that player that's very willing. He wants to play the Lost Streak style, is very comfortable playing with on a razor's edge and playing with one life. So it's cool to see him doing it again, and that's not the same story as a lot of players, right? There are definitely some players I think that are willing or that are happy to take like a smaller cash out. Maybe use fewer resources and preserve a little bit more life. Obviously, this can be impacted by meta, right? There are some metas where you need a certain threshold to be reached in order to actually stabilize. And if he's trying to play Fast 9 or go into mech or something like that, then maybe he does believe he needs just way more resources.
Yeah, I'm a little curious what he's gonna play. His items kind of speak Malzahar, but yeah, we'll have to see what Dehua decides to end up going with. He does have the big Nico, which makes the level 8, level 9 is really nice. Now you only need to find like 2 copies of Zyra instead of 3, which is way easier to do.
Marcel P continuing this win streak, by the way. Still 100 streaking, took placebo, so he got a little bit of econ, and you can see he's holding the Crystal Gambit stuff, so I'm imagining Marcel is going to be doing some sort of Crystal Gambit stuff on stage 4.
Yeah, Marcel might just be putting Crystal Gambit in on right now on this round is a pretty good spot, because then you can get 1 double down and cash out on 5-1, go level 9, use that spike, and then kind of skip stage 4 and use the HP lead and convert it with the Crystal Gambit double down to kind of secure your first if you get a really good cash out.
I didn't think about this before, but Star Guardian is a line that fits both the Wraith and the Sniper emblems perfectly, right? Because you have the Cassante on your board when you're playing Star Guardian, and you get the Sniper +1 without even having to play Varus. T-Line's going to get a lot of value out of these two if he does end up trying to land in the Star Guardian line.
Yeah, definitely. On the other hand, we have Malala, who got they both start with the Wraith. Malala got the Edgelord, so maybe Samira or Volibear might want to use this. I mean, technically, you can give it to Zaya in the Star Guardian line, but that's not really that important.
Also,
we'll have to see what Malala gets.
I think Malala has... Also, you just want to call out, you're right, Marcel did get Crystal Gambit in right now, so that he'll have the perfect cash out in neutrals of stage 4. I think Malala has 6 Kog'Maws. I don't think it was Shadow Clone, by the way. Just something to keep in mind. So
okay, yeah, so
around that.
Yeah, maybe Malala got like the Wraith emblem and just like, this emblem sucks. I'm just gonna go Kog'Maw.
All right.
But Dehua got a Tactician's Crown cash out. 15 gold plus Tactician's Crown. There's 3 different cash outs on this tier. This is generally considered the mid cash out. The really good one is 3 full items. And then there's one that gives you 2 3-star 1 costs, which I'm not a big fan of this one. I find at this level of play, those are both sold immediately, like 90% of the time. So I think it's kind of overvalued.
I think this cash out is typically a little bit stronger when you have something like the duplicator, because it's that much less gold you need to spend to upgrade something on your board. Obviously, if you can use your 9th spot, for instance, in this line to be able to get an upgraded unit instead of just like a random 1 cost, feels a lot better. But I mean, Dehua doesn't even have enough gold to like fully upgrade his board, and he certainly doesn't have enough to go level 9 anytime soon.
Oh, Dehua also falling into the trap that we were talking about Slice Down with. Doesn't quite finish his transition turn. It's really important, especially on 19 HP. I think started the fight with 2 Jannas on the board. 2 Janna 1-stars.
Whoa.
And Malala does seem to only have 3 Kog'Maws.
Okay, so maybe
either that or sold the rest of them or something.
Yeah, maybe. Items are a little bit weird here too. 3 tiers, 2 rods sitting on the bench.
Yeah, Malala got a Prodigy emblem.
Okay.
So can maybe play around that, but doesn't have any of the units.
Yeah.
I mean, he just has Bastion, so could potentially go into the Yuumi with those items.
Third augment's going to be gold, finishing the trifecta of the prismatic silver and now gold.
Yeah, T-Light's got a Prodigy, so actually a usable emblem in the Star Guardian line, especially after hitting the Seraphine. So really nice. Really nice emblems for T-Lights. Just needs to hit the units. Does have the golden Nico, but is right out of gold and no poppies, no Jinx.
No poppy is really bad here. But I mean, the good news that you have an upgraded frontline hitting the Cassante 2 is quite nice.
Yeah, the Cassante 2 is huge here.
Okay, opts to play the Volibear to get Edgelord. Makes sense when you have this, you know, the Sniper Emblem and the Rage Blade on the Xayah. Xayah can do a surprising amount of damage. In the end, though, it's going to move it over to the Seraphine. It's going to be JG, and then maybe get a third item on. It's going to be Rage Blade, maybe just on the Seraphine. Yep, okay.
Yeah, it
Rocket
does have
grab.
the Reforger. If you want to reforge one of these emblems later. The Wraith is mostly an offensive trait, so it's not too useful, even though it does give it to Cassante. It does heal the Cassante a little bit, but it's based on your total damage done.
Rocket grab coming in for the Cassante is going to allow him to get quite a few shields. That fight actually did not impact as much because the back line is what died from the Seraphine blowing it up, but a very strong tank fruit for that Cassante too.
Yeah, Rocket Grab, one of the new fruits that was just added in the current patch. I think it's one of the strongest fruits out there. It gives 20% shield. It only lasts 4 seconds, but it refreshes every single time an enemy unit dies. So if you're killing 5 units, that could be 100% shield. Compared to something like Standalone, which is 30% HP, if you're getting good value out of it, it can definitely be very strong.
And if it's stunning on something like the Cassante, where, you know, later on in the fight he might be the only frontliner being targeted, you're getting full value out of that shield, even if it does only last for 4 seconds.
Malala just reforged the Wraith and the Edgelord together, and it looks like it got Star Guardian as well as... Well, all three, they have Star Guardian, Bastion, Prodigy, which is great because you can use all of those in the Star Guardian line. So both of our flexible players end up with pretty good items for Star Guardian, and that's not that uncommon. Star Guardian has, just as a vertical trait, has a lot of 1 out of 2s. 1 out of 2 Bastion, 1 out of 2 Heavyweight, 1 out of 2 Sniper that you're all pretty happy getting.
We need to check in on Dehua after this, who does take a loss there, goes down to just 10 HP, and at this point is on his last legs. Up an Ash there, gets a bow. So maybe that is Ash 2. We could see 3-item Ash on the bottom there for Dehua.
Dehua also used Reforger on the emblem and didn't really get anything useful. Got the Star Guardian emblem. It will give it to Seraphine, who Dehua has on board right now, but not particularly useful with no other Star Guardian units on board.
Yeah.
Dehua had the Edgelord that they reforged.
Okay.
Really looking for Zyra to play 7 Crystal Gambit, I think, is what Dehua is looking for. But on level 8 with 0 gold, it's kind of a tough ask.
Yeah, it is, and there's also the question too of, you know, is it enough? Is 7 crystal actually going to be enough to get you to the end there? One thing that is kind of nice is the Tesla coil. You know, after neutrals, he should be able to get he'll get at least 1 more out of value. But it kind of goes back to what you were saying before, where if you could get something like the cash out where you get 3 completed items, that's a full extra unit's worth of Tesla coil. Having just the duplicators, tack crown, and gold, it doesn't quite get you there. So I mean, Dehua's looking is looking it's looking a little spooky. Playing Marcel,
Dehua's not even really using his cash out right now because the duplicator, I think didn't get the duplicator from the cash out, but he has he has a Janna on board, which isn't providing any value. It is a 2-star unit, which is always nice, but in stage 4, just an extra 2-star unit that has no trait is not really that valuable. Oh, it's Protector. I'm actually trolling. My bad.
No, you're good. I mean, it is. Yeah, actually, no, it's actually pretty good because in theory, it's really just that this Tactician's Crown is letting us play a Braum. Like, if you could think of it that way. I guess it depends on what the extra unit ends up being. You could say it's an Udyr 2, a Janna 2, a Braum, whatever it is. I guess that would be left out normally. So probably not Braum.
Yeah, it's whatever would normally be left out, but definitely less value than 3 items would give right now.
Dank Memes is on the other side of Dehua's board there, looking extremely healthy, playing around the Prodigy. So he actually had Build-A-Bud Garen. I think we actually
Rel.
So he had Build-A-Bud Rel and then rolled for Garen 3? Is that what happened?
Wait.
There's a Garen 3 on that board.
There's a Garen 3.
Also, Dehua is
I guess
dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know we saw a Build-A-Bud Rel in stage 1, but maybe I didn't notice Dank Meme's spot.
Yeah, that might have been Vakio. I think Vakio might have been the person that had the Rel 3. I'm not exactly sure. Either way, Dehua Oh wait, he's actually going to go down to 1 HP there because it's stage 4. Okay, so kills enough to survive. He gets one last chance, but I think it's looking pretty tough. Even if he finds the Zyra here, it feels. I think it's going to be very, very hard for Dayhua to climb back into the game. But he's not out yet. You know, yeah, he'll play every round till he gets there.
Yeah, he's just really hoping to hit the Zyra to replace Seraphine. That would give him the 7 Crystal Gambit breakpoint, which actually does give you combat power. It doesn't give you a ton, but it gives you a ton of cash out. So if you're able to win just a few games, a few rounds with 7 Crystal in, then you can really start to get back in the game.
I think we might have missed Marcel's cash out, by the way. He should have been able to cash out on neutrals there. We can see right now he is level 9 and rolling down. So if we're able to get onto Marcel, see exactly what's going on. Yeah, huge transition. A big turn coming in for Marcel.
Yeah, he stopped rolling with about 6 seconds left, which just is not really quite enough to get everything on, but he didn't travel, which is really nice. That just gives you an extra like 5 or so seconds by not traveling to give you time to think about your fruits and items.
Still so much to do, though.
Yeah, still has 1 fruit on bench. Needs to put that on the Ashe, probably. No, puts it on the front line.
Okay. I mean, he gets it done 10 seconds into the fight, though. Don't know if that's exactly a difference, but he's going to lose this fight from 29 HP. See where he ends up.
T-Lies with a Jinx 2 and the Poppy 2.
When Dayhua, he's going to go
also
down
got another
to 8th
Prodigy emblem.
Who, T-Lies did, you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. It's a good hit. Good hit for
Yeah,
T-Lies.
so T-Lies using all 4 emblems from Flexible.
Malala and Dayhua will both go down in 7th and 8th there. Marcel P has both Zyra and Braum. Those are big hits. Doesn't have...
He's really looking for a Twisted Fate to replace this Ashe and hits it now.
Yeah, okay. It's a good hit.
Oh, decides to stay on the Ashe. I guess with this amount of gold, has a higher chance of finding Ashe 2, which is uncontested now that Dayhua died. Whereas Twisted Fate, you're most likely just stuck on Twisted Fate 1 for the whole game.
That's pretty interesting. Okay, so I guess just believing that... I mean, I imagine at just 13 HP, though, don't you kind of have to believe that Ashe 1 would have to be just stronger than TF2? Or maybe this is just a longer play, thinking that Ashe 2 is going to be enough?
I mean, I would have to imagine Twisted Fate is stronger now, but Ashe gives you the potential to hit Ashe 2. It also can give you a Crystal Gamma cash out if you win another, you live another couple rounds. But the cash outs at this point, since you actually have to win the rounds, are not going to be that big. It would only end up being maybe somewhere around like 8 gold or so, so pretty irrelevant. But hey, there's the Ashe pair in the shop, and that might pay off holding the Ashe.
Yeah, only we do have to lock, right? If we actually do want it, it just doesn't feel great, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Maybe we find Ashe 2 off carousel as well. Could happen. Matchups are going to be either Fan the Kiki or Ladder Slayer. See on the other side, this is Ladder Slayer. This is the crew board, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
And no TF found for Ladder Slayer. That's something we should note. But Ziggs 3 items is he's powerful. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Man, the displacement coming through from the Braum is really powerful in this sort of matchup. But actually, he ends up not being enough. No, 13
this
HP.
Might be perfect lethal. He needs to kill the Shen. Oh, he's alive with 1.
Huge. Okay.
Or I guess a little bit more than 1. I always forget about the champ, Braum's passive ability.
Oh, yeah.
Gives a little bit of extra HP. Those Poros give their lives for you.
No Ashe on carousel, so Marcel's not going to be able to get Ashe 2 here. Able to get a little bit more frontline, though. You know, Warmogs is a great hit, actually, if you're Marcel right now. You really just want the fight to be as long as possible.
Yeah, maybe think about moving some items to the Zyra too.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm a little surprised. I guess he's gonna go with the Warmogs on the set and then move the adaptive to the Zyra. Because I was thinking he would want a backline item for the Zyra since all the other units he has are 3 items. But yeah, the adaptive is easy to move and that's a lot of the value of that item.
Oh, he actually is not even holding Ashe pair. He didn't lock the last job and he skipped the last Ashe that he hit. So I think he's maybe just believing that he needs to... Actually, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. We'll see. There's obviously he has something that he's looking for here. I don't know if it's not Lee 2 either because he sold his Lee to continue rolling.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. A little confused.
Yeah.
Either way, going up against T-Lides. Oh, game pause.
We're gonna get a pause here. I mean, we can take a second to look at T-Lide's board. We said before, it was able to get. You said another Prodigy emblem is what he had found.
Yeah, T-Lides reforged the Wraith emblem because while it does give Wraith to Cassante, again, Wraith is based on how much damage you deal. So the Cassante being a frontline, Wraith is not that much value for him. So just YOLO reforged the Wraith and ended up hitting Star Guardian, which is great because it pairs really well with Sniper, Jinx being your primary carry, and then Prodigy as well. Like T-Lides has a Seraphine too, so Prodigy actually quite huge for T-Lides as well.
He had I think it was the Varus too, not the Jinx, that had Gold Collector, i.e. Kraken in the backline too. It might have been the Jinx. I'm not exactly sure. We'd have to see it, but either way, there's a ton of damage coming through from T-Lied. So, you know, Prodigy obviously it gives more value to the Prodigy units, but having the additional team-wide mana gen isn't nothing, right? It is a little bit of value that goes a long way, especially on both Varus and Jinx, or units that like in a split second of you know, whether or not they get their cast out before they die can be the difference between winning or losing a fight.
Yeah, just anytime with Flexible, you're getting like 4 random emblems by now. Anytime you can even use 3 out of the 4, you're generally pretty happy, just because sometimes, as we saw with someone's Wandering Trainer, when they had the Supreme Cell strategist Star Guardian, it was kind of hard to use everything. But if you can use 3 out of 4, you're really happy. So being able to use all 4 out of 4 is absolutely great.
While we're on this pause, we can take a look at the current standings, where they're coming out of game 1. Something that I want to draw some attention to is Dehua starting off with the 7th and then going 8th in this game. Does mean that he's got a bit of a hole to dig out of. On the flip side, Marcel P starting with the top 4, Ladder Slayer starting with the top 4, Dank Meme starting with the top 4. I believe all of them are still sitting in the top 4, if not secure already. And T-Lide's bouncing back after going 8th game 1. Obviously, game with just 1.5 games under the belt, you can't draw too many conclusions. And I actually feel like, to a certain degree, worrying too much about your points as a competitor might actually like get in the way of playing your best if you start to focus on what placements you need to be in a good spot.
Yeah, I think in a tournament format, kind of in theory, if you're a robot, you should be playing each game differently, whether you have 6 points or 2 points. But in practice, it's just going to take up mental energy that you really need to just focus on the game. I think as early as game 2, you absolutely should just be trying to play your best game in a vacuum without thinking about whether you have 6 points or 2 points.
Okay, we are going to get unpaused. We're hopping back on with Marcel up against T-Lide's board. The Ash one doesn't seem like it's going to get it done, so Marcel is going to go down here. T-Lide's will secure his place in the top 4. Fan the Kiki wins top 4. Dank Meme's starting to fall off a little bit, but Dank Memes is 66 gold as well. So I think Dank Memes was playing around the Garen 3, playing the Prodigy board. So maybe Dank Memes looks like he's looking to go 10 and cap out that way and find a way to beat the mech player here, a Fan the Kiki who's sitting on a 4-win streak with a Yone too.
Yeah, I ended up just going for mech, which is very reasonable. Again, using 1 out of 3 of the emblems, but really funnily enough, hit the Supreme Cell emblem with the 3-2 branching out, which is able to give Supreme Cell to the mech with the Wandering Trainer. Ooh. Kind of amusing there. So glad to see that Fan the Kiki end up being able to use that in kind of a neat way that we don't normally see.
Okay, so Dank Memes is the player that has... was the other flexible board, right? Is that what I'm seeing? Okay, so Dank Memes was not the Prodigy player. Who was that? I don't know who.
No, I think Malala and T-Lides had flexible.
Oh, okay. I got baited by Dank Memes walking around on the board at the moment.
Yeah, Dank Memes was a Build-A-Bud.
Okay.
And playing around Vertical Prodigy, I believe.
Okay, yep. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so Ladder Slayer, our crew player, still no TF. We're going to be just stuck on 8 for the rest of the game. I think just rolling, trying to find our TF. There's a question of, even if you do find it, how much does it spike your board? Does it allow you to get a placement? I think it probably comes a little bit more down to whether or not Kiki's board is able to beat Dank Memes or T-Lides. I think Ladder Slayer might be positioned for a 4th place here.
So much of the power of the crew is dependent on whether you can find that one copy of Twist of Fate, and this is a very normal situation for a crew board to be in, where you're level 8 with not that much gold. You do have the prismatic ticket here, but at the end of the day, level 8, not that gold. It's kind of like a 50-50 whether you find this.
Taking his time on item pick here. I imagine he's got to send it, right? Surely.
He's got to roll, yeah.
Ooh, he's actually not. Looks like he's holding onto his gold. Kiki, on the other hand, will roll down, trying to find Lee Sin 2. Needs to find Jarvan 2 as well. Trying to redo his items to get optimal items onto the mech.
Yeah, Kiki on the last life, going up against Dank Memes using the 6 Bastion. Oh, it's not a Prodigy board. It's just a fast 6 Bastion Fast 9 board. Looks like he's thinking about going level 10. Still holding 50 gold.
Yeah, he just pumped, I think, 30 gold into going 10 this past round. So Dank Memes on 6-2, most likely going to be going 10. For now, though, Fan the Kiki will be able to hold on. Looks like Ladder Slayer is going to take a hit there. Still holding on to his gold, though. We'll see. Maybe Ladder Slayer will send it. See if Dank Memes... Yeah, Dank Memes does go 10. So if we're able to hop on board with him, so we could see what that roll down looks like. No, we are going to see Ladder Slayer, though. Rolling for the TF. Doesn't find it yet.
Yeah, Ladder Slayer, whether he hits his TF or not, is just such a big difference. Even thinning some 5 costs out of the pool. Oh, there's a TF.
Okay, finds it. Very end. Don't know if it's enough. We'll see. He's going to be playing Fan the Kiki. We got the 7 mech up against the crew board.
Both of them on 1 life. So this is for the 3rd place. Or to determine who goes 4th, I guess. Either one of them could still get higher than 3rd if they win.
And that mech is melting, and it does kill the TF, but the Zig's untouched. No, the front line's just going to fall apart for Ladder Slayer. Unfortunately, he will go down. Fan the Kiki will secure top 3. It looks like Dank Memes, after going 10 and rolling all of his gold, is actually going to lose again and go down to 5 HP if we're able to see him. Okay.
Yeah, Dank Memes did get level 10, but it's not really getting that much value from it. If you can think of kind of what we were talking about with Daehua's Tactician's Crown, is you can kind of think of it as not having your weakest unit. So it's this Twisted Fate with no items. You could basically have this exact same board if you had rolled on 9 instead without that 1 extra unit. Of course, we don't know the potential, like Dank Memes could have hit something better on 10. But yeah, we'll see how it fares. Still a strong board.
It's definitely strong. Refruiting the Yuumi, finds Bullet Hell. Not sure if that's exactly what he is going to end up picking. Certainly a viable option, though. It's really just about which front line starts to crumble here, right? We've got... Actually, you know, normally it would be more of a front-to-back fight, but the nice thing about the Seraphine, too, is that it allows you to bypass the mech and try and snipe the back line, but the Seraphine just going to explode.
Yeah, this fight is not looking close at all.
Not in the slightest.
7 mech is just too strong.
T-Lides, on the other hand, 11 streaking. Got the Star Guardian flexible board coming through, and hasn't slowed down in quite a while. So we got 2 win streakers fighting on 6-5 after this. We got another sniper emblem.
Yeah, in front of T-Lides, I think it's a pretty good pickup if he doesn't need other items.
Right.
Just it's one of the only ways to make your Jinx stronger, which you normally can't do by this stage in the game because she already has 3 items in all her augments.
So it's going to be 4 sniper for this Jinx. On the other hand, TG's picked up. I imagine that's either for the Jarvan or for the Lee Sin. Jarvan's upgraded, so I'll give you a little bit more.
By the way, T-Lides is a stage 6 flexible emblem was heavyweight, which is a really nice one because it lets you drop the Kobuko and play an extra Star Guardian unit. So now it has the Syndra in for 4 Prodigy.
I mean, every single one of his emblems is usable here, and not only is it usable, it's like highly valuable to his board.
This is kind of flashbacks to when Robin won the last cup, hitting Star Guardian emblem on stage 7 while playing Star Guardians from his flexible.
That'll do it. We'll see. Does the mech hold up long enough for the Karma to start chew through things as well? Both front lines are getting a little bit low. Oh, the Karma's actually going to walk out. The Jinx turns on it. Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah. T-Lides just got so much value from those flexible rolls. And flexible is a risky augment. Sometimes it doesn't pay off, but you can see like T-Lides clearly believes in it and it pays off here and he goes first off of it.
That's the way it goes. I mean, we saw a couple different stories there with the emblems, the flexible coming through for T-Lides, like you're saying, getting some pretty high roll ones. But Fan the Kiki, I think it's worth it to, give a little bit of praise to recognizing that you're not going to be able to play around your emblems for your Wandering Trainer that way. So he says, why don't I just play the broken thing? I'll just play Mech, get a little bit of value, branching out, gives him the perfect bridge to actually make his Wandering Trainer more useful than otherwise. So, still props to Fan the Kiki for piloting it well.
Yeah, he found that Supreme Cell, so he was able to use that on the mech. That was a pretty cool adaptation that we normally haven't seen a Supreme Cell 7 Mighty Mech in a while,
Yeah. After 2 games, it does bring us to a certain inflection point where players, they don't have to be too stressed about their points quite yet, but you do have to keep in mind, because your points carry over, you're really trying to get as many as possible. So for players like Dehua, who take 2 bottom 2s after the first 2 games of play, I think it's a good time. Listen, Dehua is tri-state, so I'm going to send a little message, bring some energy out to Dehua and say, just take a breath, buddy, because you got plenty more TFT to play. Even if you have a tough day today, you make it tomorrow, you got 6 more games to play to earn those points back. But anyway, the break is ready. We're going to send it to the analyst desk to break down everything we saw in that game. And when we come back, we'll be ready for game number 3, week 1, day 1, KO Coliseum regional finals. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo, es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up, left, a little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
okay.
Shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. That second game was so interesting, Dogs and Pie Hat, because it kind of felt like we were in a completely alternate timeline. What is going on with all of these 4-cost units that are now getting contested? Outside of Karma Reroll.
Exactly. I mean, this was such a different lobby from the previous one we watched yesterday and the first game of today. And this is something that I really enjoyed to watch because on the top of the game there was Tank Memes playing Temple, and he was like so far ahead on HP, and he secured a third without any combat augment. He just had a build a bud and then a reinforcement to secure his points and looking further into the next game. And then on the flip side, we had Tlight that was sacking the stage 2 and 3 with the Crystal Gambit, and then he suddenly get the cash out and play the Jinx with alongside the Seraphine and ends up with the first place.
Yeah, if you told me at the start of yesterday that we were gonna see a Yumi contested and a Jinx contested, I wasn't gonna believe you. But we are seeing like the development of how people just try to figure out any different comp that isn't just fast line or isn't just reroll. I do want to point out what Fan de Kiki did, because having the Wandering Trainer and having with the ramification, having an extra Supreme Cell, you could just go for something like a Kali, you can just go, maybe, you can honestly flex a lot of stuff with that. But he ended up noticing that no one was playing mech. He was the sole mech player of the lobby with a Supreme Cell spat on the mech, which he was able to execute a lot of people with that, so I think it was very well played for him. And I feel that people are they may be over scared of playing mech now. We're flipping the script now.
I wonder if it is that they're scared of playing mech, or we just have a larger variance of players coming into today that have different meta reads. That's something that I think we will be able to find out over the course of the day, but based on just what we saw yesterday, it really does look like you're scared of not hitting your 7th mech. You're not going to see the Jarvans because they're super contested, or the Karmas because somebody has taken them all out of the pool, or you just don't hit the Yone because it's a 5-cost unit that is the pinnacle of the composition. So it's hard to say for now, but I love that we get to see the variety in this lobby in terms of the different types of compositions.
Yeah, so I feel the meta will develop a little bit throughout the weekend, and players going to recognize that, because if you look at the stats from yesterday, we had so many players going 7 and 8 with mech, so players going to adapt.
Ooh, wow, and take a look at this. After 2 games, we have now been able to show you the overall standings. And unfortunately for some of our players at the bottom, they haven't really had a great start to the day, but that's where we are going to be reshuffling our lobbies in between games 2 and 3, so everyone will get a bit of a fresh look.
And you have to remember, only 16 of the 48 players are not making it to tomorrow, so you don't need to go all in on first or 8th, you just need to survive at least and just manage to get enough points for that. And for people who are in the middle, you have to do that as well, because it's gonna get scarier as time goes on, especially on lobbies like this, where one mistake or one game where you cannot manage your HP correctly or you cannot hit, you will fall behind the pack very easily.
Yes, you have to stay calm and be strict to your game plan, because the points don't reset, right? And then you suddenly can end up tomorrow and having like a huge point gap. So it's important to get the best out of each game. So I think Dank Memes showed that on the first 2 games.
My surprise comes from Chunnington getting 2 firsts back to back. One of our players that competed yesterday in our play-in stage ended up finding himself in a position where he did actually, I think, have to play those final 2 games of the day as well. So he had to play all 6, and he comes in super hot, first. Everybody else that's on this page 2 with a second and a first, or first and a second, they have definitely put themselves into a front runner position where in these next 4 games of the day, maybe they can take a little bit of breathing room. As we will get ready for those, we're going to take a short break, shuffle all of our players around in these lobbies, and when we come back, we will have game 3 of our America's Regional Finals competition day.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect?
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th?
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No, I'm right.
It's me again.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Game 3 ready to go at the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum, and I'm so stoked to be here with you, Pie Hat, to cast this next game. I'm ready to get into the action, especially sitting on the sidelines to watch all of these first 2 games of the day.
Yeah, things have gone wild. Actually, the games haven't gone the way I expected. We only saw like 2 mech players out of the 16 board we've seen. So I feel that people are like figuring out what they want to do. And so far, based on the first 2 games, it can basically give you an indication of, okay, how's the meta of this tournament specifically? What's the meta of the players? What is their read? And how can I take advantage of that? So I hope they took some notes from the start.
I think so, because yesterday when we saw a lot of our players go towards Mighty Mech, and we were starting to talk about this a little bit before the break, how much of it is that the patch is so new and players didn't have that many games on it, that they see that Mighty Mech is relatively low cost to actually be able to put together, and as long as you hit the Yone or you can get that 7 Mighty Mech online, that is a composition that can secure you a top 4.
Can we talk about the powerhouses in the lobby that we're about to watch, Necra?
Oh yeah.
They show Marcel P. Rivera, the ones that always stand out due to their narratives and obviously the prestige that they have. But Lumines has 15 points, Jungle Book has 13. They had a really amazing and very strong start. They just need to continue that momentum.
They really do, and this might be one of those lobbies to test them with that, as we do get Crab Scuttle Cuddle. That's going to be a lot of gold, a lot of items, and just a lot of power that a lot of our players can hit with these boards.
And we saw how, especially this portal changed the dynamic yesterday. Because that was the day I remember that game. That was the one we had like 5 or 6 players doing fast 9. So we've spoken about how many comps are just going for fast 8 or just a couple of rerolls. But this may be the one game where things just go full digit.
So now we'll see a lot of the Twisted Fates actually get contested, I think, with this one. So if you see an early copy of TF or Zyra, just put it on your bench and hold it.
Yeah, and probably a couple of Crystal Gambits enjoyers as well. It's gonna be interesting because people in these type of encounters, they tend to be stronger overall because there are more resources, so it's going to be easier to actually grab all the units that you want, and you may have even more items than usual, so you're going to lose more HP if you try to go towards more of a lose streak case, more of a risky situation.
But if no one else is going to be playing Mighty Mech, then you could see somebody going for Crystal Gambit, try to pivot into that Mighty Mech later if nobody else is going to contest that line. So I would be curious to see who actually hits that. You see Dish Soap already holding on to a Vi in case you get a couple of other Crystal Gambit champions that could be just 3 Crystal Gambit right off the bat.
Correctly. And also, one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that hero items were really good yesterday. We had a couple of buys that were, I remember Charrington having back-to-back buys, and she was doing really well. So, oh well, never mind, he solved it. I take all that back. There's already a hero item here with Kennen, but I am not sure if it's gonna take that route.
I like Pandora's Bench as an option, just because if you are considering the power of the lobby and you might have a little bit more gold to actually hold some units with, you could get an early 3 or 4 cost, try to put that onto the bench and roll something that might benefit you a little bit later on. It's hard sometimes when you're holding those more expensive units because you're actively taking away from the econ you could be earning.
But it can be worth it, especially when you start with 10 or 20 gold due to Scuttle Paddle. So you can see on Bishop's case, he went through to Pandora's Bench, and he also has 20 gold to spend. So he won't have the drawbacks of having this augment in the early game, which is, as you mentioned, having wasting more gold in your bench and not getting into the interest threshold. So I feel like it's gonna be a really good plan for them.
Absolutely.
But we're seeing right now on Lumin's board, Lumin, Silver Destiny into the double mini and the Megamorphose, the thingy where you grow you turn a 1 cost into a 2 cost into a 3 cost, and that's a 2-star Swain right off the bat.
That's crazy. And then you also got a couple of those other Crystal Gambit champions that showed up in the shop. So if you wanted to, you have a really strong Swain. But I guess that does kind of counteract wanting to lose streak with Crystal Gambit.
But you can also do something with that, which is just win out on stage 2 and stage 3, and then take in the Crystal Gambit and just cruise on. We've seen that a bit in the last game with Marcel P, which he just ended up playing, lost all stage 4, and then just tried to cash out and do some wild shenanigans with all the legendary units and Ash that he could find. That it didn't really pan out, so that's also a strat.
Definitely a couple of different ways that we could see that play out. But what about this augment that Neonify took? We should expect to see a gold augment for everybody else, but a prismatic here for Neonify.
Yes.
In the next one.
There's a extremely high chance that it's just as everyone gets a gold and he gets a prismatic. There's a small chance, I don't remember the percentage, that Neonify can just low roll. And because 3-2 can be a silver, he just gets a gold augment, which is like, whatever, it's not really that big. But I hope odds are on his favor. Yesterday, I believe it was Dobbs, or I think it was Dobbs, was hyping up the fact of getting invested on 3-2. Just getting extra econ, extra rerolls and all that, so he could work.
Yeah, and especially when you are going to be in a portal that gives you a lot more loot, whether it's items or gold, it's kind of nice for you to be able to have either even more than that, or maybe even something that's really powerful in terms of a combat augment. That's something that not everyone else is going to be able to get access to, where sometimes later on in the game, you do see the resource injection level out for people from augments.
And there's a couple of players that are just waiting out to see how the things are going to pan out. One of them obviously Neonify, and the other one being replay. We just have to wait to 3-5 or maybe 4-1, depending on if he wants to wait to see what their artifact is going to be and what comp they're going to build towards that. Because right now he's playing Katarina. There's a Hand of Justice already built on her. He may play for the win out, the high rolls, the Downcore, and all those that actually give Katarina basically 4 or 5 items. So it would be really good for them.
Oh yeah, some of those artifacts make that Katarina reroll even more powerful. And especially if you have some type of scaling fruit, I feel like you're getting to really take over that value. It's Max Arcana, Pie Hat. That's one of the best fruits you could give this Katarina.
And that's basically the setup that you want for Katarina. So as long as he doesn't fight too many times against the Swain 2 on the early game, that cat is gonna ramp up very early, very fast. And thankfully, this comp, I believe it uses like 4 or 5 different artifacts. So there's not that many chances to low roll. I say that and you will miss.
Yeah, you just cursed him. He's gonna get one of the first artifacts that Katarina can't use, but maybe that curse won't come through. It's nice to get that 5 Battle Academia online so early as well. Oftentimes you see players end up swapping that Caitlyn out for something that's going to be better, like that Yuumi or the Leona, but for now it does at least activate that 5 Battle Academia trait. Where Replay is losing is because he just doesn't have a 2-star Katarina yet.
Which is bound to happen. Katarina is one of those comps that if you can like fully win streak and fully out tempo the lobby, at least on the stage 2 and stage 3, you can pull your weight very much. But for now, you just have to wait. You just have to wait until 3-2, get your Rakan 2, get your Katarina 2, start stacking out the Max Arcana, and probably around stage 4, Katarina should be on par with the rest of the comps.
As long as you can get it 3-starred. Hopefully you're not going to miss out on any of those champion copies by that time. As we look at some of the other boards that have started to develop, we've got Lumen on the other side that did get this Crystal Gambit in with that Swain too, as you were talking about. But maybe that with more win streak variant, this board is super strong.
Yeah, Lumen is punishing the lobby. He is level 6 already. And this is the benefit of Scalpel. He's level 6, 20 gold. None of those level 6 0 gold shenanigans that you can see on ladder. No, this one is extremely calculated. And he'll just probably steamroll for a long time. If he can manage to get a 10 streak into stage 4, he'll have probably a lot more gold than the rest of the lobby.
Could be very rich. Jungle Book taking the other approach to this Crystal Gambit line, which is going to be more of that lost streak. Every champion on his board, 1-star only, and looks like he's also very close to being able to get that cash out.
Yeah, there are 2 things that you can do around this with this plan, because Ginsu's can just work for the normal Ashe into legendary board, or he's also holding on to mech units on the bench. He has Lucian, a couple of Aatrox. He could go that plan. We've seen a lot of Crystal Gambit into mech this couple of days. It may just be that, like the good old, very comfortable Crystal Gambit, and he's hiding it. He's hiding the double down up until the final second, so people just don't scout him out and don't play the weakest board possible just to grief him.
Yeah, that's been a cool tech to watch our players go for. Take out the Crystal Gambit so that you can't see the cash out, and then put it right back on the board when we're about to get to that combat. So hopefully that will work out, and you will be able to keep that Crystal Gambit going strong. 5 lost streaks being strung together by both Jungle Book and 1v9 Peter, where Lumen is going to hope to keep this win streak and extend it with another win here versus Marcel P.
If he manages to get a win here, he'll be level 7, 30 gold next round, and just continue to be full aggro as possible. Marcel P doesn't really have the damage to kill the Swain to this early on in the game, so Lumen, I really like his spot. I feel like it's an amazing place to be in.
I don't think anybody has the board power to take out this Swain 2 pie hat. That's going to be a tough task for everybody. And it's a silver augment. This power-up is not really going to pay off here for Neonify. It's just a gold augment for him.
The Laurel happened, and he only gets a replication, which is... Sure, you have 3 extra components, but it's Cuddle Pal, so you don't really need that many more items. That feels really bad for Neonify. It's a risk that you have to take whenever you have a power-up, but... I feel for him.
Oh,
you can see it on his face as well.
Oh no. Yeah, that does not feel good. But you do have the Star Guardian spat. Must have come out of some of the PvE loot.
It was a gold orb, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So what else did we get for the rest of our players in this lobby?
Yeah, we'll just have to probably during carousel when we have the panel on the bottom. We'll just scout for spatulas and see if there are any other routes that already pre-planned. But I do think that, as we've said or at least we've been stating throughout the day and yesterday as well, if you have a free Star Guardians line, a free Yuumi line, you can do stuff and you can do damage with that. Neonify already stating and standing his ground with the Star Guardian. Even though it's not the best setup, it's not a prismatic, it can still do a lot.
sometimes that top 4 is good enough. If you
Exactly.
are already in a good position in the standings, you just want to maintain it. You don't need to play super risky. But for Illumin, so yeah, level 7 already. Fang's at early Leona as well, so that's going to be something out of the pool for our Katarina player over here, Replay.
I feel like it's a decent spot. 30 gold, Katarina 2, Rakan 2. You have keepers, which is also decent on that comp. I feel that Replay can have a strong showing throughout stage 3. I hope he wins at least 3 of the 4 next encounters. So he'll have decent AP for stage 4 when people are already extremely strong.
Yeah, it's already looking pretty good to have a second item on that Katarina as well, so I think Replay, it will be in a good spot, especially once that Artifact Anvil pays out very soon. But for now, you do start to see where everybody wants to go. I mean, I see Shaco, 1v9 Peter, both took fire sale, so they're going to be getting those free champions out of their shop every single round. That's going to be a lot of gold that also starts to add up quite quickly when you already have these other players that have been greeting the gold this entire time.
Yeah, the good part about having silver augments is that you usually want to pick gold, the ones that give you gold or resources, especially on free tools, since there aren't as many good combat augments that you can select on the silver category. And you can see a couple of options here, especially on the bottom line. You can see Dish Soap playing again with the Kale, it seems. That's a sack free going with Pandora's Bench, trying to push the level 9 with Kale. We've seen Kale going 8th twice yesterday because the Kale was never able to get to that comp, to that final cap. It may happen now with Scalpal.
Yeah, it is hard though, because if you don't actually end up hitting, can you keep up with how fast the rest of the lobby is going to move? You've got all of these players that are already showing that they want to go towards those 4 costs, those legendary fast 9 boards. And so can a 1-star reroll keep up with that?
That's one of the questions that we'll have to see, because Kale needs to get out of a 100% 8th place percentage and from the stats. But and on the other side, I just wanted to point out Replay. We were wondering if he was going to open the artifact on 3-5 and what he was going to get. He gets Seeker's Armsguard, which gives Katarina a bit of a scaling throughout, during the fight. You'll get more AP and more resistances because you're going to kill a lot of units throughout the fight, which may give him the survivability that the Katarina needs down the line. It's no Sonia's, it's no Donkor, but it's still a really good augment, or artifact, I mean.
Do you still like kind of the double up of the Omnivamp from Hand of Justice?
I do feel that you want at least that part of healing. I feel like he's gonna suffer due to not having a Guardian Angel, an Edge of Night. I'm still living in the past, I'm sorry. But there may be a chance where the Guard Breaker or Striker's Fail goes towards a Yumi Laser down the line. He builds a second or a third defensive item. Jungle Book on the other side, cashing out the one that gives you 2 1-cost 3-star plus an Artifact Anvil.
Yeah, the Artifact Anvil looks like it'll be very powerful here. If you want to go with this Rage Blade, maybe you're able to get some additional attack speed with something like that Gambler's Blade, or you could go for a tank item. Jungle Book is looking a little bit slim on that front line outside of just that massive Zac 3.
Yes. Yeah, Zac is carrying his board for now. But you can see the ramifications of Scalpal. He's level 8, 50 gold, actually 60 if you count the money he already used to pump up his XP. So it will have very easily go to 9. Probably we could see him at 4-2, maybe go to 9. He already has the Juggernauts on the bench. He just needs anything to carry him for now. And that Lucian may be his holder for a long time until he gets a Twisted Fate, the classic suspects of Syra or Lee Sin and all that.
Couple of different ways that he could go. And I like taking the Swain as well, since you already have the 1 copy on your board and you've got that Rel. Oh, but you also see a Varus in the shop. I wonder if he ends up picking up this Varus and Seraphine, because those are 5-cost champions you could put on the board.
I would be surprised if he didn't, just to have anything else to go alongside the Lucian later because you want a couple of carries for honestly any legendary comp. You just want Twisted Fate plus Seraphine plus Wen plus Syra plus anything. Insert a 5 cost here that actually go alongside it.
I love that you can play so flexibly with any of those 5 costs. Just kind of hold on to all of them, see what you hit first, and go from there. We're going to watch Replay go for this roll down, still hoping to find some extra copies of that Katarina. Gets another pair of the Rakan, finds an Ezreal 3, but really still looking to 3-star the Rakan as well as that Katarina. With Unstoppable, this Rakan is going to provide so much power in that front line, but Replay is also still missing out on those other 4 costs to get that 7 Battle Academia online. I think he was missing the Leona, but he did find that one Yuumi before we pivoted off of his board.
And he, if I remember correctly, he's still stuck on Katarina too, like 5 or 6 copies of Katarina. And we were discussing how he needs to hit fast because the lobby is not gonna wait for him to catch up.
Everyone's already off to the races. If you look at Lumen's spot, he is level 8 already alongside Shaco and Neonify, and they are all pretty rich. You know, Lumen can go to level 9, I think, on this next turn, depending on how much money he's pumped into XP already.
Yeah, if he so wishes, he can go for that. And we end up having a prismatic. Yeah, just to put a pin on Lumen's board. A prismatic for people. Peter has, I believe, it's a Call of Chaos with triple Hull Crusher, which is more HP for the mech, honestly. If you can see it, you can think of it in that way. Extra HP for the giant mech, just going on, which is what he really wants. He has this one Yone later, which he's probably gonna get on 4-5. Well, I mean, if he gets it on 4-5, I mean. And he'll be a really beefed up champion. This show with Kale free, already trying to go level 9, he's gonna have to wait a little bit for it, but with the Radiant Ginsus, he'll have enough power to at least survive stage 4.
Yeah, and there's an emblem that 1v9 Peter can also make here. Has that Pan on his bench, so let's see what he decides to do. It's the triple Hull Crusher onto the Aatrox, gets the Mech Pilot fruits active, and then can kind of figure everything out from there. But you're still missing Yone. The mighty mech without the Yone, Pie Hat. It's a story we've seen
that
before.
A lot. Yeah. I do like that they're not rolling down at 8. Saw that mistake a couple of times. People just getting a little too anxious with their comp. But they can win. Can win out with only one HP left. And Replay. He may not have Katarina free, but he has piled in all the resources on the Kata. A Radiant Rabadons, a Seeker Samgar for more survivability, and the Hand of Justice for healing. He just needs the most important piece, which is the Kata free.
Yeah, it's not great that you're missing out on that, as well as the Leona still missing from Replay's board. And while everyone else is starting to hit level 8, Jungle Book is level 9. Replay is stuck at level 6, still rolling for this Katarina.
And I think I wholeheartedly believe that Katarina is on a timer. Like from the start of the patch, Katarina has this timer of, can I get strong enough before people will go to 9, because you will always have at least 2 or 3 people being really strong with fast 9, with legendaries, especially in Skull Ball. And I don't believe that the timer is still ticking for Replay. It may have just finished.
He really might be on borrowed time. I totally agree with you. It just looks like everybody else is starting to hit that critical mass where they are able to match Jungle Book at level 9, get a lot of these 5-cost units onto their boards, and Replay might struggle. Even with Keepers being able to give you that extra survivability to the entire comp, you only have 6 units on your board. That's not good enough against some of the other boards that we're seeing get built. I think that's a Seraphine 2 already for Neonify.
Yeah, Seraphine 2 on 8. Jungle Bull. I also want to point out that he got the mittens on the Lee Sin down the line, and also Lumin, or a double down on Crystal Gambit, and he's already on a 2-loss streak, which is the other way to giga cap out the board, to do all of those crazy things, and you see all the level 9s on the 4-5. Marcel P level 9, Shaco level 9, both playing for mech. I don't know if they're gonna hit Jone. Hopefully they do. Marcel P did, actually. There's a Jone.
There we go. Now that we're getting a chance to check back in on Marcel P, it looks like that Yone could not have come at a better time. But is this Katarina 3 going to be able to chew through this giant mech? She is trying so hard, but that's a giant slam down to the back from the mech, and it's still so healthy as the rest of those mech pilots pop out. And even though Replay ended up getting that Katarina 3 online, it's still not looking very good. He's still free falling there from 25 HP.
And I just got the intel that the Katarina only has 40% extra AP for Max Arcana, which is not what you want to see at this the end of stage 4. So
not enough.
Yes. He just needs to pray that Marcel and Peter fight against each other and maybe squeeze down a couple of placements, which is honestly really sad to say that way because I feel that his setup is really strong. Katarina early, Max Arcana, an Artifact, and a Radiant. So the shops weren't there, man.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like the Katarina 3 got hit way too late. And as we take a look at Jungle Book's board, that's a Lee Sin 2. That was an early copy of TF, and I believe a pair on the bench as well. So this is also going to be a very giga-capped board, as Lumen and 1v9 Peter are going to go up against each other. I think 1v9 Peter and Lumen are both going to be very happy about this. 1v9 Peter on that last life, hoping to extend his time in the game, and Lumen getting that cash out for the Crystal Gambit after that double down. So I want to see what Lumen's going to get out of that.
Yeah, and the whole crushers on the mech, it was so much HP. I want to see, is Lumen crashing out one more round, or did he already did it? That's one of the big questions I have for now. But we're seeing the mech. Yeah, we're seeing the meanwhile more mech people already hitting. So the guy with the triple hole crusher, Marcel P, maybe Shaco as well. So there's a lot of mechs. That's a big comparison from last game.
Right, where it was not contested at all, and now we have a couple of players that are going after this line. But we're going to get another injection of loot as well as gold after that PvE round. And we'll get a chance to now check in on Lumen. He could take the cash out here, Pie Hat, or do you double down? He has a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah. Is that... I've never seen that. Oh, it may be just the visual bug from going from another board to this. Did Lumen
Oh, but you have one more, right?
Yes. So I believe he's gonna on 5-2. He should be able to cash out. So hopefully it's a big enough cash out for the investment he's pulling up. But for now, we just need to see if Peter can actually survive against the Twisted Fate 2 from Shaco.
Ooh, that might be a really tough ask, but I have seen this mighty mecha composition do crazier things, and it is going to be a win for 1v9 Peter. This Twisted Fate 2 looks very strong from Shaco, but this mecha is even stronger. I think the Hull Crusher is helping out a lot there, Pie Hat.
Yeah, whenever we're able to go back to a Peter fight, I'll just pinpoint how that works. That Lumen cash out. Triple
items! That's one of the best cash outs you could have gotten. I think Lumen played that perfectly, guaranteeing that 300 cash out breakpoint. Now gets a chance to roll for some of these extra units, but with the Zyra 2, that's great. Gets one copy of the TF, but we know that is a hotly contested unit right now. So Lumen might just have to be okay with what he's hit so far. Gwen 2, Zyra 2, has a couple of other big pieces in there, like the Braum, and one copy away from getting the Seraphine upgraded.
Yeah, I feel you're quite happy, honestly, with having the Legendary 2 at least. Maybe when it's not the best one right now, but it'll work. She'll do something. And on the other side, Bishop, I'll congratulate him for being the first Kale player to go to level 9 on the regional finals. So he was able to actually pull it through. Good for them. Unfortunately, on the other side, there's a really sad story, which is Replay's icon is already darkened, which means that Replay didn't make it, but he didn't go 8th, he went 7th.
did eke out one more placement as 1v9 Peter was also eliminated in that last fight. That's definitely sad as well, especially after seeing how this mech composition got so contested. And he was still able to hit it. It's just so tough. I think we're going to see this happen again and again. Look, even Shaco has a Yone in his shop.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a constant fight of who can hit the 5 costs first, especially on a portal like this. It's honestly a good change of pace because after last game, which was mostly 4 cost contested, and after the first game which was mostly reroll contested, at least this is going back to the old roots from the playing. So it's good to see that the meta inside the lobby can change.
Whoa! Wow, there's tac crowds for everybody.
Yeah.
That is going to really just amplify the pace of the game. Everybody is already so close in terms of the amount of HP that they have left, but these boards are about to go crazy, Pie Hat. Everybody can put something into their board that is going to make it even stronger.
And people like that play the legendary boards, they usually have to choose which legendary they're gonna play. They're gonna choose either Seraphine or Zyra, or maybe a Win or something like that. But now you can do even more of those legendaries. Obviously, knowing whenever you have the gold, right now everyone is at 0 gold, so you won't have any big upgrades for now. But on 6-1, it will just like blow out of proportions.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Lumen is able to actually fit in one of the Twisted Fates if he wanted to, but actually opts to go in a different direction to make that Seraphine as strong as possible with an additional synergy. But I think it's going to be a tough fight. We got Neonify now going up against Marcel P. Marcel P has been at 1 life, so depending on how many units he ends up losing this fight by, it could go in that direction for elimination, but looks good so far as the Zyra 2 and the Seraphine 2, they are duking it out right now.
Plants.
Oh, can the Jakes get it? No! Neonify hangs on.
In the end, Zyra has survived by a needle, pun completely intended. But I do like the new adaptation of on the glow up on Seraphine, because Seraphine was a unit that people didn't really play like the whole set. She was just a trade bot for Star Guardian or for Yumi for a while, but now she has probably the biggest glow up of the whole set. She's now one of the main carries of set. Whenever you play legendaries, you can give her the mage fruit, and just cast twice and just blow the entire boards, and you see how explosive the boards are. Not in this case against the Kale.
I mean, this Kale, I love this spot that Dish Soap ended up playing from. As you had called out, a lot of the Kale spots that we saw from yesterday never amounted in any more than an 8th placed or just a bot 4. But Dish Soap is making this Kale comp look amazing. An elimination here will secure Dish Soap top 4 with Kale, and he looks very strong right now.
If I recall correctly, if you spoke with pros before the tournament, a lot of them would say that Kale was an 8-tier comp. Even in the big meta comps and the meta pages and the stats gave Kale a really good position. We're wondering why. And it's because of cases like this, when you have the resources to get there, Kale can be unstoppable. I don't know if the Kale can be game winning. That's the other question I have for now, especially against all these very stacked boards with a +1 from the Tactician's font and all that. But it's honestly a good showing for the Kale.
Yeah, it does look great so far, and Dish Soap still has 1 more life to work with. Jungle Book, though, so rich, is going to spend that gold. Go level 10, 11 units on the board as well from that additional, from the Tac Cape. And so we'll see what he ends up putting in to make the most of it. 6 Juggernaut, though, with so many upgraded legendary units. This is an amazing board to watch.
A lot of survivability and free legendaries 2-star with free items each. It's just so much power. The boards are they have so much damage.
That's the board I want when I play the game. That's my Exodia board.
And you can see both fights at the same time, and there are explosions going in both of them. One of them has the mech just blowing up, and the other one has Seraphine just doing kaboom. But in the end, apparently Lumen, I feel that after all the Crystal Gambit cash outs, he just ended up going fourth at least.
Some of it, I think, is just that everybody else got, like, Lumen didn't get enough out of that head start that he had. Everyone was able to catch up with the additional unit that they could put on the board, with some of the extra resources that got injected into this game. We had a lot of items, a lot of radiant items. We had a lot of artifacts that ended up coming out, emblems as well. And I think that just made it so that Lumen's head start didn't scale with the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, I honestly can't blame them for that. Seeing the boards that we're just looking upon, a Twisted Fate 2 started to the classic, basically full cap legendary board with as many units as you want, and just a humble mech doing their way, an honest work, just fighting against and killing all, actually putting a really good fight. And maybe Marcel P can be the winner after, I believe, doing a really strong Crystal Gambit cash out into playing mech, into hitting things, into, well, what we're seeing right now.
Sometimes I feel like the Mighty Mech, it does start to fall off when these legendary boards can continue to put more in. It really does struggle against a level 10 legendary board, but because Marcel P can also hit level 10, has all these Mighty Mech units, but also has a Zyra. You have the 2-star Yone. You also have a 2-star Lee Sin that's going to also help out with some of these synergies that you have on your board. It is giving it the power to be able to fight up against Jungle Book's legendary board on the other side.
And you're also giving the mech 2 Radiant items, and in this case, the best Radiant items. So you can have a Radiant Sterak's and a Radiant Ionic Spark. Look at the whole. I don't really want to know the amount of stats and damage that the mech is already pulling right now. That's one of the best items combinations that you can get for that. Marcel P should be very happy for this. And we've seen the mech just fighting his way through last fight, and this time it's not gonna be any different. Maybe I'm waiting for the jinx. The mech is trying. The mech can't go through this time. I am surprised. Yeah. It was very easy for the mech to go through, and now the Lee Sin just held the fort, and Jungle Book ends up winning the third game.
Just a little bit of a different positioning there on Jungle Book's side, I think, ended up getting him that win in that final 1v1. Congratulations for that amazing first place, and what a treat we had here, Pie Hat. This game was full of legendary units, surprises from those crabs, and I think we got a really great game showing us just the power that's behind this TFT set.
It's been a lot of craziness, especially with the extra unit on the board at the end on stage 5 on the stage 5 carousel. So it's a really good showing, and I do like how you can see very different games or very different comps being played on each and every game.
Well, we have even more ahead of us as we're going to take a short break. We're going to have our analyst desk come back after that to break down this game, and then we'll have the 4th game of our day.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weishin Iverson, Dish Soap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos.
Welcome back, everybody. Gangly, Dobbs, Asa here on the analyst desk to break down everything we just saw in game number 3, day 1, week 1, KO Coliseum regional finals. Welcome, everybody. All right, Asa, let's talk about it. Game 3 started off in Scuttle Puddle, and we've seen all weekend long already how many players are angling toward the really high cap boards of both Fast 9 and Mech, and it felt like it was amplified in Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah, those are the 2 comps that, if you can get there, are usually going to be winning lobbies, but they're also kind of high risk where if you don't hit your 2-star backline, like you don't hit your 2-star TF, you can just die out and get a bot 4. So they're super high risk, but in the Scuttle Puddle, it gives you the econ to mitigate a lot of that risk. And you see 5 out of the 8 players ending up with 2-star legendaries on their board.
Dobbs, there were some other players that had some other ideas, though, right? We saw a replay with Katarina, for instance.
Exactly. I mean, Katarina with Max Arcana, such a great composition to avoid that Rush 9 playstyle. But unfortunately for replay, he was unable to get the Katarina on tempo, and he just finds it on late stage 4, so it wasn't able to ramp up. And by the time that he was like with Katarina 3, players were already at level 9, so it was so hard for him to catch up.
Asa, Dishop was the other player that was rerolling this lobby, but he was rerolling Kale, which I feel like is kind of this hybrid because it's, you know, a reroll composition that also kind of spikes on 9, which I think separates it from a lot of the other reroll compositions.
Yeah, Kale definitely benefits from having extra econ. Dishop with a Pandora's Bench. We didn't see exactly when he hit, but he was able to get 9 pretty quickly and get that huge Kale power spike. Kale is just such a unique unit who unlocks a lot of her power the instant you hit level 9. So often very hard times to do in a regular game, but in Scuttle Puddle, you can do it pretty reliably. So good choice by Dishop to go for that Kale there.
Dobbs, I wanted to draw attention to something we saw from, I believe it was Lumen that game. It was similar to what we saw from Marcel in the game before, which was this 100 streaking through stage 3 into the Crystal Gambit line on stage 4. And it felt like for both Marcel and Lumen over the last 2 games, it just didn't work out. How do you feel about that line of sacking your stage 4?
Exactly. We've seen a couple of difference between these kind of plays. We've seen these 2 players trying to put the Crystal Gambit late in the game, second some HP, and then suddenly you end up dying with 4th and 5th, maybe because other players could cap higher their boards. So I feel the players gonna adapt a little bit on this matter, because we've seen Duck Memes actually saving a lot of HP and getting like a 3rd with a Yumi without any combat augments at all. So maybe they will figure it out like, okay, do I even need to place Crystal Gambit on the stage 4? Because Lumen, at least, he already have enough gold to push it into that level 9 and maybe reading everything. So the HP actually matters a lot.
All right, Asa, something I do want to talk about real quick before we go back into the next game is there was a play by Peter there where we saw he did this halfway transition in stage 4 going into Mech. Can you talk about your response to seeing that play from Peter?
Yeah, I think it's actually a really interesting play that we don't see that often, and it is really smart because we have seen so many players kind of try to greed the 50 gold interest breakpoint and then do the transition in one turn, but you just don't have enough time. We've seen so many people, they could just roll down to maybe like 20 gold, and then you make 3 less gold of interest on that turn before, but then you don't lose 15 HP by not finishing your turn.
Yeah, mech has been a composition that feels extremely fickle, right? Because there's this kind of balance between the players who opt to roll on 8. You have a higher chance of hitting Yone, but if you're able to go 9 and hit everything, then you know that your high end is going to be that much higher. So Peter, unfortunately, with just 1 life, didn't have what it took. Dies before Marcel, and Marcel ends up finding the top 2. But game number 4 is ready. The casters are waiting on the wing. So Necra, Pie Hat, I'm going to send it off to you guys.
Thank you so much, Des, for that insight and for giving us back the stage so we can take you through this game number 4. Pie Hat, I think they brought up a really great point. Just going back to what they said about Lumen going with that loss streak so late in the game, you did lose out on a lot of your HP resource that may have otherwise actually been able to get you maybe a placement or 2.
We need to always think about how money as a resource should work on, but HP is also a very important thing to consider, especially now that a lot of players are basically just using it, trying to save as much HP as possible to then go into a cash out. So they just need to figure out how to actually manage everything. It's gonna be very, very difficult, especially now that we're going into the second half of the day. And there are a couple of really known names here. I don't know if you want to highlight anyone in particular, Nika.
Yeah, well, I'm excited that we get a chance to see Pokygom. This is one of those players from the Americas that has always been considered one of the best players in the region. But I feel like, you know, he's taken a couple of sets off just because he hasn't had as much fun with the game. But coming back, I know he's been taking TFT really seriously and has already been quite rewarded for today, being able to get those 14 points. But I think there's a lot of other players that we can talk about here. I'm really looking at some of these players from LATAM and Brazil that have really impressed me. Like CMB yesterday, Pie Hat had such a great day and then comes in with 19 points to start out these 3 games.
I mean, he's playing extremely well. So I feel that there's nothing else that just give them props, and just hopefully he can continue that, because I just not wanted to get too ahead of myself, but you can actually qualify to the tier 1 in 8 games. You don't have to play all Sunday. If you are really performing is today, tomorrow you can only have 2 games. Play your heart out, then go early and finish your day. So hopefully CMB can do that, especially given how he's been performing throughout these 2 days for now.
That is such a great point that you bring up. The format tomorrow is going to have some harsher cutoffs as we continue through our America's Regional Finals competition, but those cutoffs are going to happen by eliminating players that are towards the bottom of the standings, but also promoting players that end up doing well at the top. And if you can keep a strong point total throughout today, it'll give you a much better chance to just finish out your day early. And so I think everybody is looking at that. If they are at the top of the standings, they don't want to free fall from there by taking a couple of bottom 4s to finish the day. They just want to keep extending that lead to give them that chance to just qualify to the next weekend immediately. And so in our lobby, we are really looking at Tropical as another one of those players that has accumulated quite a few points so far today.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Philip only has 7 points, and unlike the players that are on the top of the leaderboard, the players on the bottom, they do have a timer, because after the 6th game, 16 of those players will be eliminated. So obviously, when you're in that part of the tournament, in that part of the leaderboard, you don't want that, and you're gonna fear that. But hopefully he can bounce back. We'll see, especially now with a gold augment.
Yeah, but did you see what Cash actually took? It got a Katarina with the over 9,000 fruit, but there is this kind of juicy choice of the Knuckle Dusters Vi that's given to Cash.
It is tempting, but you can also have double scaling. You can grab Deadlier Caps, have the Rabadon scale up, which is basically a pseudo Max Arcana to put on the Katarina that already has over 9,000. This is one of the rare cases where if you get HP and resistance on Katarina, you wouldn't be sad. But that didn't happen, sadly. He grabs Replication, probably trying to fish out and finish as many items as possible early. Bow is probably the strongest option here, but you can also go Nashor's Tooth, you can also go for a red buff later, or maybe even a Void Staff down the line for the Jumi, so good option overall, very solid.
Or I think you were also looking for sword or glove. Like if you get the glove, you can do the Hand of Justice, and then you can also have the Thieves' Gloves for later. But with the sword, you could have had that Edge of Night to give that Katarina that extra life in some of these combats, and then maybe you are able to build out some other items for a secondary carry later on. But unfortunately, it is just to take the bow, which was the best of those three choices. But what about this slice down spot, Pie Hat? That's a blighting jewel on this Ezreal. I think there are a couple of different directions we could see slice down take this.
Slice down not play mech?
That is crazy.
Mind blowing. We haven't seen as many Malzahar rerolls throughout the tournament, so this may be. I mean, this is one of the best places to actually do that because Blighting Jewel is and will forever be the best artifact on Malzahar because he'll just spread out the infection and just reduce the enemy's MR extremely fast. So he may have an extremely comfortable spot. As long as he hits, of course. We said the same thing about replay last game, and we know how that went. So.
That's true, and Malzahar is going to be even more expensive. But Pie Hat, look at this. Philip has something to look forward to later down the line. He's got a TF2 from Aura farming.
I mean, the name matches it. He is actually Aura farming right now with that.
Right?
So you can do so many things with that Twisted Fate. You can just... Honestly, the sky's the limit. You can just
use it.
pick any comp. Twisted Fate 2 will always be a high roll. No matter what, so good for Philip.
I feel like that's the best legendary that you could get out of Aura farming, but maybe that's just me. That's definitely the one that I would want to see if I picked that augment.
Oh, I completely agree. Like the only one probably on the same level would be Jonah, so you can already guarantee the mech. Oh, that's just because of mech. Yeah.
I might take Braum too, but
oh, Braum too could. Yeah, it could be interesting if you have good items for Braum. You can stack the HP, the cushion. You can have basically an extra life very early on. I don't like that. Yeah. I want to point out tech support now because one of the synergies that we haven't seen as much this couple of games has been Soul Fighter. We haven't seen a lot of Samira, haven't really seen Bolivar, only once if I recall correctly. But Soul Fighter can be a very strong comp for Stage 3 and Stage 4. The 4 and 6 Soul Fighter package is very consistent with, and it gives you a lot of stats to work to play towards.
I'm excited to see how that ends up going as we get into the later parts of the game, but I think as well for some of these other spots. Do you like the Shen Hero augment right now, Pie Hat? From Pokegom?
I would have liked it if he got a bow. But I think it got joinked away, I believe. Or maybe he got the spot. I recall seeing a spatula or a pan at least. So if he could get the Bastion pan, or he could get a bow to start building towards Ginsus, towards Giant Slayer, it could work. The only downside of Shen is that the biggest counter to true damage is having a really big and beefy unit, and mech does that, and there's a lot of mech. So I'm worried about the Shen. It can work. There's a couple of frontline there. Like if you play 6 Bastion or 6 Juggernaut, Shen can eat through that front line, but the mech can be a really big roadblock for later in the game.
Well, no mech online yet, so maybe that is a bridge we will cross if we even get there. But for now, we can just kind of take stock of where everyone else is. Looking at tropical spots, I think I could go down a couple of different directions here. It's very flexible right now. So.
Yeah, especially with aim at the top, you can, since you already have the power of knowing your next matchup, you can just either take in Crystal Gambit or just try to be as strong as possible. But we're seeing a lot of Ginsus being slammed throughout the day. And it's because they just want to save HP. We were talking about at the start of the game how HP as a resource can be very valuable if you plan your cards accordingly. And Ginsu's just the premier build an item on 2-1 and see where it takes you. Everyone listening has probably done it when the first or second game of the set, they still don't know what the units are, but they will always build a good, all reliable Ginsu. So that there are changes.
I feel like, is that when TFT is the healthiest, when Ginsu's is super flexible?
I saw that meme. Yeah, I saw the comment. I don't remember who was it that posted that and like, that's so true because so many. Well, it depends. If it goes a little too on the stronger side, you get like the series or I don't know if you remember the Fairy Callista.
Oh, Exotech. Yeah, oh,
Exotech.
Fairy
Yeah,
Callista.
Those weren't the healthy parts of the game.
Yeah, oh, that's bad flashback, Spy Hat.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry, we don't have that in this set. Not right now, anyway, but...
For I just want to point out, Slice Down already has the free items to Malzahar. Yeah, it has some void stuff, honestly, which there's always a discussion on whether you want to build void stuff or not when you have Blinding Jewel. Especially now that Blinding Jewel has been nerfed because it used to reduce 5 flat MR per tick of damage, and now it's only 3. So there's an argument that void stuff can actually enhance Malzahar to just go even faster to the cap of getting the enemy frontline to 0 MR. And he also got 1 Malzahar from the orb, so I think the setup is decent for the time being.
I was laughing a little because I actually saw that Slice Down was holding a couple of the mech units, and then once he got the Malzahar, but he did sell off a couple of those just to be able to make econ. But I was worried for a moment, Pie Hat, that we were going to see the Blighted Jewel be used for the mech. We'll just see a Slice Down only play mech this entire weekend.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. That's a true fan of the comp. He knows all the ins and outs. So yeah, at least hopefully the mouse pays off for Slice Down. Tropical already going to trying to build as many mech items as possible because whenever I see Starax and Hand of Justice being built, I just think, oh, they're going to the mech. So yeah, that Nafiri is a mech in disguise.
But even though there are 2 Lucian in the shop, he isn't buying them yet. So maybe it's not. Maybe actually it's just a Twisted Fate angle.
I mean, that's on me for thinking that everyone's playing mech, so I'll admit it.
Hey, but you're not wrong. It has been the theme of the weekend so far.
One quick call out. Slice Down has rig shops. Full-on Malzahar. I like that. I like the commitment. And on the side of Tropical, playing with aim at the top, he has wants as many combat augments or item augments as possible. Ramification, a Sniper's Emblem, not the one that you really want to see, unless you are actually just committed to Jinx, which probably isn't going to happen based on the items. So we'll just wait to see for the reroll or the reforge down the line.
Yeah, with that Reforger available, I guess you could try to fish for something else, but that's also kind of risky. There are a couple of emblems I feel like it's nice to be able to give you direction, but some of them can be kind of useless. Especially, what if you get Battle Academia? You already have a couple of players that are angling towards at least putting in some of that package, but Battle Academia is one of those you need 3 champions in order to actually get that trait active, and that can be a lot of commitment to put in your board.
Especially when you pivot that so late, and it's not gonna be that worth it. Yeah, it's part of the risk of choosing that document. I do want to call Philip. We're speaking how Philip needed anything to bounce back. He already started on the right foot with the Aura farming Twisted Fate and Silver Destiny. The game is actually rewarding him. He's saying, okay, you have a bone. And he has late game specialist. Whenever he goes to level 9, he will have a Twisted Fate 2 plus extra gold to just build any board that he wants. So that's what you want to see, actually.
That's crazy. Usually, like, I'm one of the types of players, I don't like taking those augments that have so much RNG. So I don't like Silver Destiny, I don't like Gold Destiny, even though I know they do give you a little bit of econ when you pick that augment, because what if you end up with something that's kind of useless? Like we saw Hit the Bell yesterday from Gold Destiny.
Yes.
And that was not the best augment you could have rolled there, but Philip never punished. You just get a really great synergistic augment.
Good for them. That's the game. Sometimes you need the game to give you a helping hand. I do believe that a good way to look at TFT is that you won't always be in the driver's seat, that you won't always have the winning hand to play for first. So you just have to play whatever you have to salvage as many points as you have, until you wait for that one time where you have the wheel and you can actually just play for that Gia cash out. And that's a good, I feel that's a very healthy way to look at TFT, or at least at competing or climbing in TFT in general. So you won't always be able to have the specific augment combination that you really want. But sometimes you have to work with what you have.
Yeah, that is a good point, because I think I especially see a lot of players, sometimes they really want to make the best in slot items for champion, but if you don't get those items, you really do need to know that it's okay to slam something that is not super optimal. Maybe it does save you a combat, or it ends up being good for a champion later on, or it'll work out for you. Doesn't have to be perfect.
It just needs to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
And Poki Omaiwa, now that we're finally checking on his board and how his setup ended up panning out, I remember that we were discussing out Shen as a whole, and if he was able to get a sword, a bow, I mean. And he got a bow. I believe he got the pan from the first carousel, so he had 6 Bastion online, on stage free, plus now he has the Ginsos, plus the Quicksilver, so that shit's gonna attack very fast. So I think it's a really good setup. He just needs to hit Shen like early-ish.
Yeah, to re-roll for it. But I kind of wonder, is there a world where you give up the Shen 3 and you just try to play tempo with it? And maybe you keep like a Shen 2, but you work towards legendaries instead?
I don't think so, just because Poki rolled really deep. It seems like he's on 3-6, only 40 gold, which means that he probably rolled up to like 20 or something just to fish for a Shen 2. So in those cases, you just want to just hold the line, be patient, and try to fish for as many free stars that you can get. He already has the Yasuo with Bastion, so yeah, he's probably gonna be locked into level 6, level 7. Hopefully, an economy augment that helps me carry on and actually go for the units that he really wants. So yeah, at least in this case, he's gonna stay at that point on that line. I mean.
So then, fingers crossed, Poki can get those extra copies of Shen to make sure that that unit can be upgraded later on.
Exactly. No Katarina fiasco like last match, please. Game.
Oh. Yeah, well, for Cash 2, actually, speaking of which, 5 copies of Katarina, but a little bit richer than where Pokygom's spot is going for this 2-cost reroll. So a little bit more gold to work with, and was winning fights, so I think it was okay to just kind of sit a little bit richer and then maybe roll on for 2.
And you can see how the portal actually affects the how pressured you are to find the units, because on Skull Pal, if you don't hit on 4-1 or 4-2, everyone is level 9. They have mechs, they have Twisted Fate 2s and all that. And in this game, since it's a mostly normal port encounter, you have the beach ball only there, like chilling in the corner. And unless you're named Philip, your board is not gonna be that strong. So they have a little more time to find their units.
Yeah, and for Philip, like, that is going to be spiking pretty soon. It's 4-6, I think, where the Twisted Fate gets a chance to get on the board from aura farming.
Yeah, 4-3, I believe it is now.
Oh, it got moved up.
I just want to do the
Cool.
call that I was talking about that the lobby wasn't gonna be that pressured, but we saw prismatic orb, and due to the changes, everyone gets the same price, and now the price for this game is triple a completed item anvil. So you can see a lot of units being extremely itemized, and that's gonna suck for people who only have like 1 or 2 carries, like in this case, Shen, Hero Augment, because unless you hit the perfect defensive items that you want from the anvils, you don't really have any holders.
Yeah, there are going to be a couple of people that benefit from those extra items just a little bit more, but to round out our augment choices, it is going to be a gold augment to bookend our augment choices. And Pocky here, I kind of want, there's a couple of different ways you could play that. I feel like you got some good choices.
Yeah.
Oh, is it duo queue? Oh my goodness, all these icons look the same.
Yeah, that ended up being duo queue for Tropical. He's one of the mech players of the lobby, just trying to fish out for Jone. Pokium ended up grabbing Tesla Coil just to have a little more damage. And anything else that really stands out, they're mostly normal carry or tank augments. But Slice Down, he already had rig shops for the free costs, and now he has Trifecta to help with the Malzahar, so that's a good combo of augments, if I may be honest.
I feel like everybody has kind of gotten a nice synergy from a lot of what they've picked. Yeah, all those augments look the same to me.
Yeah, they're so similar.
I'm like, gosh, his augment looks like Tex's final augment, and then Tropicals I know is duo Q.
I know that Texas wanted the Paraforce, which buffs your when you only have 2 4-cost units on board.
Okay.
Cash, the Cash one is the one I'm completely lost because it looks extremely similar to like duo Q. Probably climbed the ladder. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm blind, and the way the lights are in my room, it goes straight into the part of the monitor where Cash has the augments, so I cannot really.
It is not climb the ladder, I'm pretty sure, but I'm also not super confident because they all look the same. Oh, it's bronze for life.
The data, bronze for life it is, yeah. It's interesting. Real play making makes sense because you want more amp towards the mech. And Aris playing for I haven't seen really much of Aris this game. He has the patient study, going to level 9, double Krakens, plus a Ginsu, holding a Johnny just in case, but just basically waiting for the moment to be level 9. Whenever that happens, of course, you never know.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, we could get a nice picture now of where everybody's comps have started to land for the final moments. CMB and Tropical are kind of starting to free fall a little bit, but that's because they've opted into some of this mech, but are definitely missing pieces.
Yeah, CMB is. I feel that both are stuck on Jone jail, though.
Yeah. And there wasn't, I don't think there was a Yone here for any of them to pick up.
No, it is not. There's a couple of people holding.
Wait.
Hey, CMB, yeah, there was.
He found it.
Okay. That Jone was very sneaky. Even he even got past us, Necro. That's insane.
Yeah, he was hiding it. He
He
just
did
went
it
right
very well.
it, and now is going to be totally fine.
And now you just have the usual setup. You just put the fruits on Gunplank, you just put the fruit on Aatrox, and just try to give as many resources as you can. You also do put the best friends on the mech, so he also has even more armor and attack speed. So that mech is gonna, you can see him going faster than usual.
Yeah, he is definitely slicing faster than I feel like we've seen on this broadcast so far, but it's a little bit difficult to actually get through these tanks in the front line. Look at all of that extra sustainability that's coming in from that 3-star Nico. Cassante is also doing some big work to stall for time so that this Malzahar can actually get the win. And even though it's not a 3-star, Piehat, that was very close, and it was still enough to get the job done. So CMB on final life at 4 HP, even though you have the 7 Mighty Mech online.
I mean, that's just the power of Lightning Jewel Malzahar with Trifecta, I suppose. Yeah, he has been consistent since the start of the game, of the set, actually. So Almazo is going to pump up a lot of damage, even though it's still only 2 stars, so that's going to be insane. I do feel fear for CMB's board because his setup is actually really good. So I don't know if that fight was just a fluke or not. He has an extra life now because he's gonna play against the fast 9 player who's not gonna be 9 until level 5, which is Aris. So should be at least a little bit of relief for him.
One more combat at least. We can see CMB make some additional improvements to the board, and maybe that will help CMB stabilize for the long run. But Tropical is going to take another big hit here, Piehat, on an 8-loss streak, and still hasn't had an opportunity to try to fix this spot. Still missing out on that Yone, and that's going to be a really tough place to be, as Aritz is actually going to make a pretty big roll down here and completely sell off the board.
The full pivot? The APM on this guy, he is one of the youngest players in the field, so if there's something you have is APM. You can be very fast with the pivot, so he just needs one Twisted Fate to make their items make a lot of sense. He already has a Lee Sin, he already has a Braum, so those pieces of the puzzle are already there. Just one of those guys with the cards, but Phil already has 3 of them. Oh, that's so lucky. Let's go.
That natural shop is crazy. So that is going to help out a lot as Aritz continues this roll down. Gets another copy of the Braum, finds another Lee Sin to 2-star it, and that's going to feel really nice to have here with the 6 Juggernaut active. You just got to get your items online and make sure you get your fruit onto that Twisted Fate. And then maybe you're stable.
He got enough time. Oh, was he able to get Noxious Trap on the final fruit? Hopefully he did, because that was a very, very big turn. One of those set 15 moments where you have to do so many things at the same time, plus get the fruit. So hopefully he doesn't get punished for it. On the right side, so that Pokemon just hit his Shen free only now on 5-1, which is unfortunate if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it feels like it is a little bit too late, but Pokemon is still pretty healthy, all things considered, relative to the rest of the lobby, that I think he might be okay, but no, Tropical gets eliminated there, as Philip is now going to be the one in the driver's seat, gets all of that gold cashed out from that late game specialist, has this Twisted Fate in from a couple of rounds ago, and can continue to make these board upgrades to really power up these Juggernauts. But there's lots of Lee Sins out of the pool here, Piehat, so that Lee Sin 2 might be really hard to come by, and the Zyra as well, as a lot of players are getting closer to their legendary cap boards.
Yeah, the game is getting into a very weird state where I remember in a couple other sets when fast state was extremely consistent. For example, Heartsteel patch on set 10 where everyone was playing Heartsteel. People ended up rolling on 3-6 or 3-7 even. So there's a very weird balance between having to go to level 9 but also needing to roll before everyone else. Because if you're only now getting to level 9 and you see Philip's board and you see Aris's board, units won't be there anymore.
Yeah, and I think some of our players are going to run into that problem, but for CMB, it's also just the problem of this Mighty Mech not being enough. Even though we saw that synergy finally get activated, CMB does go out in 7th place. Philip just having the perfect target focus and single target damage for that fight.
And honestly, it's a shame. It's a shame. This feels like like yesterday's type of games where mechs were going just 7-8, trying to fish for a Yone. Sadly, CMB didn't make it past 7, even though he did find a Yone, but that's a shame. But on the other side, the silent warrior of Tex, we haven't really seen his board since stage 2. And he has the Samira unlock, he has the board online, and we're seeing how Samira can try to tiptoe with some of these boards and save enough HP to just still be at a very strong place. But he's still level 8, he's gonna be level 9 only on 5-5. And I don't know if the board's gonna be strong enough to make there. But on the lose streak, on the loser's end, Aris is gone.
Oh, after seeing that full pivot, maybe just not able to upgrade enough of those units. And Pi-Hat, that was exactly what you were just talking about. If you're late to this level 9 party, all your units just might be out of the pool.
I feel for that. Was so sad. I feel that Aris played that really, especially that turn, the transition turn was really well for him. I'm not sure what happened. I don't want to say fruit diff because we don't know what fruit he ended up having, but maybe it was just not having a Noxious Trap and not having a way to beat boards like Pokecoms, which is extremely tanky.
Yeah, we did see that original. So we saw the fruit get used onto the Twisted Fate, and then when we pivoted off, I saw Aritz actually tried to get rid of the fruit and choose a new one. So I think that first roll definitely didn't give you that Noxious Trap, and then maybe the second one actually didn't either. But we will have to kind of look back at that a little bit later. For now, as we take a look at this next fight, Cash is on a tear through this lobby right now, Pi-Hat. He was able to get this Katarina online. Everything has been stacking so beautifully. And his Katarina is unstoppable.
It wasn't late enough this time for the Katarina. The Katarina just is ramping up. I'm not sure what are the amount of stacks that she currently has on her fruit. That's honestly Portal encountered if I'm being honest, compared to the last Katarina that we had. And it's just a little sad to see Pokemon's Shen board just probably bleed out into a 4th or a 5th. It really just depends on matchmaking. If he fights one of the strongest people in the lobby, he may just go 5th based on HP difference. It really just depends right now who is he fighting. And that one is Phillip's full board.
Oh, I mean, the TF2, I think it's just going to be really difficult to actually get through because Phillip has also been doing phenomenally. Maybe the Yasuo 3 is going to be the difference here for Pokegom since that is a more recent upgrade, but the stuns come through, buckling up that Swain, slamming him back down, and just stalling for time that the ramp is going to come through for this Twisted Fate. But the Swain, it actually gets so much HP recovery back from those anime visages, and that is going to help Pokegom get one more placement as Tex is now going to be the one that goes out in the bottom 4.
Let's go, let's go. Shen is trying to survive as much as he can, and Tex just sadly ended up going 5th. And as we were saying, Samira isn't one of those comps that just can't survive in the late game fights, especially with boards like the Malzahar or the Shins or the Omega Cap boards that Philip and Cash have. So yeah, that's a solid 5th, honorable 5th for Tex, I would assume.
Okay, I got word that Cash's over 9,000 Katarina stacks are plus 40% AP, plus 8% attack speed.
No way.
He just basically high rolling just the AP stacks.
I mean, those are the rolls that you want from Katarina.
Yeah.
So. No wonder he's on 81 HP, full streaking, on fire. basically already won out the lobby. So.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would love to see Cash just go on a victory lap with that Katarina, but for now it is going to be a hard-fought battle between Slicedown and Pokygom, both of them sitting at that final life. Right now it's going to be Pokygom Swain that gets that backline access alongside that Yasuo, but the Blighted Jewel Malzahar is still alive to be able to help deal with the Swain, and it is enough. Slicedown is able to get that final elimination. Pokygom goes out in fourth, Philip goes out in third, and now it is a final showdown between Cash and Slicedown. Cash, take a bow.
It was so close to Pokygom. Pokygom almost he was one auto attack behind from actually winning the fight, and him being the one who will face the wrath of Cash at this end of the game. At Katarina, I do see her being unstoppable, and not just because Rakan has the fruit desk, but that Kata, yes. If she can get into the backline, which she will due to their positioning, that mouse is probably be as good as gone.
Yeah, okay, no extra AP stacks for this Katarina, but I feel like plus 40% AP is honestly good enough, as this Katarina is getting a little bit stuck though on these frontline tanks. That it's just such an overwhelming amount of damage. Even though this Yuumi isn't actually 2-starred, Cash has plenty, and one of the biggest HP differentials later gets that first place. So congratulations to Cash, a very good first place for Cash as well, to add in even more points so that Cash can hopefully find himself through to tomorrow's competition.
You could say that he cashed out on that over 9,000. That was a really good showing of how Kata can actually just pop off and steamroll lobbies on the correct conditions. So I think it's really good for that, for the sake of the game, and for how, and also for Slicedown. Slicedown, he's been playing a first rate playstyle, only 10 points for the 4th game, so that's 2nd place while not playing mech. That speaks wonders of him.
It really does. I think that Blighted Jewel Malzahar is going to be really cool. Hopefully to see a little bit later for more reroll compositions. But for now, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, our analyst that's going to break down that 4th game. And I bet you give you even more info on that Katarina. Stay tuned.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. You're perfect. A little bit up, left, a little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now. Okay. Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down.
Welcome back, everybody, for another Analyst Desk. I'm here with Asa and Dobbs. We're going to break down some of the things we saw. And there was a bit of a shift in the dynamics of that lobby. Lots of reroll come into fruition in the top 4 there. But Dobbs, I don't want to just talk about the reroll. I want to talk about the man behind second place here. Sliced Down, playing the Blighting Jewel Malzahar. This guy is so volatile in his play.
Yes, I like the way we can show up his narrative by now. Kind of the first or 8th player. He played the first game today, secured the Karma 3 like for free, won the game, and then he goes straight to the next 2 games. And in this game, he was barely going into that first place, trying into that Malzahar with the jewel. So he was great, but couldn't pass through the Katarina from Cash.
Yeah, the Katarina Asa was insane because normally when we see the Katarina, what really makes it come alive are the artifacts. But this was a non-artifact Katarina that just stomped the entire lobby.
Yeah, we got the over 9,000, which was nerfed in the current patch, but not by that much, and has been regarded as one of the best Katarina fruits pretty much since the start of the set. And if you get really good rolls, you can get a ton of power. Average power up probably gives you, Max Arcana is a good thing to compare it to, which is another really good Katarina fruit. By the end of the game, it gives you about 40 AP. We can see that Cash is getting that 40 AP, but also on top of that, other stats, most notably 4 mana regen. 1 mana regen is about as good as 10 AP. So this is almost twice as good as a Max Arcana, which is already really good.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to illustrate exactly how powerful a fruit like that can be. I feel like based on the over 9,000 that's rolled there, I'm gonna do fake math, not ASA math, which is real math. I'm gonna guess that feels like a 5-item Katarina relative to like other reroll compositions.
Yeah, you can definitely say that because that 4-minute regen, it's crazy. The amount of power that Katarina puts on the field when she can ult like without stopping, it's really strong. So that's why I would say that he's a 5-item Katarina. Tons of AP, tons of mana regen, and still the 3 items that you regular use.
Also want to draw attention to the fact that in the standings, Cash, Slice Down, and Phillip, 3 players that went top 3, were all sitting in the bottom half of the standings prior to this game. So they have, their life in the tournament is currently at stake, and it was very cool to see them being able to navigate that in some ways a little bit riskier. Phillip playing the fast 9, but both Slice Down and Cash finding reroll angles that gave him a strong finish. With only 2 more games remaining, this is where it does get a little bit scary, Asa, because we've said all day and even yesterday, there's this weighted coin in TFT where sometimes you have to flip and play for first, but each game that your coin is not weighted evenly. And with only 2 games left, if you're sitting at the bottom half of the standings, you have to kind of determine now, like, when do I actually gamble to get the most points possible?
Yeah, for a lot of players who are in the middle, you're still kind of playing your game, but we're getting to that point where players even slightly below the middle or near the bottom, they're getting to that point where getting a 4th place is all of a sudden not good enough, where that's normally a win in TFT. It's just a 4th is not a win for them. That means they're going to be out of the tournament, so they really need to play for that first, and that can affect the rest of the lobby tempo, as we saw in our final game yesterday, where 4 players basically needed to play for exactly first, and then they all ended up bot 4ing except for Slice Down. pretty convincingly because like they had to take such big risks and of no fault of their own. But that can help out the other players who are not in that position.
Dob, something we didn't get a chance to talk too much about was Tex's game actually in the last game playing Soul Fighter. Soul Fighter's, it's been a weird comp in this meta, right? Because there's 4-cost lines don't seem overly contested, and it does feel like their matchup spread is a little bit tough, especially with like Mech, right? When Samira has so much AoE. But Tex, I believe, ended 5th that game, right? Is where he finished up, which I would say, like, generally speaking, for a composition that is tempo oriented and not super contested in the meta, I think you might be pretty happy with the 5th. What's your read on Soul Fighter currently?
Well, I would put some fighter and Yubi nearly in the same box. Both are compositions that you want to play from ahead. So if you have a great start with upgraded units, you can save a lot of HP, and then by the end of the game, you bleed out like a little bit, and then try to get like a 3rd or a 4th. On this game, unfortunately, he got a 5th. If we look into the whole picture, it might not be even that bad, but depending on how the matchmaking had happened in that game, maybe he feels that he could do a little bit better. But still a okay finish for a composition that does not have like as cap so high as the Juggernaut TF or maybe the Mech.
Yeah, I think when you opt into a line like that too, you generally know what to expect, right? Like, I don't think Tex is playing Soul Fighter expecting to end top 1 or top 2, and I don't even know exactly where he is in the placement in the standings right now. I would guess though that if he's playing Soul Fighter from 2-1, especially playing it with like such a narrow line, right, taking God's Eye opens means that he can only play the Soul Fighter line. To me, that reads that he's probably a little bit higher in the standings, like somewhere in the top half, and he's just trying to get some kind of free points without bombing out. Let's zoom out for a moment though. Something I want to talk about, Asa, is the strength that we've seen from the qualified players all day long, right? Obviously, 4-game sample size in TFT, anything can happen, but it is worth noting that the players in the TPC, from the outside looking in, should be, I'm going to say quote unquote favored. Like, maybe they're not actually favored with their current state, but these are the players playing from tier 1. But today we've seen most of the players near the top stemming from the qualifications that are unique to set 15 specifically, not set 14's TPC qualifying in. Does it surprise you to see these players be so dominant?
I think it's not that surprising because they're the ones who they really want it. Like, you have to really want it, especially like qualifying for a ladder. You have to be on top of your snapshots. You have to play so many games in order to even reach that rank to begin with, and not just play games. You have to brush up on your TFT skills so you're actually able to win those games. Once you get that high LP, sometimes you lose LP if you go 1st and then 5th. So you really have to be really consistent. So they've been putting the effort, and that shows that it pays off. Whereas, I mean, not saying that the TPC players haven't. Obviously, I know a lot of them have been scrimming or playing on ladder as well. Plenty of the TPC players have a lot of ladder games. But I think overall, the players who kind of came in outside the TPC as a whole have collectively much more hours on average.
Dobbs, I want to call back to something Asa and I got to talk about when we were in our block earlier, which is, in TFT, when you're playing solo queue, you think of the game in LP. And this is like what Asa's talking about right now, right? When the players who are on ladder, they're very good at going first, because going first is such a huge difference than going 5th, right? Even the difference between 4th and 5th, assuming you get +10 for 4th and -10 for 5th, is a 20 LP swing. But in tournament, everything is just about points. So talk to me, obviously, as a competitor. You've been competing for, since the ancient days, you old dinosaur. Talk to me about like the mindset, I guess, of playing for points versus playing for LP, and how the players playing in this tournament might have to like shift their mindset of going from ladder to tournament.
Well, I'm gonna use an example from when I played Worlds back in Set 8. I remember that I was one of the few players across the tournament that played the Duelist, Vayne, and Mila. I felt that was such a high tempo comp, and if I could play that composition well, I would never get like 8 and 7s. So this is something that players might be missing on their first 2 days of competition, because we have seen so much players going into that mech, like forcing that top 1, But instead, most of them are actually getting the 7th and the 8th. That's really risky. And these points in the middle of the table actually matter a lot. On the end of the day, we're going to see much players that are qualifying through the weekend 2 are going to be those that actually secure their high rolls and, of course, saving some placement and play across like composition that can score points for you. So it's important to have a mix of your strategy, not just play for like gambling the game, trying to get the Yoni every single game, because if you play that way, sometimes you're gonna miss it. And actually every single point is it's important to pass to the next week.
I think the example of Tex playing Soul Fighter is a great example, because in Tex's spot in the tournament, if he gets 5th in the next game and then 5th in the next game, he's through, because 2 out of 3 players make it through today. So going for some of those lower variance lines, we are also going to see the flip side of that for players in the middle.
This actually calls back though to the philosophy idea we were mentioning earlier on in the day, because normally Asa, I mean I do still agree with you, I don't disagree, but I kind of disagree with you, because it's not just about getting through today, right? I want to make sure anyone who's watching, you have to remember points don't reset tomorrow. Normally, if you can scrape by and get the last qualifying spot, you start today with a clean slate. There are no clean slates given this weekend. You make it through today and you have to play through tomorrow with whatever points that you're given today. And so there's this philosophy question of Tex, I'm going to use him as the example, is offered God's Eye Open, thinks he can get a 5th place finish, but in doing so immediately lowers his cap unless some absurd high roll does happen and he can find a way to turn that into a top 2. The reality though is that if you do just go 5-5-5 from here on out, you'll qualify into tomorrow, but you might end up in a less than desirable spot tomorrow, and then tomorrow you have to go from your top 32 into top 20. So it's hard to find that balance. But Dobbs, I did want to call back actually. You were talking about the World Championship before, and it made me think about the Tactician's Crown at large. We have 3 former world champions all in attendance today, right? In week 1 of the regional finals, it's very possible that Malala, Dissoap, and Replay all do not make it into the TPC. In fact, the set Malala, the former world champion, did not make it to the set 15 TPC. And it does beg this question: when you are going from set to set in TFT, some skills do transfer over, but it also feels like you can't assume just because someone is great at one set of TFT that they're going to be great at the next one. Is that something that you've experienced as a competitor?
I mean, I would say that mostly everything on TFT you carry over. I mean, if you look at players like Dissoap and you look how he approaches the game, like item economy, how he picks his augments, how he picks his lines, he's great at it. So when the game actually gets shift into a new set, you're gonna start to look at the compositions and see what elements do we have in this one that we had before. So your learning curve is actually way better, and we actually can expect more for these players that are actually more experienced. But of course, there is always something new, and then the meta could be not the best for one of these, and maybe like the APM that we were talking earlier, or maybe yesterday, having the fruits, and you have to do a lot of things in the same round. That can actually mess things around for some players, but we can still think as like Dissoap and Replay as one of the big powerhouses, even though they are not playing on the second week already, because they are playing the week 1, but still we can expect a lot from them.
It sounds to me like you're kind of saying that even though the set might test you for different things, the overarching skill that TFT does test is your ability to learn how to play each individual set. Asa, do you agree with that? Do you feel like learning how to learn TFT over and over again is perhaps the most important skill in TFT?
Yeah, I completely agree. A lot of these top TFT players, it's not like they were just inherently good at knowing how to econ or knowing good at how to items. You have to learn how to do that, and that is a key skill that matters. And you can see this reflected in kind of their performances or even ladder stats throughout set by set. It's the same players that are kind of putting up the same results if they put the effort in. And it's not just TFT. A lot of these players are also really good at other games, especially games that have similar skill sets, maybe something like Hearthstone. Sorry, I'm probably not supposed to say that on broadcast. It's okay though. Some other game that's a strategy game. Yeah.
League of Legends.
They all do great. Yeah, League of Legends. A lot of them have been Challenger. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is true though. I think it is time. I mean, we can say this, that like there's a reason that a lot of the players who play in things like Twitch Rivals even, right, which like has TFT on it all the time, there's a lot of crossover where players can be elite. And there have been many players, there's a joke of TFT being the League of Legends retirement home, right? Two games that can be entirely different, one being, you know, got some mechanics, and then one being a little bit more brainy focused. But when you might think that there may not be that much crossover, there's a reason that, you know, Boss of Skills, shout out to Tri-State, was a Grandmaster League of Legends player and then is an elite TFT player sitting in week 2 right now. And that's because these players who are at the top, they know how to learn. Now I'm getting word that the standings are ready, so we're going to be able to take a look to see after game 4 where our players lie. And at the bottom half of the standings, these are the players who are trying to stay alive in the tournament. Some of our newcomers sitting at the bottom here, though, Asa, we talked about Ego, Ice Barrier, some of these players who didn't have that much competitive experience coming in, sitting at the bottom, but also some veterans as well. Greya being the player that really stands out to me.
Yeah, definitely. Greya is someone who I expected to do well, but I think he doesn't really have his heart in the set. And at the end of the day, the most important thing, kind of like we talked about, is not just how good you are at TFT, but how invested you are, how much effort you're putting. And I think that's not there for Greya, but it is there for a lot of those players coming out.
Yes, it's important to note that as well, sometimes you have a half start, and having a half start, usually you need the strength to bounce back. And you've seen a lot of players on the bottom that didn't have like a great start, and they started getting every single game but 4. But it's important to note that you still have some way to go into tomorrow.
Keep in mind, if you're watching right now, you see this cutoff at 20, but that's going to be the 20 that's the cutoff tomorrow. So for today, your goal is to make this top 32. Pedro Patata, aka Pedro Potato, is number 32, barely sliding in. But of course, nobody is truly safe yet. Even if you are, you know, on this page near the top, Ladder Slayer, T-Lie sitting at 19, 20 points respectively. You still have 2 more games to play through, but now we have our final slide to see who is putting in some really strong numbers to try and secure their spot. Fan the Kiki sitting at number 1 right now. And Dobbs, this is, I'm going to be honest, a surprise. Fan the Kiki, an old school Latin American legend, 2 times Tactician's Crown attendee, but not a player that I think many people have been heralding as a competitive threat in more recent sets.
Yes, I mean, look at his standings. He just won first and second. And that's actually on the flip side of what from what I was talking about. When you have like a good start in like a tournament like this, you can actually take decisions without risking too much, and that actually lead you into like a snowball. You can play your best board, not be risky, and then finding like, oh, this game I have like a huge spot that I can win out, and then you end up like getting these results like this.
I want to call out, Asa, of the 16 players currently sitting in the top of the standings, only 3 of them are returning players from the TPC. 13 of that top 16 are all newcomers, 2 of which, 100 Thieves, Kiyun, and Spencer. Obviously, we're saying that these are like the newcomers. Certainly not newcomers to the scene in any way, but it's very cool to see this kind of mixed bag of, you know, players coming in from ladder and from the play-ins and from the Tacticians Cup qualify in and just put on like a dominating run in day 1.
Yeah, definitely. Kiyun and Spencer are some names that you could just think they're in the TPC just for how much presence they've had in the America's competitive scene, if you haven't been following that close along. But they're looking for their shot to get in next set for sure. And we see Dish Soap up there as well. meeting expectations, and Lumen coming in from ladder, I saw with the second place doing really well also.
Spencer and Kiyun are two players that I think have such interesting stories in the big picture of TFT. Kiyun, someone who he was a name in TFT for so long, one of the most popular streamers, but in my opinion, truly didn't break out in competitive TFT, really reaching the highest echelon till set 10. I mean, in set 3, Kiyun had some international results that were strong, but between sets 3 and 10, never really had a performance that drew eyes. And then set 10 comes along, and Kiyun has the highest top 4 rate in the entirety of North America. Spencer, of course, being a player who, you know, I'm an old head at this point. I still think of Spencer as like the new kid on the block, but at this point, obviously, it's been one of the most elite competitors North America has had to offer for sets on sets, and was truly a disappointment, I think, for our region to not see him in the TPC. So, you know, as my North American bias is showing, I would love to see these two players make it back into the TPC. But we got 2 more games today to decide who's going to be playing tomorrow and keep their hopes alive for the TPC. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the 3 of us are going to be here to bring you through the final 2 games of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute. Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup, he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weijin Iverson, Dissoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with the what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to get that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Welcome back, everybody. We got 2 more games on the day till we finish up week 1, day 1, KO Coliseum regional finals. Whew, okay, I'll get that. Dobbs, we've been having a good time all day. 4 games down. For some players, they might feel a little bit of less pressure. They might be chilling, just trying to get their points and get out. For some players right now, though, this is perhaps the most important 2 games of your entire competitive TFT career, right? There's a lot of players who I think either have never had a chance to compete in Tier 1 and are trying to have their breakout season, and it could end right here in these final 2 games. Talk to me a little bit, just as a competitor, in these moments of high stress, high pressure, give me the words of wisdom for all those competitors in that spot.
Well, I guess the most challenging thing that you're going to face on games like this is keeping your mind fresh. You have to be strict into your game plan, because throughout the day, if you're like at the bottom, maybe you're starting doubting your own plans and your own decisions, and that's when TFT punishes you a lot, because TFT, differently from other games that you have like some mechanic to pull off, it's just based on decisions. So it's really important to you to be like having the best decision every single round. So I would say if you're tilted or something, just like go for a walk, drink some water, breathe a little bit, and then come back strong, because everything can happen. You still can win like 2 games and bounce back. So it's important to have like the best out of each game.
I love telling people that mistakes in TFT punish a bronze player the same way that they punish a challenger player. It's one of the beautiful, unique things about our game. And like you're saying, it's really important to be able to stay fresh, stay focused. As we're heading into Game 5, well, there's a couple exciting players. Asa, we talked during the analyst desk about Spencer. This is, I think, perhaps the highest, I don't know if I want to say highest profile, but maybe like the player with the highest perceived value or highest perceived skill in North America that wasn't in the TPC this previous set, or certainly among those players. What's your read on Spencer? Oh, you are muted, Asa.
Spencer he's been to Worlds, he's been in quite a lot of regionals. Back when I started playing Set 6, I remember playing regionals with him, and he's just very, very consistently been in that top echelon of players in North America ever since then. So I think now he was a little bit upset about the way he missed out the TPC last set. So he's really motivated to get back into it, or get into it for the first time.
We're kicking off this game with Ice Barriers, one of our newcomers onto the scene. This is going to be the early augment rounds, just something to keep in mind. But Ice Barriers, one of the players that came in to this regional finals with, I would say, significantly lower expectations from viewers compared to the majority of the players in this field. And that's one of the beautiful things about regional finals in general too, is that with a more open format, these players who come in through trials or come in through ladder, who haven't had a previous name put to some of their results, have their opportunity to break out. And that's where Ice Barriers is right now. This truly is his moment to prove himself. Even at just 11 points, his tournament run is not over, but he's gonna have a long way to get himself back into tomorrow.
Yes, definitely a hard time for him to bounce back, but still possible. And you just need to take the best out of the games. And you mentioned that it's beautiful to see different ways that people are actually qualifying to the regional finals. I want to add something. Throughout the seasons, we've seen players qualifying through multiple ways. So the same player that actually made great time into the ladder on this set might qualify it for the cups on the other set. So it's nice that TFT has multiple ways into these tournaments, because players can show what they have.
We're seeing Crazy Cat here, another relatively unknown player. I believe this is his first time playing, definitely first time playing in regionals, but first time really competing in any even cups was this set. I was looking at Double Trouble, really interesting. Rerolled the other 2 augments. This is frequently played with Jin and Dr. Mundo, really good with a Luchador trait especially. But yeah, we'll see what they go for.
It does take Double Trouble. See if that is I mean, the item components look pretty good if you are trying to play around Jin. There's a handful of different, I would say like long-term slams you can go there, but actually slamming the Rage Blade. Wait, is there some sort
I've seen some players getting the Double Trouble KO. It's really good because if you reach that level 9, I mean the second KO is actually is going to do a lot of damage as well. It's pretty good. I've seen a lot there a lot.
Yeah, Crazy Cat does have 2 kills, so it definitely seems that that's for sure what they're closer to. We'll see what they end up playing. Going against Vakio with a Hand of Justice and Asterix on the other side. Probably just Mighty Mech.
We got to draw attention to 2-3 is where we're going to get another augment. So players are going to have an opportunity to get a second augment that's only offered in stage 2. So sometimes you can see some pretty crazy double econ stuff. Oh, Ice Barrier is taking Aura farming with Yone too. Wait
that's how you play this. That's how you play the game, Gangly. Just take notes, and when you queue up on your ranks, just do that.
Yep, got it. Making notes right now. Thank you. Play unfair.
Yone too.
Got it. Okay.
Yone is definitely the 1 in 8 that everyone is looking for when they take aura farming, because that just gives you a free ticket into the 7 Mighty Mech. You do have to find the Jarvan, which we've seen some people miss, as well as the Karma, but you're pretty likely to get that online. And from that point on, with the Yone 2 as well, it's very likely to get not even just a top 4, potentially something even better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's one of the most transformative augments you can get for that line, because it does allow you to just freely roll to 0 on 8 and make sure you're stable everywhere else. We're getting our second augment, though. Also going to be gold. Ring the Bell. We did see a Ring the Bell mech game yesterday. Don't oversee it today.
That is true.
Gold Destiny, please.
Gold Destiny is pretty good here. You're pretty happy with quite a few options. I think.
Got some extra gold.
Yeah. Oh,
I like the game.
Okay.
This
Gold
one
Destiny
is great.
with Baby or the lesser champion duplicator into Knuckle Duster on 2-3. This is crazy.
You know what? I would say that these augments saved him, because the preparation is not that good. I would say nowadays it's a little bit hard to pull it off. He didn't have like anything crazy on his bench, and then having the bite you now, also with a dupe on the bench, it seems pretty good.
Fencer, on the other hand, playing Raining Gold, Salvage Bin as well. I mean, it's hard to say exactly. Maybe this could just be looking to play something with Fast 9. The Rage Blade Slam, in general, does feel like, most of the time they're going to try and play around TF, but still has a handful of different options they can play.
He had the Savage Bean, so maybe he can remake it. And maybe he can still play Crew. I don't know if he leveled up like a little bit early. But Malphite you with tons of items is actually pretty good for this line.
You have a really interesting tiny team from JD. As well as a piece of looking to go into the Katarina.
Yes, I think I'm pretty sure the belt-looking augment is actually the crit glove augment. I think it's just the icon that it's showing. I'm pretty sure, because
that is not a real augment there on Pizza.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. The one that gives you 20% crit and a glove.
Mm-hmm.
Mace's Will.
Mace's Will, yes.
You, yeah. Also, Slice Down we saw in the graphic there was playing Stars Are Born Treasure Hunt as the first 2. So I imagine it's most likely Crew. That's the one that makes the most sense to me, right?
Yeah, can be. Crew is a great line to play it out of this early game.
I'm not sure. I would need to see Slice Down spot, but here we have Pisa with the Katarina trade sector. Already 2 Katarinas. Also, Vakio with a not done yet on the Vi, so this doesn't give you power until after the Vi dies 6 times, but after it gives you more than double the power of just a kind of generic power up. So kind of investing in the long term here.
It's pretty interesting because it aligns well with the first augment pick too of preparation. He doesn't have any Vi's on the bench right now, which means in order for him to actually get fully prepped. It's probably just going to be from the combined Vi 3. So normally when you're playing Knuckle Duster, you see like this big roll down on 3-2, and you stabilize hard. You try to win streak the rest of stage 3. But it actually feels like perhaps Pizza's spike might be a little bit later, maybe like the back half of stage 3, and then 4-1 when he finds the Vi 3, and he'll have this fully prepped, not done yet Vi 3, and have a really big spike on stage 4, which feels a little bit different than what I would normally expect from Knuckle Duster.
I want to highlight something I've noticed on this early game. A lot of players going into that different lines. We've seen the treasure hunting here for a slice down, as well as the aura farming. Always that are actually a little bit risky, but they can pay off. And these are the guys that are in the bottom of the standing, so they are trying to reach that first and seconds in order to get the extra points for getting their ways into tomorrow.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see quite a few 2-cost rerolls in this lobby. We saw a Katarina. Slice down looks like they're going for the Stars Are Born Janna. And then we also have the Knuckle Dusters, of course, and our Double Trouble player potentially rerolling. Maybe Kale, but potentially a 2-cost. We'd like to see their spot at some point.
We got to talk about Dehua, who is 5-win into Double Down. This is a pretty cool line, and we talked about this the first time we saw Dehua on stream, where this guy is just addicted to losing. You know, sitting at 14 points right now, there's nothing that Dehua likes more than playing Lost Streak into, you know, high resource, capping out hard. But Dobbs, I feel like it's kind of unique to play the 5-win into immediate Double Down.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I would say that if you're a great player like Dehua, you can like look into your board and think, okay, I streak this whole stage, but will I be capable of winning in the next one? Because I was strong for the stage 2, but on stage 3, I may start losing. So he recognizes that and see the angles that he can double down. And actually, he's going to lose anyways, and getting the extra resources is going to be great.
Yeah, I really like the spot from Dehua, having the extra HP. You could even potentially go for a double down, bleeding into stage 4, and this allows us to see some of the Crystal Gamma cash outs that we almost never see. Maybe some of those like 400 cash outs. It'd be really exciting to see if Dehua goes for one of those.
Remains to be seen. We'll have to check back in with Dehua toward the back half of this stage, and perhaps maybe even beginning of stage 4. We'll see exactly where he goes. Lost Streakers. Slice Down continues his lost streak. Pizza not full streaking, but continues some high tempo play. Has the Cat 2, 3 items on it right now. Seems like it's relatively on rails. It's important to note this is not going to be an augment round on 3-2, because our third augment is actually going to come at the end of stage 3. This is going to be a Katarina game that is not only no artifact, but also not going to be Max Arcana or over 9,000. So I'm actually not exactly sure the power level of just kind of playing it without any of those conditions is. And maybe being at 18 points, Pizza's saying that he's just trying to get a middle of the pack placement, but it does feel like a lower cap than usual.
It is. I mean, sometimes it is what it is, right? I mean, if you have like the Katarina open and didn't find the best fruits, you still sometimes you're not able to search for any other composition, and maybe you can pray for like a Radiant or an artifact later on in the game, and then your placement can actually go higher.
Yeah, this was a 5-component opener, so even though they weren't able to hit the scaling fruit on the Katarina, they do have their full 3 items on Katarina already, and that'll help them win so many fights during stage 3. And that, with the additional econ and HP cushion from that, maybe you're not going to go first without some of those things that really push the comp over the edge, but can absolutely get a great placement.
Lysen's exhibiting some patience here that I certainly would not have had, but maybe some other people would. Being with a treasure hunt, sitting at 14 out of 20. If he rolls 3 more times, spending 6 more gold in rolls, he will unlock that next treasure chest. But Slice Down saying, I'm strong enough, able to win that last round and continue or snap his loss streak, maybe start a win streak. I think this is probably just a matchup thing. You scout around and if you believe that you are going to win without having to roll, then there really is no point in getting that treasure chest cash out right now.
Yes, I feel that you not just want to push into your cash out, but you actually need to see if you actually need to roll. And with the amount of upgrades that he have, also he already have a rise as well. So maybe he just need to wait, because sometimes you spend like a lot of gold in order to get the chest, and then the chest gives you 2 gold, so you end up like with nothing.
Yeah, I really like the idea. I really like the decision to wait, especially if you scout and you feel pretty confident you can win all those matchups, because when you're not making 50 during this stage, it's not just that you're making 3 less gold on this round. That is going to carry over through the rest of the entire stage, and maybe even bleed into stage 4 if you're not making that econ breakpoint. So you really want to start building back your econ as soon as possible.
Also want to highlight Slicedown picked up a Jarvan off that carousel, going to be able to replace the Ziggs he has in the front line with the Jarvan. And also, he's at 7 Jannas, I believe. 7 Jannas and just 3 Kabuko, so there's a pretty big mismatch.
I also want to highlight Crazy Cat with a double trouble end up going for Xayah.
Ooh, okay.
If we can see their board.
Maybe he was not fighting the chaos, and that's why I started showing up.
I do remember. Oh, this was the treasure. Oh, he got the treasure cash out where he gets the pan, and he had a reforger, so he's able to reforge it into a cloak and get 4 strategists. This is I mean, that's like probably the best cash out I think that you can get.
Yes, I mean, such a great cash out, and having the +1 strategy on this composition actually powered up so much.
Yeah, kind of like we talked about with the Katarina, Slicedown actually has like nearly perfect items. The Steris is really good on the Kobuko because Kobuko actually does quite a lot of AD damage. It's not to be underrated, and Slicedown is also really close to Janna and has already found Jarvan and Rise, normally 2 of the units that you wouldn't have on this level.
Also, we got to call out Dehua. This is the double down, right? 3-5. I'm pretty sure he did his first double down on the neutrals of stage 2, which means he lost the first 3 stages of stage 3, and he's doing the double down going into stage 4. Here's our last augment coming through. It is going to be prismatic.
Yeah, that can shake things up pretty much.
Yeah, Pizza getting the radiant for the Katarina we can see on the side.
I don't think Dehua got what he wanted. Maybe he wanted like a better combat element. Let's see.
What?
Oh, he's re-rolling.
Well, he is now.
Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm curious.
Where can he go from here? Like Malzahar with Swing?
He might just go level 8 and use it to play Mighty Mech. I'm not really sure. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like twice as holes as you would have, you can hit the Yoni easily, right?
Yeah, a lot of the double down cash outs that Dehua is going for, since he's starting his streak in stage 3, we've been seeing a lot of those 300 cash outs that have like the 3 full items, but once you get past that, a lot of those actually do give you a lot of econ, so he might just be using this prismatic certificate on level 8 or even level 9.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll want to check back in with Dehua. I believe that cash out will be 4-2, right? So we'll want to check back in the beginning of stage 4, see when Dehua is going to cash out. We'll finish up the stage and kind of take stock of where everyone is in the lobby. Nobody full streaking. Slicedown did not even continue the win streak, it actually looks like, depending on whether the lobbies are, the placements are in order. But nothing too crazy. Actually, I feel like the gap in general between 1st and 8th is it's pretty standard. Really nothing too much to look at.
Hey, Pizza got the Radiant that I was talking about. So now he has a better spot. The Katarina with the Radiant Relics is so good.
Yeah, I really like how Pizza, well, I mean, obviously not up to Pizza's choice, but he's kind of an equal amount off of hitting the Rakana and the Katarina. I think a lot of times people really focus on the primary carry, like we saw Slicedown earlier with a ton of Janus, but only 3 Kobukos. You really want to hit both at about the same time, ideally, so Pizza's just missing 3 copies of Cat and 2 copies of Rakana is really nice spot for Pizza.
Compare it to the Katarina game we saw replay play earlier, where he 3-starred the Cat on 4-5, compared to Pizza having 6 already, means he's most likely going to hit it in the next round or 2. So cadence feels quite strong. This is Crazy Cat. This is the double trouble board you were talking about earlier. Asa is on a 3-win streak. Where's his HP right now? 66. So not overly healthy, but certainly has some stuff going on.
Yes, I would say that Slice Down hit the Chena, but he doesn't have much Kobukos, so that might be the case that you push levels. But for this comp, I feel Kabuko has so much power built in. You almost always want to get it 3-star, but when you're so far from having it, it's actually a little bit weird spot.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they go for the Kabuko 3. But back to Dehua, he has to cash out on Fortune. Remember, this is not an augment round, so he only has 30 seconds to do his entire turn with Prismatic Ticket. I don't know if he's going to be able to finish in time, but really, who can?
Oh, he got fast. This guy is blazing through it.
Yeah. He did get the 3-item anvil cash out, which does take even more time as well.
And bench space, too.
Here's
the Yone.
Hey, what's he missing? There's Jarvan, right?
Jarvan.
He finds it. He has to go in over. Perfect. Okay.
Wow.
Honestly, obviously, he didn't get everything done, but that was a fast turn. I think extremely well executed from Dehua, given the circumstances of that turn.
I would say beautiful
This
turn.
cash out is really good.
Yes, you have so many units that can benefit from items and also the mag, so it was the best cash out we could get. Also, because he has like 2 economy augments, so having the extra power from the cash out was actually perfect.
Yeah, Dehua's spot actually looking really good. Obviously took a loss there, but now that he can fix his board. But Ice Bear's, his Yone 2 came online, so should also be able to get that 7 Mighty Mech. Doesn't have the Mech Pilot, but has... it's looking for it now. Does hit the Mech Pilot.
That was easy.
Uses the first fruit on the Dr. Mundo to tailor out one of the options that Jarvan can roll. Normally you don't have time to do this, but Ice Barrier is of course just doing the roll down last turn, has a little bit of time on this turn to maximize the odds to get a mech.
Okay, both mech players going to be online. Eventually they're going to have to fight each other. Maybe Yone 2 better than Yone 1. We'll see if Dehua ends up 2-starting the rest of his board as well, though. Might be able to give him an edge. But
yeah,
Pizzas?
I would say that the last augment that Ice Beggars have is so good as well. The combat augment that helps him a lot. So that can mean something against Dehua. But Dehua has the items. So let's see who stand up out.
Yeah, both of these players should be terrifying to everyone else in the lobby. 7 Mighty Mech already in early stage 4, both with really, really strong spots. I would not want to go up against either one of them.
Also want to note, Slice Down did level to 7, staying above 50 here, so not digging for the Kobuko, being only having 4 copies makes the most sense. But like Dobbs was talking about before, he's going to lower the cap a little bit unless you can find a way, maybe even on 7 or 8 to find that Kobuko. But I don't actually know. In this spot, do you normally just... Because you still have to itemize the Kobuko. You're never moving off into like a Jarvan 2 main tank, right? You're just playing around the Kobuko 3 for the rest of your game.
I mean, if you have like a Cassandra 2, you can place items and the fruit on it. But I feel that the Kobuko, even if it's 2 stars, it helps a lot. So as he have a lot of items due to this game that is so dropped so much resources, and also because of the first augment he got, so he might be able to itemize both of them.
Yeah, it's looking like it's looking a little scary for Vacchio. I feel like just with the amount of econ he has and how strong the rest of the lobby, I don't know if this Vi's going to be able to keep up. He's not really close to being able to hit level 9 and get those legendaries backline, and he's not really close to Smolder 3 either. I feel like Vacchio is probably going to bleed out from here.
Yeah, it's a little surprising, and I wonder if it actually has a bit to do with what we were saying earlier, where normally, because Vi spikes so hard on stage 3, she's able to like kind of overtake the lobby, but because his augments were set up in a way that he spikes later, it's possible he just kind of missed that window of full streaking through stage 3, and at this point isn't strong enough to keep those wind up through stage 4. Spencer, up until this current fight, was full streaking though. 8 streak going into the back half of stage 4. with this crew line, and does take one loss there. I'm assuming it was to one of the mech players. I don't know if we saw that, but still 70 HP playing mech. And this reminds me of what we were talking about earlier of how strong having the TF on this board is. One of the problems is how do you get that TF? But when you're this healthy, this powerful, and have this much money, there's a world where I think we can we ever just skip 8 and just go straight to 9 and find TF there?
I don't think so. What I think about is because I feel you still have to roll a little bit on 8, especially because you have like a lot of free rolls. At least spend your free rolls to upgrade your board, like finding something that can power up your board, like a Leona 2 or maybe an Charavan or like anything else. Because skipping to that level 9 will mean that we will lose a lot of HP, and then you're gonna face the max later on, and they're gonna be so strong. So it's scary to lose a lot of HP for free.
Yeah, I think Spencer already has the core itemized units, so he just needs to find some synergy bots. I don't, because he already has like the Malphite and the Shen. I feel like just any Bastion for the trait is good enough, and I like using the free rolls, but other than that, I would expect Spencer to just go straight to 9 outside of using the free rolls.
Also, Ice Barriers is down to 19 HP. I don't know if that was because they fought Dehua, but Dehua is on the 3 streak. So obviously at some point in time that Yone 2 did lose. Dehua is going level 9 now, finds the Lee Sin 2, still needs the Yone 2. Lots of upgrades though, and okay, I thought maybe he was going to be playing defense. Yeah. Okay, no Yone 2, but obviously a very strong board. Holding the 4th Jarvan. No, okay, he's gonna sell that for the upgrade. I mean, obviously this board is this board's quite crazy.
Yes, I mean he got a lot of stuff. I like the way that he looked into the prismatic ticket, right? He just sees that he could push that and using that to upgrade the mech. That is such a great composition in the meta.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think from his spot where he 5 win streak stage 2, has an econ augment, the patient study, and then is getting the 6 loss crystal gambit. I think from that kind of huge econ advantage, he can recognize. Normally, prismatic ticket is not played with level 8 because by the time you level to 8, you don't have the money left over to use the ticket. But he recognized that he has plenty of money in order to get value from the ticket. Now we have JD going 9 off 1 life.
Yeah, he does in 2 rolls find 4 Brahms, which is pretty good. Able to upgrade the front line. Stuck on the RE2, but actually he passed up both Zyra and Gwen, so I guess I'm not very familiar with this version of the line actually. Is there a world where you are supposed to just stay RE2 for the rest of the game, or is there another upgrade I'm missing?
I mean, he was willing to pay Seraphine. Yes.
Oh, he's tiny team. He's tiny team.
Tiny team, Seraphine. I mean, the problem about this game, was that he was not so rich into pushing that level 9, even though he had TF early on. So he could be like better to roll like on 8 and maybe play some Jinx with 6 Bastion. You could like save some placements in here.
Akio also going to go down there, so 7th and 8th is determined. Crazy Cat with the double trouble Zaya board. This is pretty spicy. It's been very cool to see. Unfortunately, 3 loss streak. It does seem like he's living on borrowed time right now. But perhaps if there's some, actually, I'm saying maybe there's some matchmaking stuff. You really don't want to be playing against Ice Bears or Dehua. So it feels right now like Crazy Cat's destined for a 6, but you never know. Maybe something could happen. This is going to be Dehua on the other side.
Yeah, such a difficult matchup, and I feel that the augment that he has as well gives extra item for the Bastions. Really good on the stage 3 and 4. Not the best augment that you're gonna lead up into the late game. So don't think that's gonna be enough to take out the Mighty Mech.
Oof. Yeah, Dehua stuff is just so strong. Hitting the Lee Sin 2, which is really the way you cap out this board. Lee Sin being one of the strongest item holders. The mech can kind of tank for the Lee Sin and keep him alive. That's often one of the downsides of these melee carries, is you can never really guarantee they live too long into the fight. But with the Mighty Mech composition, you have that huge mech to take the aggro for the Lee Sin and the Yone.
Ice Barrier is lost again. Important to note that believe Ice Barriers is... He should be level 9 right now, right? He should be level 9.
Spencer has a Twisted Fate also.
Yes, I was about to say that.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so he's going 9. He's going to be able to find Lee Sin, hopefully. And get that in. Nothing really coming through for Ice Barriers now. And just 1 life left. Depending on your matchups, this could be the end of it. A couple different
didn't fight anything crazy.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
Surely he would have like he was looking for like Rise and Lee Sin. Did he fight any?
Yeah, we have 2 mechs going up against each other, but I think Daehua's board is just going to be too strong with a itemized Lee Sin 2 and just 3 extra items from Crystal Gambit. Ice Barriers does have the Giant Mighty, which is an incredibly strong combat power augment for this comp, as it buffs the units that the mech is eating, but Daehua just has way too much.
Yes, I would say that it was a little bit closer than I was expecting, because of the Giant Mighty for sure.
Ice Barriers was 11 points too going into this game, so 5th place is not going to bring you over the hump into avoiding elimination right now. It's not the end of the road though. You still have 1 more game, and that's one of the benefits of having a very conservative cut on this day 1 of competition, is that it's not over, and even going into the final game, pretty much everybody should still be in contention if they can go first.
Yes, I mean, tomorrow is actually when the things get crazy, because we're gonna have like cuts after 2 games. So I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, so we see Spencer did hit the Twisted Fate without even really having to roll, it seems like. He still has 9 of his free rolls from the crew. So I guess that's the best way to do it. Why didn't we just think of that?
Sure, you're right. Man,
yeah, look at the Katarina.
This fight was such a great example of the power of that unstoppable Orkan. The Katarina didn't actually end up finishing off the backline until later on in the fight, but she was able to jump on originally, and I think might have lost the 50-50 on who she jumped to after because of the low health units. But the Orkan jumping through the front line of that crew board allowed Katarina to just bridge the gap to the backline, find her way there. So yeah, huge fight win for Pizza there. A slice down on his last legs, 1 HP now with this Janna board. Although I will say, Grant, considering how some of the other boards in this lobby, top 4 feels pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, not what he needed to finish. Top 4 here is not going to save his life, because he's a little bit low on points. I mean, I guess he's not at 11 points. He's like 17.
That can't be right.
Yeah, it's 18, I guess. But still needs to shine a little bit better on the last game of the day. But of course, I guess from the spot that he had, unable to get the Kobuko 3, top 4 it's enough.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Dobbs, this comp just without the Kobuko 3, the cap is way lower, but definitely a very reasonable decision by Slice Down to skip it as you get more tempo in the mid game. He did also have the big duplicator from his Prismatic Augment, which let him get the Cassante 2 Cassante 2 Jarvan 2 as a replacement for the front line as a Kobuko. It's not going to be strong enough against Spencer's crew board.
Yeah, this crew is so huge.
Yeah, like you said, with 18 points going into the game, that does mean Slice Down he was in 25th, 32 being the cutoff. So if top 4 just further cements Slice Down, gives him a little bit of wiggle room going into the final game of the day. And at this point, the lobby feels like it's Daehua's game to lose. That said, the crew board, we've said before, is one of the few reroll compositions that has this high top end, similar to kind of how Kale does as well, where once you go level 9, have access to the 5 cost. TF really does have the ability to, turn the game on its head.
Yeah, not just TF empowers the True so much because he doubles the damage, if I'm not mistaken, from the spaceship. He also can, if he lasts long enough, he can get like extra items, maybe artifacts, and even stats for your comp. So that could be something. It was really close.
That was so close, actually.
It was DG Div. because he had like a Eon on the rise.
Yeah, I think the TF, the jump from the 4 crew to the 5 crew is not quite double damage. It's about 25% more damage.
Yes, that's pretty much. Yeah,
but it's still really impactful. But the really important thing is we've seen TF is just such a strong individual carry in these like 6 Bastion or 6 Juggernauts running their Twisted Fate. But now you can use a TF and actually have his own trait with the 5 crew active. And Spencer did have that Twisted Fate too. So maybe he can fight Dehua, but it's not looking too promising with Dehua on the 10th streak.
How much do you think it changes if we get the certain rogue captain rewards that like the artifact coming through, right? There are certain high rolls that TF offers that maybe actually do jump you far enough to find a way back in. Even saying that though, like look at the item situation on Spencer's board. Pretty much everything is fully itemized right now.
Wow, it's crazy. Indeed, he have, I guess, every single unit that matters, he has items on it.
Yeah, you actually can't hit the artifact unless you have the TF in early. It's one of the later cash outs where
like
you have to hit the
about 10
later,
rounds.
right?
I guess it's more than 10 rounds, at least 10, I guess.
Yeah, I forget the exact number. And when he got it in what, early stage 5? At some point, right?
Early stage 5, I would say.
Yeah, I guess with his HP, maybe he can get one next round. But Dehua's board is just so strong.
It is.
Picks up the Bastion emblem, maybe think about giving Bastion to the mech? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I like. Do you feel that he can
just
like
replace
the TG on the mech? I feel TG is great because it's easier to get, but later on, like to a high cap, it's better to have like a 3 items. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the TG for sure is at level 10. It's always going to give you 2 full items, but those aren't always going to be great items. He did roll the Hand of Justice this round, but the mech is really the most important unit in this comp, so you really want to be feeding 3 items and not 2 items if possible.
Man, the mech is just so good at just bypassing that front line and just killing everything in the back line. Something I wanted to ask you guys is, so Spencer has this Braum 2, and obviously the Braum can't displace the mech, and that is a part of Braum's power budget, is being able to move things around the map. How important do you think is there a world where maybe you use the Braum to displace the Jarvan instead? The only problem then is that it does weaken your front line if you're not having Braum tank the mech's attacks.
I mean, I don't feel that with the last fight that we've seen, it was a matter of positioning. The fight was so one-sided that I think that won't matter. But maybe sometimes the one unit can like do a decent amount of work. But I didn't see that the Jarvan like made a huge difference on the fight.
Yeah, I do like the idea, Gangly, from trying to have the Braum target a different unit. Because right now it is just targeting the mech every time, and it's kind of wasting its ultimate.
Okay, we'll see. Jarvan does jump on to the TF and the other Ziggs there, but yeah, the front line is just starting to falter for the crew board. A lot of damage still, actually. Does the TF ever survive long enough to kill this Karma and then whittle down the mech? I mean, kind of a close fight, but unfortunately, Dehua going with a very unique strategy, a full win streak into the double down at the end of stage 2, and I think showcasing, before there was Slice Down, there was Dehua, the true first or 8th player of North America. And, we saw him playing this style earlier. It didn't quite pan out, but I think you got to give Dehua props, Dobbs, for not only going first that game, but I think going first in a very Dehua way.
Yes, I mean, I love to watch the way he plays those risky lines. It's something that he showed up on the last season on the set 13. And now he shows us again with the Mighty Mech. It was really well played.
Yeah, taking that high risk line, but it pays off.
The break is ready. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down everything we just saw. When we come back, we will have one final game on the day to determine who is making it into day 2 of the weekend and continuing their chance to make it into the TPC for next season. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little. To the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting. What accent? Name that comp and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a minus 200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th?
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No, I'm right.
It's me again? How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Greg.
It was actually so
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No, it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for the KO Coliseum TFT set. My name is Nakara, and I'm joined again by Piehat to break down the action that we just saw in that 5th game before we get to our final game of the day. And Piehat, it's been an amazing day of action so far. And so cool to see some of these players make such an extreme comeback after our halfway point today.
The standpoint is obviously Doha. He did one of those pivots into a Zone 8 on level 8, and just actually props on him, because even though he had a lot of fail safes, he had a prismatic ticket to actually try to guarantee or even have even bigger chances to hit in the units. But there's a couple of other key players as well doing decently. Spencer needing that 2nd place, which was really huge for him, and also I feel like if we've been bringing him a lot, which is a slice down. We've been talking a lot, basically all day about him. He still happens to show up in all the lobbies. He top 4, he played a reroll comp, and there, you can see it there. It's honestly a very interesting and wild game overall.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Slice Down, and I think the reason why we've been bringing him up so much is because we have seen this interesting dichotomy of him being a very 1st or 8th place style player. At the very start of our tournament in the play-ins yesterday, we saw Slice Down take that 8th place, and then most of the games after that still opting into playing the 7 Mighty Mech line, where you still have the variance of whether or not you can even get that trait activated. But being able to showcase some extra versatility here with the Malzahar reroll line just last game, and then we now have an additional reroll line that we've seen Slice Down take. So he isn't just that one-trick player. He does have a lot of other lines up the sleeve, and it's going to be that type of spot recognition that's going to catapult our players through today and into tomorrow.
And that's what they need. It's just one final game. The bottom 16 will get eliminated. So this is the time. If there's one time to bring out all the text and just pull out every single, honestly, high roll or big plans that you have in your pocket, you have to pull them out now.
And I want to kind of take stock again about where we are in our tournament day. Pie Hat, we are just ahead of the final game of the day. And when we take a look at these overall standings, you want to be in the top 32 of our players. So if you're on this page, you are in danger of being sent home, not able to make it forward to the next day of competition tomorrow.
And you can see that there's a lot of players just below the cut of 19 is quite manageable, and even they just need one solid game because now they just have a different plan now. They just don't have to think of qualifying through 8 games or 10 games. They just have to survive until tomorrow and then think about that. You see, there's a lot of players with 20, 21, 22 points. Milala and Replay, one of the people that we were hyping at the start of the day, are also in that middle of the pack or the big bubble, trying to just continue or just one until the Sunday.
But Replay and Dohua are two fantastic players to bring up because they are the ones that are having these amazing comeback runs. Both Replay and Dohua actually taking 3 bot 4s back to back to back to start the day. And now Dohua first, Replay second first, actually put themselves within arm's reach of being able to qualify to the next day of competition after the start looked so rough. In EMEA, the point cutoff was 26 points for 32nd place. So that might be the target for our players heading into this final game. For players like Fan the Kiki,
oh god,
this is an amazing sight to see, isn't it, Pie Hat? Another first place. Maybe we've continued the tradition in the 6th game and he ends up getting another second, but best player in LATAM right now, showing us why being so good on the ladder has really helped give him tournament buff this time.
He's been extremely motivated, so I'm just really happy for him. I hope he just ends up doing really well. But Necra, let's just see how the players turn out for the final game of the day.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Pie Hat. So let's send it back over to our casters, Gangly, Asa, and Dobbs, to bring us through our final game and see who will make it forward to our competition tomorrow.
All right, everybody, the boys are back to bring you through game number 6, figuring out who is going to continue to dominate this tournament, who is going to barely scrape by, and whose dreams of the TPC will fall flat on day 1 of the regional finals, day 1. Dobbs, this is an intense one, and the lobby we're looking at for game number 6 in particular has a lot of the players on the bubble, like Necra was outlining, and I would say a handful of players that you might not even expect to see on the bubble. The players that stand out to me a little bit here are Philip, T-Lides, Malala, 3 players who all have a lot of force behind their names, but right now their only goal is to try and make it into tomorrow, with the current cutoff as of right now being about 20 points. So all of them kind of sitting around that bubble point.
Yes, I guess for me, first away, it's Philip and One Night Bieber. They have like a really decent spot on this game because they not just need to come for tomorrow, but still have they can like actually just play 2 games tomorrow, so that won't be enough. So they have to step up and then try for those first or second places. Milala is still a little bit like closer to the cut, so of course it's gonna be great for him to reach a first or a second, but he can still play like a standard game, I would say.
Yeah, generally the cutoff, because the average score is of course a 4.5, the cutoff tends to go up about 4 or 5 points in the final game. So we expect it to be around 24 or 25. It can vary depending whether the people at the top or the bottom win. But it's a really good point from Dobbs where even if you are someone like with 21 points, you really don't want to just get a 4th and make it to the next day because you're only going to have 2 games. You really want to shoot for like a first place spot. We're
looking at T-Lides right now, player that, I would say in the past couple of sets has really increased like notoriety, become one of the largest staple streamers in North America. But generally speaking, in the T-Light's career, his latter performances haven't really been matched by his tournament performances. He had this breakout set back in set 9 where he made it to the set championship, kind of coming out of nowhere in the set 9 regional finals, and since then has really struggled to find that same level of success, despite the fact that he's become more and more prominent. So I honestly think that making TPC for T-Lides is not something that his past performances would make you think he's expected to do, and would actually be a huge step in the career and the story of T-Lides.
Yes, I like this narrative of having T-Lights on the tier 1 as well, because he's such a great person, and I feel that his community is great as well. A lot of people are cheering for him. Let's hope that he can make like a great game.
You got me for sure 8th here with the over 9,000 Katarina, so we can see if he rolls the right things, and also has a Pandora's if he wants to opt into that line, getting the potential radiant item. Pandora's a little bit riskier, because you do have to sit there and kind of wait until you get one you want. Right now, probably not going to equip the Spirit Visage.
The good news, though, is, you know, we saw a lot of players, unless you're playing Max Arcana, we've seen a lot of players kind of soft open into Katarina, or even, I don't even think necessarily soft open is more as like, as much as low tempo. There are a lot of players that will kind of just not level. They're not necessarily going to force a loss streak. They'll kind of win the ones they win, lose the ones they lose, and then spike really hard on 3-2. So in theory, he does have 7 rounds to get that, but take a look at his bench. He is holding a lot of different mech out, so there's a world where maybe he's willing to pivot off of Katarina if he's just not hitting the things that he needs.
Is this a GP angle? If you can like get like a Radiant Shojin, I'm down to see gameplay.
One time, I saw you smiling, and I was like, "Why is this Dobbs guy smiling?" And it's because you were thinking about the GP reroll.
Yeah. I also want to call out something really interesting. We saw Chunnington take the Titanic Hydra. That's not an artifact I expect to see. I guess this could be potentially a 6 heavyweight on like a Darius, but really interesting to see what Chunnington decides to go with that.
I haven't tried it, so don't ask me. I actually don't have the tech for you on this one. Maybe it's good. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if you have like multiple artifacts, and if your early game is strong enough, maybe you can like use it on like a composition like a heavyweight. That the tempo actually means a lot. So maybe not the best artifact ever, but still a decent one, I would say.
I will say in favor of heavyweights, it's one of the compositions that uses Living Forge very well, because of how the spread of units in the composition is very wide, right? Any sort of AD stuff can go on Darius or Jace. Any sort of tank artifact can go on Poppy. Any sort of AP can go on a Malzahar or a Kog'Maw if you want to play around that line. Obviously, Kog'Maw really being elevated by artifacts as well. So it's something to keep in mind. And the Sterex as well on top of the Titanic Hydra, it amplifies it even more, makes it seem like a very reasonable out.
Yes. Also, I want to highlight something that Chunnington has like 31 points. So he's sitting on a he doesn't have to take any risks because he's well placed on the standings. So having this spot, I mean, you can actually take these lines that are not so usual and still get like a good placement out of like having like a great early game and save a lot of HP. So he might end up in late game with not the best, not the BIS artifact, but still can find like a good placement after all.
You see Tex with a Living Forge with a Stack Shiv. Stack Shiv is no stranger to Living Forge enjoyers, one of the best items on Kog'Maw, and also one of the best comps for Living Forge, as there's so many artifacts in the game that scale off how much the unit is casting, or in Stack Shiv's case, how much the unit is attacking. And Kog'Maw is a really unique unit, and he attacks the most and casts the most out of any unit. Really, really good opportunity to get a double artifact setup on that unit. Would expect that line from the Stack Shiv player, but we'll have to see what they end up playing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. T-Lides was the player that took flexible earlier in the day, right?
Yeah.
When he had every single one of his emblems fit perfectly into his composition. So at some point, I would love to see what T-Lides actually did get for flexible, because we know this. If this guy knows how to high roll one thing, it's his flexible emblems.
He got a Battle Academia for now.
Okay, that doesn't sound.
Last time he opened with Wraith, they reforged it to Star Guardian. So
that's true. That's true.
Yes, getting Battle Academia on the first one is a little bit scary, but unless you get like a super good on second one, like a Protector or maybe like a Prodigy, but it can be scary. Let's see.
Yeah, I think the most common line would be the go into like a Katarina reroll with that, but as we can see, Katarina reroll is taken, you really don't want to contest. You can if you absolutely have to. He's holding 2 Katarinas, but by contesting a line, you're basically costing both of you. Like maybe a prismatic econ worth of making it harder for you to hit.
Besides to sell him,
oh, yeah.
He was sitting at 17 gold. That was the thing I was paying attention to there. It scared me a little bit, is how much less gold he had than everybody else, despite being on 3 loss. I think not making 20 there when everyone else in the lobbies, making 20, making 40, making 20 in the lower half. Having no tempo and no gold is certainly not a recipe for success. And so T-Lides closes one door. And says, I'm just going to make some gold for now.
Yes. On the flip side, we see Milala with the kitchen. How is it call it? That gives you an extra tactician kitchen. Okay. Yes, exactly. And this edgelord actually really decent with this opener, because he can lead the game into maybe like a Juggernaut with Volibear. Maybe he can play Mac. If he ends up getting an extra an augment that gives him a lot of economy. So I like this augment that gives you an emblem and Tactician Crown. You can build up a lot of boards out of it.
Yeah, if he's definitely hoping to find that Yone, which will just give him the Mighty Mech with the Edgelord, which will be a huge bonus for it.
I think we need to talk about Philip for a moment too, right? Philip on the 5 streak with this win.
Yeah.
With I always forget what this emblem is, this augment is called, where you get the Mogul's Mail and the Gambler's Blade. But Philip is clearly playing for
Shimmer Scale Essence.
Thank you, Shimmer Scale Essence. And something I love about Philip in general is how good Philip is at winning games. I don't know if you know this, but in the TPC, the players with the 3 highest win rates in their career are Dish Soap, Setsuko, and Weijin Iverson. You probably did know that. That was the easy part. What you might have not known, though, is that the fourth highest win rate in the TPC is Philip. He's a player who's really good at closing out games, especially when his back is up against the wall. And being at just 17 points, if these scores are correct, it looks like they are updated. So 17 points. Philip needs a very strong placement here to make his way into tomorrow and to set himself up for success. So I actually trust Philip very much to be able to pilot a composition like this into a fast 9, and then from there he's got to do the job to close it out.
Yeah, have you seen Tlice with the Juggernaut emblem? And here's a Reforger. When you have an augment flexible, you have an opportunity to reforge as fast as you can, but you can also wait until latest in the game and reforging 2 emblems. Let's see what Lights have in store for us.
Yeah, I think at least wait until you see the next augment, but I definitely assume he's reforging one of Battle Academia or Juggernaut, as those 2 have pretty much no synergy with each other. And
not at all.
Hopefully for T-Li's case, he'll hit something like he did the first game. I'm so curious about Chunnington's Titanic. It looks like he's holding some heavyweights on the bench. I feel like he's going to go into a Darius or something. But I don't know.
I mean, it sounds reasonable. I don't know the data on it. I haven't personally played it. I don't know how many people have actually played that, but it aligns with the shape of what the composition wants to do. I'm assuming, does the on-hit effect actually work on Darius's ultimate or only on auto attacks?
Hey,
I don't know. I don't know why. Obviously, nobody knows.
Did Lights was offered the Pandora items? I didn't think that was possible with the flexible.
Oh, he doesn't go for it, but
yeah,
it's a good combo. Yeah, not sure what T-Lies is looking to play here. I guess he does have the potential Sterix and Hodge, which are really good items for the Mighty Mech line. Flexible is the augment that we talked about earlier, that you choose it in order to play the Mighty Mech line because you can pass those traits on to your 7 mech, which is extremely, extremely strong. So, yeah, T-Lies might just be going towards that. The tiny bit deadly also very good for that line, as the Mighty Mech will gain the attack speed.
Yeah, a big problem is just going to be having enough money to get there, right? We've seen so many players even play Crystal Gambit, get the additional resources, and still not find the Yone. So for T-Lights taking the combat there, it'll make him strong if he hits, but he's got to hit first.
Yes, I mean, if he had like a lot of HP, he could like get the 5 mech or something and push into Knights, but that's not the case. He has lost so much HP by now.
Huge shot from Malala. Yeah, I'd be really surprised if T-Lies honestly top 4s this game, but we'll see. I'm rooting for him. Malala hit the double Malphite shot and is now saying it for the Malphite 3, but took almost like 20 gold worth of rolls after being 1 Malphite off. Can't be too upset though to have both Sever from the Build-A-Bud and then the Malphite 3 now.
Yeah, I mean, it adds a lot of combat power. It gives you the free rolls, start to get a little bit more damage. Also, another thing is Minhee is at 29 points. So, has a bit of a cushion if they do need to, I accept that they might not be in the best spot, but, we'll see. It really, I think, comes down a lot to how fast you get the Ziggs 3 online, because that's going to carry a lot of your stage 4. But for now, I imagine Minhee should have enough combat power to streak through stage 3.
I want to bring something up to the table. I haven't seen anybody picking this long, going long augment.
Going long, yeah.
Yes, but of course he didn't pick that because he got Destiny.
He didn't pick it either.
Yes. So, what do you guys expect from a player that is playing with from going long nowadays?
Going long lets you get level 9 as early as stage 4 if you really want to. I've seen some people just kind of bank up some gold to use it more efficiently on to not go level 9 as early as possible. Just because once you get level 9, you're still getting that going long XP, which is not that valuable. So, but you're basically going to try to play around level 9 comp, maybe one of these 6 Bastions, 6 Juggernauts that we've seen. Could also always go for the Mighty Mech. That is, as we've seen on this patch, quite a strong cap out that can compete with the legendary boards.
That makes sense.
I'd also like to point out that we saw the Pandoras for the Katarina player did end up getting a good item with a Gunblade.
Exactly.
Man, T-Light's taking the combat augment on 3-2 and then just continuing to lose there. Obviously, not trying super hard to win. He's just playing what is given to him. Hasn't decided to roll or anything, but level 740 gold does not feel like enough resources to hit reliably the board you're trying to get on 8. So he might need to pray a little bit on this roll down.
Yes, I mean, that's going to be like a Yone lottery game.
Yeah, this mess hall is really exciting from Philip, who is still on the 100 HP streak. Mess hall is generally been regarded as a weaker combat augment, but it can be pretty strong in these setups where you have so much frontline to allow it to activate. And the Snort has a ton of attack speed, and that fight, I would say, was probably a mess hall diff.
A ton of attack speed and a ton of hats, that's for sure. Hat trick Gnar coming through for Philip.
Yeah, I'm impressed. This is an augment that I didn't like throughout the set. But of course, when a composition that have so much frontline like a Juggernaut, maybe it can be worth it.
Yeah, I think Philip's spot is looking really good, having that team-wide combat augment on 3-2, which normally the downside is you're weaker during the stage, but he's still keeping his streak. And then he's also farming a ton of econ with the Shimmer Scale Essence, the Gambler's Blade on the Gnar, giving him so much gold. Philip's spot is looking really good.
I mean, if you think about the power spike cadence that players with Living Forge get, then they get one artifact on 2-1, and then they get another one at the end of stage 3. Philip being able to get the 2 artifacts a little bit early. Obviously, the top end is lower because he's not going to continue to get artifacts later on in the game. But I think that kind of upfront power that he got at the beginning of stage 3, he recognized that this is enough combat power that even taking Mess Hall, which I'm not getting full value out of because I only have 6 units on the board, it's enough to streak. I think it's a really heads-up play from Philip to recognize how much stronger he was than the lobby.
Yes, I mean, this augment is such a great augment that gives you 2 artifacts, and you can push levels. And a great play that you can make it later in the game, right after you get your composition online. Sometimes you can end up re-rolling with a Reforger, maybe trying to get like a better artifact, like for the late game. So let's see if he's gonna be able to do that late in the game.
Yeah, if you get a Reforger, it's really nice. A lot of the power budget of these gold generating artifacts is the gold, of course, which lose a lot of value late game. So if you get a Reforger, you can reforge both of them even if you want, and then yeah, that comp can use AD or AP or tank items. So quite a lot of hits. There's certain ones that might be hard to use, like Blighting Jewel, for example. But for the most part, you can use almost any artifact.
I was curious whether or not he was going to tech in the Crystal Gambit. This is something that we've talked a lot about today. We saw Marcel P do it earlier, and then we saw another player. Was it Lumen, maybe? Both of which had very similar situations. 100 streaking all the way through stage 3, tech in Crystal Gambit to try and play for the highest cap. In doing so, they do make their board a little bit weaker, and they end up losing a lot of HP. And we saw both of those players not have success. They ended up 4th and 5th. And if Philip were to continue that same trend, it wouldn't be enough. He really does need a 1st or a 2nd, I think, in order to have a chance to advancing for tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, from the spot that he have, that he's going into that level 9, and I feel that if you don't sack too much, maybe you like try to kill some units, and if you end up like winning a round, it couldn't be even that bad because he's gonna have gold enough to make to 9 later on. But of course, if you're already going to lose, it's okay to have like a Crystal Gambit on.
Yeah, I think from Philip's spot, especially given his spot in the tournament, right? He really wants to play for 1st. I think taking that higher risk play where it's like, okay, if things don't go work out, maybe I'll bot 4 even from this amazing 100 HP spot. But you really want to maximize your chances of getting every single placement possible at the top end. T-Light's spot is looking really bad. He got the emblem cash out.
He got the wrong 5 cost, got the wrong call. Actually, is this the wrong call to chaos? Do you ever just go 6 emblem mech?
It's good if you have Yone, but...
Is this a high roll?
If you have Yone, it's good, but you don't have Yone. No, I think he was really hoping to get gold.
Yes, surely.
Rerolls as well, right? A couple of different outs there. But yeah, unfortunately, T-Light at just 18 HP. It's looking disastrous, unfortunately, for the favorite from North America.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the end of the line for him if he doesn't find his way like in the next couple of rounds.
Looks like he's gonna win this round, though.
5 mechs taking a win against Stellar.
I mean, if he's able to find a Yone on a carousel, he might be back, because the amount of power that he have on these these emblems, and as well as in the combat augment that he has, so he's gonna be really strong.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how Flexible gives the emblems at the start of every stage, but Flexible also gives you a team-wide buff for each emblem you have. So normally you get like 4, but now he has like 10 of them. So if he can find Yone, he absolutely can win the game.
I forget what the number is, but it's HP per emblem, right? I think that's what the buff is. Yeah.
It is.
So, and then you're feeding the HP with Mech Pilot to your mech as well, right? So it's kind of, and then the mech gets the emblem power-ups as well. So yeah, it's kind of multiplicative in a way. Also, do you want to call out, Philip did decide to double down. This is the play that we were expecting to see out of Philip, because he needs this first place finish to really feel good about his chances for tomorrow. So he's going to be risking it. Oh, wow. Big win.
He was so close
for Minnie there. And T-Light's going to go down to just 9 HP. He's on his last legs.
That's for Tex with the Kog'Maw 3.
Oh, thank you.
No Yone on carousel.
Oh, man.
You probably have to Send
Take
it
the
to
pan,
0.
one more emblem.
Goes for the Zyra. I would have gone for the TF. That's just like one extra out to maybe claw your way back in the game if you get like a TF2.
Philip also sitting at 106 gold right now. Obviously, just means he hasn't pumped any gold into XP, but it does paint a bit of a picture for how much gold he's going to have going into that 5-1 roll down.
5 Ramus. It's a wave.
Okay.
Yeah, those spots looking super good. I think, like we talked earlier about Marcelfi and Lumens, they were both in really strong slots, but I feel like Philip's spot is even better because with the Reforger for the artifacts, and then he just generated so much gold with the Shimmer Skull Essence throughout the game that I feel like it's going to be more reliable for Philip to hit.
He found it!
Oh my god.
Yes.
Found it! Oh
my God.
gosh. Wait, is he back?
I mean,
I think
he
he's
actually
back.
might be.
he might be.
Wait,
I think he's back.
Working.
Wait.
Oh my god.
T-Light had 0 gold, takes the 5 cost off the carousel, rolls twice, finds Yone.
I mean, if he's able to upgrade the trade bots, he's gonna be so strong because he
I think
doesn't
T-Light's
even
absolutely
need
gonna win this game.
Yone.
Oh man. I mean, I will say T-Lights doesn't need to win, right? He's in the top half of the standings right now, just barely. And
Yes.
we've seen before, even the strongest boards in the lobby can sometimes lose to, you know, a one-off loss. We are seeing Chunnington though. He's got the Darius online with the build we were kind of expecting, right? Playing the Radiant IE plus the Sterix plus the Titanic that we had seen earlier. And the heavyweight +1 lets him get both Prodigy and Star Guardian in while playing the 6 heavyweights on 7. So a really strong spike. Only thing he's really missing is the Malzahar 3. Is it actually enough to take out the 7 mech though? I don't think so. It looks
I'm
like
scared.
it's
I'm really scared. No, it wasn't enough.
Oh wait.
Maybe
Kind
Malzahar?
of close. Okay. It is
was a
very
little bit
close
close.
though. With Mal's 3, I'm actually not certain that that T-Lights can win that. I think
but
Chunnington
I
might-
think Chunnington did have Mouse 3. Didn't he?
No,
he-
Mal's
he
2.
didn't.
That's Mal's 2. I'm telling you, man,
okay.
that's Mal's 2. Everyone doubts it. All right, Philip, big catch
Yeah,
up.
It kind of looked like Mouse 3.
Sure does. And he's rolling on neutrals. He's doing the Asa. I mean, he's level 980 gold. He better be rolling on neutrals.
I think Philip doesn't want to play Mighty Mech. He skips the Yone too, but
doesn't.
he was picking up the Yones as like
Yeah.
a possibility, but then decided, no, this line is not what I want for my spot. I'm just going to lose to T-Lights when I play Mighty Mech. I got to try to beat it with the Twisted Fate Zyra.
Here is the listen to.
Hasn't found TF or... Oh, he has 1 Zyra. Okay.
Yeah, it has a listen. I mean,
Listen
he
to,
has so much things to do. Even if he rolled it a lot, look at how many things that he have to make in this round. Roll,
Okay.
put the fruits, place the items.
Don't worry. Just trust Philip. Trust me. He's got it. We do this in Tri-State all the time. He's been preparing his entire life for this moment right here. Surely.
He rolled
He's
it.
a gambler,
Faster,
Slade.
buddy. Maybe just for now. He's got a lot of stuff still. Okay. You got Sterix, Hodge, maybe? Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of like the weakness of this 6 Juggernaut Legendary board is where it's like you really need the 2-star backline. He might be strong enough for now, just off of the huge spike that he just got, but if he's going up against... If he just went for like the Mighty Mech board, maybe he would just already have it and then have a stronger board right now. A little bit worried without the Zyra or the Twisted Fate paired.
That's a brutal loss too, actually.
Yeah. He decided to not roll both of the artifacts, just one of them.
I'm not finding even TF pair or Zyra pair. I mean, this is disastrous, actually. This is a pretty unbelievable roll down for Philip, and what looked like an incredible spot suddenly has completely dissipated.
Yes, I mean, for the amount of gold that he has, he saw like 20 Yonis or something. He could have like at least a TF pair or a Zyra pair, but it is looking scary.
Goes up against Tex, who still doesn't have the Swain 3 yet.
Actually
Tex
pulls the Swain in with the Indomitable and allows the Lee Sin to punch through the Swain into the backline to kill the Kog'Maw. It's actually very cool positioning there. It looks like he probably would have won anyway, but still very cool to see.
Yeah, Tex really needs to hit the Swain 3 soon, or he's gonna be dead. It looks like T-Lides died, or no, he won. Sorry, I was misreading the graphic. My bad.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, I mean, this board is getting crazy. And one thing that we didn't say about the Twice board is that the quality of his emblems are crazy. Because we've talking that he had much of them. He had more than 10 emblems. But look at these emblems, actually so good for the Mac. And not just for the Mac, for the composition as well. So we have strategy, duelist, edgelord, so many great things that synergize so well with his comp.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think T-Lides is using pretty much every single emblem, except he needs a Dr. Mundo to replace that, and then he can have Luchador on the mech, which is a really strong setup.
Chunnington has hit pretty much critical mass as much as you're going to get with the Malzahar 3 is move the heavyweight onto the Syndra. So if you're going to win, it's going to be like this. Yep. He's able to take out 1v9 Peter, and then Malala also falls. Philip will take a loss to T-Lides. And Philip, keep in mind, needs a really strong placement just to stay alive in the tournament. Absolutely do not want to see that. Just going down to 10 HP means he's on his last legs as well.
We have more emblems.
Yeah, really good carousel for T-Lides, who has first pick here between, probably will take Strategist if he can get it.
I think this is
go for the Lee Sin with the TG instead.
This might be Braum 2 for Philip, unless he sold his Braum pair to roll more. I'm pretty sure this is Braum 2.
Yes, important to note that Tex was in a spot that he needed a Swain, but still can find it, and he actually healing as he has the tiniest Titans, so that can change a little bit in the late game if he get some free rounds.
Yeah, Philip really needs to survive. If he can win these next 2 rounds and make it to stage 6 and then hit these upgrades, maybe he can be back online, but it's looking very scary right now with only the 1-star backline.
His matchups right now can be Me First Wraith, Minhee, or Chunnington, it's looking like. And this is going to be Minhee's board. This is the crew board. No Ziggs 3. Did find TF, though. Braum's on the other side, so not going to be able to displace the Malphite. I don't know if he has enough damage to really break through this, actually. No, it looks like the Malphite will die here. The Braum's going to cast. Atomic comes through.
There's Atomic! Oh my god.
Another punch. Just enough.
It's not exactly close. If he had like a 6-3, he might win.
Yeah, the Ziggs 3 is really important for the crew board to upgrade the ship.
Here's the Swing. Oh, TF.
This is Philip. Yeah, okay, so Philip finds TF3. What did he sell? He had to sell something there.
I think he downgraded one of his Juggernauts.
Okay.
Well, I did hit the Ziggs 3 and Tex did hit the Swain 3, so everyone's aligned online. It's going to be who's the strongest.
This lobby is so stacked. I mean, the HP is close. Every single guy on the lobby is actually really strong. So this lobby is crazy.
All right, Philip needs to win this to stay alive in the tournament. Even then, not guaranteed. Kog'Maw 3 plus the Swain 3 is so much power and so much tankiness on the other side. But the Braum is about to cast onto the Swain. No, it actually turns around. And the Swain actually stays alive. There enough damage. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to break through it now. Okay, and Tex is going to take a hit and going to fall there. Does anyone else die? Philip needs someone else to take a really big hit. Minhee goes down to 2 HP. So now...
That's a big shame for Tex, who was just 1 round away from getting his artifact. And yeah, T-Lides did go down.
I wonder if T-Lides lost to Chunnington there. We saw
maybe
take out the other mech player. And it's one of the nice things, like the mech, obviously it's really tanky, and so your backline units like the Karma are protected for so long. But when you have something like the Malzahar, it is really good at bypassing the backline or bypassing the front line and killing the backliners without having to kill the mech, and then you can kind of focus more on the mech. And Darius, of course, having so much single target damage, being pretty good at the highest cap to take out the
Speaking
mech.
of Changton, can we take a look at his board? He would just get his 3rd artifact now, which should be a huge power spike, especially for this composition with a Malzahar. There's so many good artifacts you can get here. Seems like just got an Infinity Force. Not exactly what you're looking for, but puts on a Seraphine.
Yeah. Should be great on Seraphine. Tons of stats for her.
Yeah. Really important fight, especially for Philip and me first or 8th, again, who are pretty low in the standings. So it's going to be Chunnington versus Minhee. Philip and me first or 8th fighting off screen to see who's going to have a better shot of making it to tomorrow. See, the Darius is going to get focused after this. Oh no, they are still on the Poppy, so the damage is coming through. Wait a second, actually the Malzahar might be able to just kill everything else. Yeah, okay, Stellar Minhee is going to die. Chunnington will make top 2, and Philip goes out in 3rd, losing to me first or 8th. And a 3rd place finish, 6 points, bringing him to 23. Might not be enough for Philip. Might get relegated out of the TPC with that finish.
Yeah, we've seen that in EMA earlier today. The cutoff was 26 points, so we should expect the cutoff to be around that.
I think it's closer to 23 or 24 with how the points were shaping up, considering 2/3 of the players move on to tomorrow and it being 20 points. This could be the last fight though. Chunnington, me first or 8th, 2 different re-rollers. We got the Cat 3 versus the Darius 3. The Edge of Night will stop Cat from dying instantly after she gets casted on, but she's still on the back line, goes on the Darius and then the Poppy. I think it might be enough unless the Malzahar can clean up. Wait, it looks like the Malzahar is cleaning up. Darius might be winning a game here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this comp perform well. We've seen a few players play it, but not really to any success throughout this tournament. So really, really cool to see Chunnington take the Titanic Hydra first pick. I honestly cannot think of that many artifacts where I would see 4 of them and pick Titanic Hydra. So good play by Chunnington.
Yes, I mean, I like the way that he played the early game because he saved a lot of HP, and then he ended up like with a 7 streak later on. But still, I want to highlight something, that he was able to find every single unit that mattered on the composition without any source of extra gold. So just by having like a good early game, maybe the streak actually helped him a little bit. But so when you have a comp with tons of 3-cost 3-starred and also some artifacts, and you're not down an augment, so you're gonna be so huge.
Yeah, we got one more fight, maybe 2 more if Chunnington loses this one against the Katarina. It's so close, and Malzahar has his dots and everything. Oh, it's just not enough.
Oh my god.
Just enough. Me first or 8th at 19 points too, right? At the bottom half of the standings going into this final game, playing for their life on the line to move on to tomorrow. And the Katarina coming pretty clutch, I would say. From a spot that we said from the very beginning, you have to be a little bit more patient. Didn't have super strong Katarina items, but takes Pandora's items and waits until he gets the Radiant Gunblade. So I think heads up play, good example from me first or 8th on the patience required. But it was pretty cool to see a lot of the compositions we saw on the top end there, Dobbs, right? I think Chunnington, Philip playing the really high tempo fast 9 from Philip, and then Chunnington playing this pretty narrow line that's not super common to get to the top 4, top 2 even. So I think overall good games from everyone in the top 4.
Yes, we've seen a couple of different rerolls succeeding on this game, and it was great to watch on very different lines, mostly because of the opening with the prismatic augment. So getting that prismatic on the first choice is always great to watch because it opened up so many things.
Yeah, seeing the rerolls perform really well with the prismatics. Those are the cons that tend to focus all of their power into one unit, like the Katarina. So having those prismatics, which do not give as much power to the rest of your team, like Radiant Relics, but gives so much power to that one unit, is just really, really good for those rerolls. Same thing with the Living Forge that we saw.
I want to talk for a quick second about Chunnington, because this is a player who last set, was part of this Boom Kitchen study group. We've seen players like Dehua and bro stuff and dank memes time and time again, represent that study group and do well. Chunnington was a player that felt kind of quiet last set. People didn't really know too much about him. And then this set, he's rank 1 for a decent amount of time in North America, and his TPC results just didn't line up, right? The first 2 TPCs had very poor results, makes it into the top 8 of the Star Guardian Cup, 7th place, but narrowly misses making it into week 1, day 1, and ends up having to play yesterday in the play-ins. And despite all that, I feel like this is the moment where we're actually seeing the alignment of the expectations we saw from Chunnington on ladder meet the tournament performances that he was due for. So I think really cool run from Chunnington, who's been able to stay on top. And what's cool about this format, Dobbs, I know you talked about it tomorrow, is that it's not just about getting a lot of points, bleeding out tomorrow, because there's cuts tomorrow, not just cuts on the bottom, but also cuts on the top, which makes the regional finals completely different than ever before.
Yeah, these cuts on the tops actually spice up things, because if you see an edge, okay, if I top 3 this next game, I'm guaranteed. So, and on the flip side, the middle of the table actually gets even crazier, because there won't be much of a gap. So it's nice for the spectators to watch, because every place is gonna matter a lot on the last games.
I love the cuts at the top that they're doing with a new format. It's just, we had cuts at the bottom because the problem was the players at the bottom kind of had nothing to play for, where even if they went first, nothing would happen. But the players at the top had the same problem. So I love that they changed the format and kind of fixed it for both ways.
We're going to go to the analyst desk to break down everything, but Asa, this has been the first time that we've had you on an official cast, and I know you're not going to be with us to tomorrow. So I just want to give you a quick moment to give your thoughts as we're closing out the day on everything you've been able to see this weekend.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to be here. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of the 7 Mighty Mech. It seems like a lot of the rerolls were doing well. The level 8 comps, I think, were not that popular, but when players opted into them, I feel like they did pretty well overall in terms of average placement. They weren't going first or second that much, but we saw a lot of top 4. So I wonder if tomorrow we'll see more of those level 8 centric comps.
All right, everybody. Well, games are concluded for today, and all that is left is to find out who's moving on to tomorrow and whose journey is being cut short. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to break down everything we've seen today with Necra and Pi-Hat, and we'll find out who is moving on to day number 2 of this weekend's competition. We'll see you in a minute. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. You're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw Kale. It's okay, it's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is... they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh,
Okay.
shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh, shit. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, 1 up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for the KO Coliseum TFT set. I'm back with Pi Hat to break down our final game of the day and to celebrate and also be sad for the players that are going to be eliminated or move forward to tomorrow. And as we take a look back at this game number 6, Pi Hat, I think the first thing that just absolutely made us lose our minds, T-Lide's spot in this final game. One of our players that's on the bubble to make it forward to the next day of competition. And T-Lights not only gets flexible, but then takes Call to Chaos and gets an additional 5 emblems to play around with. And then we thought maybe he's just stuck in Yone jail forever because he can't get this mech online.
And at the end, just on his final life, he ends up getting the Yone. And that was honestly a really beefed up mech. You have all the emblems that you want on that. But he still had to fight his way through because a lot of the boards were really strong. You had a Cosmo free with a static ship. You had a really solid Stellar Me. He had a very explosive start with a super free from Build-A-Bat as well. So you had a lot, and the Malzahar and the Malzahar Darius reroll. There were a lot of enemies that were trying to put their foot down and try to stop T-Light, but he ends up like clutching probably just enough. We'll have to wait and see the standings, but just honestly, a really crazy game altogether. There were a lot of people in the bubble, and they really needed to clutch up, and it hurts to see people like Milala end up on a very unfortunate final game, at least for him today.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to put Malala and T-Lides both at 24 points apiece. I'm also getting word that as some of our other lobbies have started to finish up, there are a lot more players that have finished with 24 points. So it might come down to tiebreakers for who actually moves forward to day 2 of our competition. And Pi Hat, that's where things start to get really challenging. Today was a little bit more easygoing. We are going to be sending 32 of our 48 players to compete tomorrow. But tomorrow, we go from 32 to... There's a lot of cuts that are happening here, actually. Hang on a second.
Like, basically, the top on games 2, 4, and 6, people will either get promoted to tier 1 or will get eliminated from the competition.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be just follow our lead during tomorrow, but just keep in mind that 20 people qualify to tier 1, and there are only 32 players remaining. So especially for the players that are already on top, this is like the golden opportunity to just basically make it through, just cruise on the final day. But for the people that are just fighting, flowing their way, like with 24 points or in the middle of that really scary bubble, they may have to play not 8, not 10, but 12 games to actually survive.
Yeah, there are going to be cuts that happen after 2 games for tomorrow. So 2, 4, and 6.
Scary.
And then, we'll see what happens. And it is very scary because for a lot of our players, especially those players that are coming in from the TFT Pro Circuit, they are fighting through today and tomorrow to keep their spot. But with everybody else that's come through, qualifying to the Americas Regional Finals through the ladder snapshots or the Tacticians Cups 1 or 2, those are the players, Pi Hat, they want those TFT Pro Circuit spots. They're the ones that want to make it to that next weekend and solidify a spot in set 16.
And there's always been this discussion that the the top half of the tier 2 players, like the top end, they are strong enough and they are good enough to make it and go to tier 1 and prove their worth. And we're seeing it right now. A lot of tier 2 players have been popping off throughout the whole tournament. And it's just crazy to see how there's a good amount of players that are really good and they're just trying to find their opportunity to just make it through. People like Kiki, people like Lumin that were smurfing throughout the whole day, they're just proving that they're worth it. And they're proving their worth.
Oh, for sure. I mean, all those players that are at the top, I think I'm looking at Chunnington as well. I think Josue is also proven to be a very, very strong competitor throughout our competition today. It really is Latam on top right now, Pie Hat. And I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about, you know, the drive that's happening right now from a lot of those players, how hungry they are for these opportunities to get into that TFT Pro circuit.
Latam, it's no secret it was on a slump for a while, and at the end of set 14 when Texamers went to the Tactician's ground and had a good result, and then with Michael winning the first tier 1, the fire just lit up again. And there are a couple of players that are really good that are just trying to prove that they can also make it and be part of the conversation. And Josue and Kiki both are players that have had good results. Josue qualified through the cups and Kiki qualified for being number 1 on the ladder. And they've been having good showings. And at this point, we may even double the number of Latam players in tier 1. Maybe we still have to see how Tex also goes throughout the day, but I am hopeful. I believe I even said it on the Roll Down podcast when TL asked me. I do believe that set 15 can be the renaissance of Latam, so hopefully it goes that way.
Yeah, right now it looks like Tech Summers has made it to compete tomorrow, and we will see just how much farther he can take it. Seemed very confident coming into today, but it's nice to be able to see Tex also live up to those expectations he set for himself. As we take a look at our standings, we'll start from our top and work our way down to see which players will be eliminated from our competition. But for now, wow, look at those points. Yeah, right, Pie Hat. I mean, Fan the Kiki did end up that final game of the day with a 6th, but with 42 points for Lumen and 41 points for Fan the Kiki, they have both set themselves up to just have to play the first 2 games tomorrow and be promoted into the next weekend.
They are 7 and 8 points above the cutoff. They just have to not go away, and they will be the first people qualified to the pro circuit and to the next weekend.
Yeah, I think for CMB and Chunnington as well, who came in from our play-ins, they find themselves alongside Stellar Minhee also with a fantastic spot to be able to just make it out of this first day for this first day of competition. But on this next page, these are going to be our final 16 players that are able to make it forward to our next day of competition. And T-Lights does find himself as a part of that break point. 24 points is going to be that tiebreaker, Pie Hat.
T-Lights survived in the end. The Johnny Gel didn't. He was too fast for the Johnny Gel and actually survived with 24 points. Same as Bakio being, as you said, there were a couple of players with 24 points, and he's the final qualified player to tomorrow. So good for him. And good for Slice Down again. I know. We've been hyping him up. He also survived the first cutoff. So it's just a story that keeps on giving. And there's a couple of players that really stand out, like Milk or like Grea, that are still continuing to go to play one more day.
And I think there's a lot of players from Brazil that are also, I'm just so excited for. Tex, Toddy, Shaco, being able to see Vakio make this cutoff as well to compete tomorrow. I think there's a lot of players that Brazil can root for from both of these top 32 pages that we'll be very much looking forward to seeing tomorrow. But unfortunately for the players that are on this page, 3 players that didn't make that 24-point cutoff day, and Neonify and Malala, unfortunately not able to get through that cutoff, and we are losing, I think, a lot of fan favorites here from the Americas.
Yeah, that means and Malala going out in tiebreak is just heartbreaking. There's a couple, and also people like Replay, people like Philip, that they've been just standouts throughout the whole set. or people that are just well known. It's just so sad. I feel for them. They all have their chance to come back on set 16. They'll have to do the whole tier 2 journey back into this place, but yeah, they'll bounce back. I believe in them.
Yeah, I do as well. It is just so unfortunate how this day of competition has panned out for them, and it's heartbreaking when we do have such a large field of competitors and we have to continue to make cuts along the way. But we are so excited to see the competition continue tomorrow, and also to congratulate one of our top points earners of the day, Fan the Kiki. Congratulations on such a phenomenal day of competition. How are you feeling right now after getting such an amazing day?
Yeah, I'm sorry for my English. If I can speak in Spanish, it's better for me. No problem.
No problem.
Ok. Sí, realmente fue un excelente día. En mis libros no estaba preparado para esto. Pero hay que disfrutarlo y aprovecharlo. A veces el high roll te acompaña y tomas buenas decisiones en las partidas y sacas muchos puntos en un día. Es la realidad.
Do you want to go? Should I translate? What do you want, Nikra?
Would you mind translating the answer just for
Yeah.
our English audience? But Fan the Kiki, thank you so much. Yeah.
He basically it's just one of the best days ever for him. He felt like things were going too well, and he didn't even point it just to Harold. There were good decisions being made, good TFT being played, and overall, just a really solid first day for him. And I just want to ask you again, Kiki. Obviously, after this day is amazing for you, but I just want to talk about your journey throughout the set, because you were in tier 1, you had to fight your way through ladder, you had good caps as well. So I just want to ask you, how was this set for you, and what does it mean to probably get into tier 1?
Entendí todo menos la pregunta. La pregunta es...
¿Qué ha sido el set para ti? ¿Qué tal ha sido el set para ti o cómo te sientes? Y ¿qué sientes con este gran resultado que te deja muy cerca del tier 1 y muy cerca de la segunda semana?
Ok, este set es un camino que me hizo sentir muy bien conmigo mismo porque aprendí a entrenar un poco más solo. Estaba muy acostumbrado a tener siempre grupos de estudio o grupos de entrenamiento y esta vez como que me encontré mejor tomando decisiones propias a la hora de estudiar las decisiones. Sigo teniendo grupo de estudio, pero no soy tan dependiente de lo que me dicen los demás sobre lo que hago. Entonces, creo que ese fue mi gran progreso. Y con respecto al tier 1, todavía no quiero festejar nada. Todavía quedan partidas mañanas. Y bueno, veremos cómo se den mañana y ojalá meterme el tier 1. Era mi objetivo este set, sinceramente. Lo busqué, lo intenté, no esperaba este primer día. Y bueno, y si se da y después se da mundiales, sería la frutillita del postre.
Falta poco, falta poco. There was a change in mentality and how he approached the game, basically. He still has a study group. He's part of a team, but he has been learning to study and be a little more independent on how he sees the game and he started being even more confident in his decisions and how he sees the game overall. And the question related to tier 1, he doesn't want to celebrate yet. Just one more day at least, but that was the goal from the start. At least get into tier 1, and then if he can go to Worlds, just the cherry on top. But it's just really happy overall.
You should be. This day was amazing. It was so great to watch you continue to be on top of every game that you played, and you have set yourself up well for tomorrow. So I want you to consider what happens if you go back to the championships. What would it mean to you to go back to another tactician's crown? I think because the last time you were there, was it
Set 7.
Yeah, set 7. So yeah, what would it mean to you?
Long time. Jugar un mundial, play awards, is a unique experience. And when you end this experience, esta parte no sé decirla en inglés, pero lo primero que querés es volver a jugarlo.
The first thing you want to do is to just do it all over again.
Sí, la experiencia de jugar un mundial es única y cada vez es aún genial y cada vez, obviamente, el TFT se está volviendo más competitivo, así que creo que ahora la gente ha mejorado mucho, así que hay que prepararse aún más todavía para poder derrotar a los demás, ¿no?
Yeah, things have just gone up in both in difficulty, competitiveness, and how's the game has evolved overall. So it's been a while, and whenever after not competing on Worlds for a long time, he just wants to come back and do it all over again. And in Spain, no, Kiki, going to Spain, to Alicante.
Preach.
One more question. Is there anything that you feel like is in KO Coliseum that you think gives you an edge as a competitor? Anything that you've taken away from learnings in this set?
No, porque no es el set que más he disfrutado jugar, pero aún así me lo tomé como parte de mi trabajo, que quería poder lograr estar dentro del Tier 1. Así que no creo que este set me haya modificado en algo particular. Creo que la única diferencia es esa, que aprendí como a no ser tan dependiente de segundas opiniones a la hora de prepararme y de armar mi plan de juego.
Yeah, he said that TFT, this wasn't his favorite set overall, but he's been seeing at least this set with work as a job, with work ethic, and just trying to look at the goal down the line, which is tier 1, and just learn to learn and improve, and just basically what he said at the start and the first question of learning to be more confident in their decision and how he's been approaching the game and all that. And the work ethic, that's a hard word to say, is panning out.
I could see that for sure. Piehat, are there any final questions that you'd like to ask Kiki?
I just want to give you space to say anything that you want to the community, to the people listening, both in Spanish and in English.
Okay, thank you. No voy a hablar en inglés. Gracias a toda mi comunidad, como siempre, los Kiki Blinders, que son aquellos que siempre me están bancando en las buenas y en las malas, eso seguro. Gracias a mis compañeros de entrenamiento Blackship, obviamente, al equipo. Se me viene Team Manute, pero no era Team Manute, era Mayoris ahora, obviamente. Al equipo de trabajo, al coach, obviamente a Manute. Y nada, a toda la gente que se siente identificada conmigo y se siente parte de mis logros y mis procesos, también agradecerlos por estar siempre ahí. Nada más.
Just emotional.
Oh.
He's thanking his entire community, which is called the Kiki Blinders. His study team, Black Sheep, and Team Majoris, which is a team that he's a part of, and everyone that is believing in him, and I see in him as a beacon or go.
Me olvidé de alguien. El grupo de estudio de España. A todo el team Españita, Reven, Snoody, Daleson, Stanishing, Chuso, todos ellos, muchas gracias por el aprendizaje y el enseñar.
Spain. I think that I think you caught up on the
Yeah,
names.
I got you. Yeah, Rebe, sí. Y a todos. Well, fan de Kiki, muchas gracias por tu tiempo. Felicidades y buena suerte a mañana y el próximo fin de semana.
Very good Spanish.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kiki. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I know a little, but not enough to translate. So thank you very much, Piehat, for helping me out with that one.
Very smooth. That Spanish was extremely smooth.
Oh, thank you. All right, maybe I'll practice a little more too for next time. But it was such a pleasure to talk to Fan the Kiki, and I know that there are so many people that are in his corner, especially for the resurgence of Latin America, as you said, Piehat. I think this is their set, and this is somebody that they can back and support heading into next weekend, as well as the TFT Pro Circuit next set. Things are looking very, very good. But for now, that is going to do it for us on the broadcast. Piehat, it's been an amazing day of competition, hasn't it?
I've been loving every single minute of it. like I've said at the start when you introduced me yesterday, it's always a blast to be able to cast games and see how players develop their own play styles, and watching it just all unfold. It's such a joy to watch, and I hope I wish the players the best for tomorrow. Obviously, I wish the Latin players even more than the other players, but hopefully tomorrow is a really great day for TFT.
Well, I think Dobbs is going to join you in a little bit of that bias for Brazil at the very least, too. And of course, we have all of our America stands on our broadcast as well. But thank you all so much for watching, for cheering on our players. And we will hope to look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 3 of the Americas Regional Finals. Good night, everyone.